I mean, there's a lot of missing children in the world.
Hey, we're alive again now. So, but
Oh, bummer! No.
Dude, I can't like. We gotta keep it going. Rolling with Nolan. Remember back in 1998, Nolan Richardson, the Arkansas Razorbacks, won the national championship basketball.
Okay, what about this? Do you think sports games are rigged?
Professional.
Yeah.
Mostly, yeah.
You do?
Yeah, I mean, some college. Yeah,
not college. I mean, like, baseball or football.
Sometimes.
When I say, maybe I'm not using the right word. Okay.
I think they know who's going to be in the Super Bowl before the whole fucking season starts.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know a lot about that world, but one of my sister's friends I think it was about baseball. He was saying it's rigged.
Maybe the same. They know who's going to be in the World Series before the whole fucking thing starts. I think it's the same way with NFL too.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There's so many backroom. You know how much money is involved? I mean,
you know what the biggest thing in sports right now is? It's with the PGA is no more. Golf.
There's no more PGA. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And a new world sports company out of the Middle East, I think Saudi Arabia, and this prince or whatever started what's the name of it? Live, LIV. And so he nabbed some high-profile PGA golfers and brought them over, paid them the insane amount of money. And so...
What? Shut the PGA down?
Well, what had happened, they caused a little bit of drama, make a long story short, and then the government said, well, is the PGA a monopoly? And then basically turned around and Live bought PGA. I'm not fucking shitting you. A company, an organization outside of the United States took over the PGA. I don't know what Professional Golf Association.
Yes.
Bought it. Fucking bought it. So there's a bunch of sellouts living on an island and shit somewhere or something. So that's going to cause all kinds of drama in the sports conversation.
For the rich golfing folks, I guess.
Yes, like my rich brother-in-law. Yes.
Yeah, I've played putt. That's about my extent.
I know golf does not interest me in the slightest bit.
I think it's awesome, but I've never.
But
took a hard swing at a golf ball, so I would.
I mean. I'm sure golf is played all over the world, but I mean,
I played football and baseball a little bit, as a kid or whatever, but
there's no American golf organization right now.
Shitloads of golf going on. As far as PGA, I mean that's something else.
It's done. It's been absorbed.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that gets political. They're making sports political, in my opinion. I
like that one, Blue Jumper. You see what Blue Jumper just posted? It's just as easy to buy a scientist as it is to buy a politician.
Wow. I'll buy one if it's $1.
I'd buy that for $1.
Dude, man. It's got to be on sale if I'm going to go like that.
Give on Blue Jumper.
Yeah, no doubt. High five.
Shit.
Oh, shit.
Yes.
We have Don Pettit, who was on the International Space Station, had a wonderful chance to see Airglow. Don, tell us what Airglow a little bit more. Tell us what Airglow a little bit more. And what it looks like from space.
Airglow is one of my favorite aspects. Airglow is one of my favorite aspects.
Wow.
Hold on. I just found this.
What a buffoon.
I'm gonna freaking.
It's like the Biden version, but in science. Fuck.
I think I can share this with you guys. So dumb.
Man, it sounds like that dude went on a trip and he didn't fucking come back. Not like all the way.
So Don, let me find it real quick.
That dude just to no end cracks me up.
Airglow is
What is that?
Airglow. What, that sound?
Uh-uh. What the fuck is Airglow?
Yeah, I don't. Here we go.
Is this some new shit?
What the? Play. Oh no, I didn't. There it is.
We have today with Don, who was on the International Space Station, had a wonderful chance to see Airglow. Don, tell us what Airglow a little bit.
Oh, Earthshine.
A little bit more. And what it looks like from space.
I don't know who made this video.
Airglow is one of my favorite aspects. Airglow is one of my favorite aspects.
WTF, bro.
Looking at planet Earth at nighttime from space, and the atmosphere sort of just glows from all these different colors, and it's still faint with your eyeball if you look out the window. You got to be dark adapted. You got to be in a dark module in order to look out and see the Airglow. And one of the reasons you can see this with your bare eye is because the path length of atmosphere that you're looking through is so large. If you were standing on the surface of Earth,
This fucking guy.
Helium.
and the Airglow is faint, you can record it and measure it with instruments, but it's really tough to see with your eyeballs. But when you're on orbit and you're looking out,
When you're on orbit,
Earth on edge, the path length through the atmosphere is so large that now you can see it. There's a little bit of a dichotomy in that you talk about weather in space and you think of weather as being an atmospheric, a low-level atmosphere phenomenon. But when you were in space, there is all kinds of atmospheric residuals that can affect your life. And one of them happens to be radiation that gets funneled down and passes through this part of the atmosphere. And every once in a while, if the sun goes on a rampage, we have to hide in the Russian.
God forbid the sun goes on a rampage.
To reduce our radiation loading.
Oh my god, dude. Okay, was telling CB that you guys should put together like this globe yankers, like
Yeah,
like crank yankers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that's funny. That's a good
Oh.
idea, Jenny.
Oh my
Globe
god.
yanker.
You know, you could use this footage and put something
Dude,
together.
we could fill up 2 hours with fucking Don Pettit.
Oh my gosh. You could act like you're calling him or something. I don't know. Shit.
That would be-
This is just
we
too
could actually
funny.
do like prank calls with Don Pettit.
Yes, I'm serious, bro. I'm serious. It's getting to the level where it's just plain ass fucking ridiculous. Ridiculousness. Like the
You know,
MTV show.
That's what I was saying. I was looking through my
Oh.
videos and I found that one just now. It's all kinds of-
Dude, that dude did not make any kind of logical sense. How does he get paid so much money to sound like that? Like he's some kind of buffoon.
He's on the International Space Station, and when they asked him, well, what if you what is it? Like you get a hole or puncture in the
yeah.
Oh well, then you just you have a hole.
I remember that clip. It's like, what are you saying?
It's like, wouldn't all of the increased pressure inside the capsule just try to equalize immediately with the with the outer space? The entire fuck are you talking about? All these other videos. Dude, I'm gonna have to look at all these videos and see what the fuck they are. I have so many videos that I didn't name when I.
Well, like funny shit like that, bro, you should put in a folder, categorize them. Because there's so much stuff out like that. It's like, we got to utilize what's out there.
I need to send that one to CB definitely. Because that one is that one's only 4 megs, so I can send that one to CB and DM.
Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure he knows how to make his own sound bites or whatnot.
Yeah. What? Yeah, he definitely
So
does.
Supposed to have. Discord is supposed to have its
Good afternoon,
own.
everybody. Wait, shush. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you are doing this is us again. Just listening to you, and you're fucking hilarious. Helio, Jenny, you remind me so much when just sitting back and listening to you. You make me laugh. So I just wanted to give a little bit of love to you guys.
We try. How you doing, Chris?
Yeah, super fly, handsome guy. How are you?
Just super.
Pretty high, to be fair.
Did you hear that Don Pettit shit?
Super high
Angel
soccer.
said,
Hey, you're breaking up a little bit, Jenny.
Yeah, I would agree.
you took it away from me the other day. You did. You walked off of it. You didn't bring it back. I'll be back in a minute, guys.
All right.
Hopefully better. So yeah, hopefully better.
I'll be back.
I'll be back. But yeah, just wanted to give you guys a little bit of love because you deserve it.
Oh.
Good, brother. God. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I'm sending that to CB right now. That Don Pettit thing, so he can clip some of it out. That's funny.
Is he like still employed with NASA?
I'm not sure. I don't really follow him, but there's plenty of clips of him out there for us to make fun of.
Oh no shit. I just was, want to be sure if there's anything new. You know how everybody wants to categorize things in matters of if it's relevant.
Hey, why don't we do what everybody does? Google it. Don Pettit.
What's new with Don Pettit?
Is
A little bit better. The mic a little bit clearer. Does my beautiful voice sound better to you?
Yes.
Then we're happy. Just change devices, guys. My phone is useless when it's connecting to Wi-Fi, so I've just changed devices.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. That's so aggravating.
Yeah. No, it's me.
No, I mean, like, when it happens to me, it's aggravating. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah. No, I hear you. But good morning and good afternoon and good evening, everybody, on this beautiful, flat, stationary day. I don't know about you guys, but it's beautiful weather here where I am in the UK, east of England. Beautiful blues.
Oh, and that's rare, isn't it?
Yeah, this is what I'm saying it, mate, because usually at this time of day, it'd be, what's the best way to describe it? Cobwebs across the sky. I haven't really seen any, like, miserableness, let's put it like that. But yeah, it's a beautiful sunny day here in the UK. And let's be fair, it's usually raining.
Lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely day.
What's been happening in this fine Discord server this morning? You guys been playing whack-a-mole with ballers, for example?
Somebody was in here earlier, a little bit ago, talking a bunch of gobbledygook.
He might come back, dude. Chris, if you get a hold of Donald, I would love to see that happen.
Oh man, he'd shred him.
Yeah,
Donald
needs to
and I
be
had a chat
shredded.
the other day. Yeah, I think I might have
Donald. Did you talk to Donald?
possible on his way out the door.
Oh, dude.
I think
He's
he might have
so
made his exit.
frustrating. It was really frustrating, and it was like it wasn't making any sense at all.
It's usually how these conversations go.
I mean, it's just like with some of these guys, you can't tell the difference, But yeah, this Donald guy, I've been able to talk to him for a few hours earlier in the night, and then he came back. When nobody was talking, I was playing a David Weiss video, and then I was listening, and then I heard him just like, and so then I came back, and somebody paused the video, and hey, Donald, so you got something else to say? And then he came back in. That's when Jenny joined. she got to talk to him for a little bit.
Man.
He's a freaking trip.
Going to give a shout out to Timbo as well on the other side of the earth. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing well, fighting off those kangaroos, and hopefully you're not, damaging any of my marsupials.
Yeah, hopefully the blood's not rushing to your head, down there.
Down under. That sounds weird, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Rushing to your head down there. That's just the wrong way around, bro. Stop laughing like that as well. But yeah, fantastic. Old dude as well. Good morning to you, my friend. Hope you're keeping well. Johannes Midgard. Just catching up with the live stream text as well, guys. So anybody that said hello to their hello in there, then I'm just catching up with you.
Yeah.
Timbo, why can't you jump on the mic, mate?
He's with his kids, he said.
Yeah. I was just catching up with his time and day. Probably late.
I'm taking a break. I'll go smoke.
Helio, have you been in here all night and all morning again? Have you drunk yourself sober?
I plead the fifth.
Maybe 3 times. This is what I love about the weekends. Gotta be fair to you. You drink yourself sober about 4 or 5 times. And then Monday happens, you roll around to Monday and you start all over again.
Yeah. Dude,
Be a second
Mondays
wind coming
are hard for me. I ain't gonna lie. Going to work Monday is hard for me.
Yeah, no. You just have to appreciate maybe my point of view being across the Atlantic in a slightly different time zone, waking up to you every morning, knowing that you've been on here for a good 5 hours whilst I've been asleep, 6, 7 hours.
Yeah.
You just come out the other side of it. Yeah, it's brilliant to see, man.
Yeah.
Server wouldn't be the same without you.
I wish Donald was still here because I'd love to hear you talk to Donald, man. That would be fun. Donald, if you're still out there, get your ass back in here and talk to me.
I don't even need a named person in a Discord server. I can just tell anybody that's listening, especially those who are out on YouTube. But if any of you want to come in and talk to me specifically, why you think the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space right now, if you want to come and talk to me about it, then yeah, that invitation is definitely there. Hit the link provided by Nightbot. You don't even have to go to voice checker number 1 and have a conversation with one of our lovely volunteers there. You can straight in here, and because I'm a gold member, I'll unmute you. We can have a conversation about why you think the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space.
Exactly.
You can be Donald, or you can be anybody else. But
I think for the most part, you can type Flat Earth Discord anywhere on any search engine. You'll find us.
Yeah, absolutely. Number 1, number 2.
Yeah. Get in here. Nobody here scared.
Why would we be? It's just the reality. We've got that on our side. That's why we're really confident, right? You're not arguing with us. You're arguing with, in some aspects, laws of nature, but most definitely how you even perceive the world yourself. You perceive the world to be flat and stationary. It's only those that tell you that the Earth is not flat and stationary. You would rather go with them and not yourself. Or I, my friend, would rather go with my senses and then be beholden upon them to provide me with verifiable, testifiable evidence to counter the claim of my own senses. As my own senses are paramount to me. What I see and what I can feel and what I can touch and what I can demonstrate the reality of the situation to be. See if you've got something to counter that. Jump into the server. We'll have a chat. I'll just remind
Einstein
you.
prove it?
You enjoy that?
Didn't Einstein prove it?
Einstein? He's fucking Einstein.
That's some sick formulas.
Just maths.
What is that? E equals MC squared.
Mhm.
Earth equals measured curvature, isn't it?
That's beautiful. I like that.
It was the other guy. Thought Neil deGrasse proved it too. What about the dude with the bow tie?
Who?
Dude with the bow tie. Science guy.
Bill Nye, dude with the bow tie. Yeah.
That's science.
He's got the balls to put a bow tie on every morning. He must be right.
He did that thing where he did the ship over the horizon. Small scale.
He did. And I've been looking for that video and I can't find it. So if you've got it, drop it in the live stream for me because that's beautiful. Because he actually uses a physical globe that you would find on your desk and puts a fucking boat on it. And then says, you can't see this boat because ball, this one, geometric curvature of the Earth that I've demonstrated with this ball that you can show on your desk is the reason why you can't see that.
Is it at a demonstration?
Yeah. It's interesting that along the journey they forgot that this was their fucking claim. And it angers me. You understand? Because this was the cause of why we couldn't see shit. And then all of a sudden they changed their bloody argument. As in, they never said this. We never said that. We never claimed that it was physical in the first fucking place whilst we were arguing with you lot about it for 3 fucking years until the Black Swan came along. And the Black Swan really fucked things up for you, didn't it? When we started or demonstrated to you that that obstruction that was pointed out by man with bow tie with globe on desk and boat attached to it, that weren't real now. That weren't real.
You can hear the sirens going off at Globe headquarters.
Well, then they started turning around to us and saying, well, why would you expect to see it? Because the atmosphere's in the way. Oh, shit. So you've never fucking seen it, but that was your direct measurement to it, you fucking assholes.
And it bends light and that.
It's been interesting, this fucking journey. I said this a long time ago when I was in the server. One of the main proofs that the Earth is not a ball is the fucking shit that they bloody say. Lies that they have to tell, and we call them out in several, and this is one of them. You said that horizon was geometric. We've been arguing with you for 3 fucking years of why we couldn't see the bottom of that boat.
But he's got a bow tie.
But he's got a bow tie. We used to say, I remember this back in like 2015, 16, 17. We see further than the geometric horizon. No, we don't. We always see to the horizon. And that is the limitation of our view. Doesn't matter what optics we use, we will have a horizon in front of us if we are standing at the beach looking across the water. We see as far as we can see. There is no physical geometric limitation to what we should be able to see, which was their fucking claim in the first place, right? Can't see that because the Earth curves in the way.
Do you think there are people with better eyes who see a little bit farther and people with worse eyes that see a little less?
I was pointing out to a gentleman yesterday who said that if the Earth was flat, we should be able to see infinitely. All right, fine. And then I just reminded them that we need binoculars to see further. Like ships, captains of ships. Seeing ships they couldn't see.
The bow tie guy says the same thing.
Yeah.
He says, like, why don't we see all the way to China? Why can't we see to Germany if the world is flat? Where's the picture? Like, Jesus.
Reducing everything down to the most ridiculous argument. To these people who say that they can see infinitely far must understand that they will never, ever, ever, ever lose angular resolution of anything. That means they can see flies forever. You know, when flies are too far away for you to see, or that building is too far away for you to see and reduces an angular size. No, that's they don't understand what they're fucking saying.
Why went over the curve?
Egypt.
And it's so funny because, people just eat that shit up.
Nom, 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 nom.
Just like, yeah, why can't I? You would see all the way to China. It's stupid. Idiots.
Or that it would be daylight everywhere all the time. Yeah.
Again, this is the thing that annoys me because flat Earth is really, really simple. When people come up and say, if the Earth was flat, then it'd be daytime all the time. You don't understand that if a light moved away from you, eventually, that it wouldn't be casting its light over you because it had moved the fucking way, which is what we see the sun doing. The sun goes away, and then when we can't see it anymore, don't be fucking surprised when it's dark.
The sun's moving through the sky. We must be moving. That's what's happening.
Yeah. No.
How fast do you have to travel? How fast does the sun travel? Like, if I was in a plane, how fast would I have to go to keep up with it? stay directly under it?
Depending on where you were, but I think it's over 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I feel like, and someone will maybe be able to remember this if this was true or not. There was that Concorde jet a while back, and I think it was actually for year 2000. I remember seeing an ad or a magazine article where you got on the Concorde and you could celebrate New Year's Eve all day long, essentially. Like you could go on it for 24 hours. I'm assuming it could stay in the sky that long. Like you hit every time zone all throughout the day. So I guess that must be right about it. If about 1,000 hours or so, because those things are 1,000 miles an hour. I mean,
Well, yeah, I mean, hey, look, depending on the Earth's actual shape underneath the actual fucking sun, depending on its actual path, if you were closer to the interior and your circle was tighter, and yeah, you could see that. That's why they have 24-hour sun in places like northern Finland and Norway and Alaska and so on. Just chase the sun around.
so it's illuminated far enough north that it doesn't. It's on the other side of the circle. It still is in the sun.
Yeah. So I've been to Scotland in the north of the UK. So that's northern from my normal position down in the south. But in the summertime, like June, July, August, with the sun, it goes away, but you don't get that darkness of night that you get, say, within the depths of winter. The summer nights are much lighter. Much lighter. It's like almost it's twilight the whole time. But that's just because of I would suggest and speculate, even though it's well past Sunday. That's because of the sun being over the far side of the north, but still being in a closer, tight circle that its light is illuminating me over in Scotland, for example. It's just its innermost part.
What do you think happens in a child's brain when their whole life they've just been like experiencing the earth, right? They've been maybe having to explain a little bit to them, but they've really just been just living it up. They don't know anything about the earth and the sun other than, oh yeah, at one point in time in my life it was here, and now I know it's over there, and I've been in the same yard the whole time. That kind of experiential knowledge of it. And then like they go somewhere to class, and I wonder what happens when someone tells them you're moving, or the sun is not moving, you're the one who moved. Yeah, I wish I could somehow relive that as a 4-year-old or whatever it is. Like it seems like it's like the way you see people talking about groomers and things like this, MK Ultra type stuff, where it's like that is the point of the break that happens.
This is the point of Father Christmas. This is where there's a blending of with children. It's magic. There's a lot of magic in the world, and when we blur those lines, then we can tell them that the earth is moving, even though you don't feel it. They can associate themselves with not being able to understand everything, and they'll cast this as magic. Father Christmas, they'll get that.
Yeah.
Even though flying reindeers, they're children.
Father Christmas, fairy tales.
Mm-hmm.
What's the other? It's like Tooth Fairy.
I recently looked into the history of Peter Pan, the author J.M. Barrie. Pretty interesting, his life and whatnot. And, this is picked up by Disney. So Disney packages something that, all cute and good. Pretty interesting stuff. Sorry, wasn't trying to pull anybody in the weeds. Go ahead.
No, that's it. Thank you. What Peter Pan was a novel before it was a movie? Or a book? Sorry.
Yeah, and
First.
so over in the UK, I believe, so he was actually knighted by the Queen, and a statue, I think, for sure, of Peter Pan. I can't remember if there's one of J.M. Barrie, but very well known in that the literary sphere. So yeah, based off of a book.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If he's knighted,
But anyway,
got
who
kids.
was talking? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You're fine. We can get back on. We can get back. I'm about to if he's knighted and he's taking kids to Pleasure Island, I can guess what.
Dude, don't get me started. I shouldn't even brought it up.
Right. We're zipping it, Jen. Jedi,
Yeah.
Say something insightful about Flat Earth, please.
Yes.
Bring us back.
I'll tell
you know what? We're
hold on. If I've been introduced to the conversation and settle down, will you? So in the part of the country that I'm at the moment, you might be familiar with it. It's where the Bedford Level experiment took place. So I'm in that part of the UK at the moment, Cambridgeshire, and you don't have to think about the water. Right? This is one of those places where you can see like you're watching across the oceans. You can see as far as the eye can see. Now, today is a beautiful day. We went down to the back of Angel's parents' garden and looked across the fields into the distance. And because it is such a clear and beautiful day, I haven't seen this far. But I can see as far as I can see. There is no physical geometric limitation to hinder my ability to see. Yeah, I don't see that. Nobody sees that. If you're in this part of the country or you were to experience any coastal area, it's obvious that the earth is not a ball. You might be able to, we were talking about kids earlier, they might be able to think that maybe the earth is so big. It is so big that I can't even see where the actual horizon is because I'm limited by my eyes. But on a clear day, that over there it is. They might be able to imagine that, but no. Everything between me and over there is flat. That water between me and over there is level. Over there hasn't descended beneath me. The water of the earth is level. If the waters of the earth are level, how the fuck can the earth be a ball? The end.
Heretic was helping me with that, just to really grasp that a little bit yesterday, because I'd said something about flat earth on Twitter, and a guy responded with, but it was more so about fake space images, and the guy's like, how could they? There's no CGI in 1972. How would they have faked this? And I came to the chat and I was like, does someone have any information about a debunk or something about this 1972 blue marble image? And I was expecting the weather wasn't like that day, or you can't see that much of whatever. And I did watch one video where it's like, oh, the sun would have been here, and therefore you would have seen more in the blue marble. You would have seen more of Asia. But Heretic, I wanted anything else anyone had, but Heretic's like, well, water doesn't curve on Earth, and that has curved water on it, therefore it is fake. And I appreciate like, let's get to the root of the argument, like what you just said, that there is no curved water anywhere. So how could it be round? It's like it's so simple. It almost, our brain wants to make it more complex than it is, but it's really that simple.
It is, yeah. And I got to hone you in on that point, and that's the point for me, Jedi Chris, that gets I get angry about it, because it is that simple. You have to disregard how you see the Earth and prostrate yourself to an authority. So I don't see curve, I don't feel motion. They tell me I do from a picture in space. That water that I see is level, is not, it is curving. 2 + 2 = 5. Now, we've been told that 2 + 2 = 5 since the moment that we got out of our mother's womb. And we've been taught to believe the authority and not to question the authority when they give us the answer as 5. Even though we don't see that curve. And even though we don't, and we get caught up on this, feeling it moving. The Earth don't look like it's a fucking moving ball, bruv. It doesn't act like that. It's not going anywhere, not hurtling in any direction. The waters ain't coming flying off of it. But I have to believe that 2 + 2 = 5.
And that's a wild one, because and this was just my own experience getting into flat Earth. I was into and basically chased every rabbit hole imaginable, right? I remember I was younger. This was probably 15 or 20 years ago, and I found this site a forum called AboveTopSecret.com. And I mean, I would go there and I would essentially, for lack of a better term, really just believe it all. Like, had no problem believing the most crazy conspiratorial shit that you can, whatever it is. Like, I'm like, yep, that's probably true. That's probably true. And it's weird to me how anytime I would come across flat Earth stuff, though, it was like hackles would go up. It was like, wait, they lie about everything, but not that thing. Everything else, absolutely. They lie about 99.9% of all of it, except for that. And when I finally, like, kind of, even just in the last year, to me, it was more of like figuring out what was going on inside me that was causing that reaction. Like, wow, Dylan, so you consider yourself to be so open-minded, whatever it is, but you won't actually, like, you won't even look at this stuff. You immediately disregard and say, like, no, that's one, that lie's too big. And it kind of, it was some flat Earth and some me, and then some my understanding of really just how the devil works. And how even in my own life I'd been deceived, and it was like, so you're saying the devil can deceive only up to a certain amount, like it couldn't possibly, it's not like the master of deception, even the devil has limits on it, how much deception it can do. And that was kind of an eye-opener. I still sit in bed sometimes, because there's times where I'm here and I believe the Earth is flat and I know it to be flat. But then there's like moments when I'm laying in bed and I'm sitting there and I am like, holy shit, it's flat. Excuse the language, but it's like, wait a second. Well, what does that actually mean for reality?
Yeah. And that's what I'm jumping in, because we can talk about it being flat. My next thing, and the thing I like to get people to question themselves, is how the fuck did that get here then? Because that's the question, right? We're talking about creation. It's flat. That sun that moves across the sky and gives us night, and darkness gives us life. It is a created system. See, the heliocentric model takes us away from that intelligence and that beauty and that care, and ultimately that love. Because it's the love of a gardener who tends to his garden, right? who creates those things, separated us from that. So that's what the heliocentric model does. Big bang, nothing created everything. Where in actual fact, it's intelligence, design, intent that creates. So yeah, the earth is flat. My goodness, it's flat. And how the fuck did it get here then? It was created. It was created for us to experience. Might write a book.
What else are you doing?
But yeah, there's lots of things that we've been taken away from, and they all point. Oh, I heard this the other day. All roads lead to Rome. That's fine. All roads should actually lead to God. Whatever question you've got, oh my goodness, isn't that bee beautiful? Yeah, that's because it was created that way. Isn't it a beautiful day? Yeah, it's because it was created that way. All roads should lead to God. And with the heliocentric model, all roads lead to Rome.
Do you think that it was the pairing of heliocentrism and the church, the like joining of those two forces that really helped people? Because I have a hard time believing like a scientist, an academic went to people with no relationship at all to God, like, because a priest or whatever, they're coming from that sense of authority, right? And that, like, well, the same person that tells me about God, his boss essentially maybe came to town one day and said also that the world is spinning and the sun is not moving. Because I have a hard time believing someone like Bill Nye just shows up and is like, oh, by the way, you fucking idiots. Sorry, I'm cussing again. By the way, you all aren't moving. You all are the ones that are moving. It's not the sun that moves through the sky. You all are the ones. And I feel like however it works, they knew it had to be paired with religious figures for it to work. Like, they've already got so much trust in these people, in these communities. And then it was like, we need to spread the message through them. Like, there's no other way to get it to work. Because I know we always just accept, like, oh, it was Jesuits and they were the ones with the telescopes or blah, 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 blah. I think that's like how it had to be.
Yeah, and that's where, what I was thinking when you were talking about that a moment ago is that, to me, that's kind of leading into the conversation where, did they hijack flat earth information and make it fit into the heliocentric theory? Yes.
That
that's
was critical. There's the magic. And even though we've got a limitation to what we can see, and you can math that, they then bastardized that math and turned it into an Earth curve calculator. But the limitation of as far as you could see was not your actual fucking eyes. It was the curve of the Earth. And they placed that disc. Go on.
Oh, so sorry. Apologize. Okay, so have you ever done the calculations without a calculator?
Have I ever done the calculations without a calculator?
Well, I mean, like, actually writing it down and doing the math, like the long way? Oh, okay.
No.
Because I wonder, I don't recall that being anything like that being taught in school. And I think if people could, conceptualize it a little bit more with doing the math themselves rather than saying, oh, that calculator can't be right. Who knows what people would say. But it's like, to me, what makes sense is that you understand how that calculation works, whether or not you do it every time or not.
Jen, I'll tell you. Yeah, you cut.
Am I going in and out? Oh, shit. Damn it. Okay.
You're back now, though, mate.
Okay, so wouldn't it make sense for individuals to show their work when they do the calculations rather than just using a calculator?
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't need to do it every single time, but to understand, what is being calculated. I mean, besides the fact that, it's based off something that can't be verified. And that's why, yeah, we're all here. But yeah, I mean, don't you think? Because my sister's really good at math, and I was hoping here in the next couple weeks or something, I asked her if we could have a sit down and have her explain to me. I mean, not like she's got a degree in it or anything, but math is her thing. Math is not really my thing. I mean, I guess simply put is, what they say is the horizon is not a place we can go to.
Yeah. But that's kind of the magic trick. That limitation to our view that we understand is the horizon. That's the geometric curve, and they turned it into that, and then an Earth curve calculator, because we'd always have that horizon, right?
Is it true that when airplanes fly, they actually have to have the nose up to maintain their altitude?
I don't know whether it's so much as their noses, but their wings. Yeah, there has to be an angle of elevation to keep that elevation stable.
Hmm.
I think it's not like a high pitch either. It's like maybe 2 degrees, something like that.
So it's a consistent speed with the angle?
It's a relationship. Yeah. So it's a relationship between how much speed and drag you're going to get. If you nose up, for example, you'll gain altitude, but you'll lose speed. It's a relationship, isn't it? So
Yeah, and it
you'll have,
depends on which direction it's traveling as well.
Yeah.
Hmm. So the main thing is that the same altitude is being maintained with the relationship you said, right?
There is one level Earth question that is often used as a defense mechanism by stubborn globe defenders. It's more rhetorical than inquisitive, and tends to be their final discussion point before refusing to engage further with the subject. This question, formulated one of several ways, is, so what if the Earth is level? Why does the shape of the Earth even matter? What difference does it make to my life? Firstly, the thing of crucial importance is not the shape, it's the lie. The lie of heliocentrism is one of the most insidious lies imaginable that replaces our common sense and lived experience with unproven theories and explanations from supposed experts. When children are indoctrinated to abandon the evidence of their senses in favor of this nonsensical globe model, a schism occurs in their psyche where they are no longer able to trust their own senses and experience, and instead must trust information completely contrary to it, presented by perceived authority figures. To teach such a false cosmology is incredibly deceitful and disempowering to the individual, and the result is that humanity has become just like the slaves in Plato's allegory of the cave. A child who learns not to trust the evidence of their senses becomes forever imprisoned within Plato's cave. A world of distorted shadows cast by Plato's puppet masters that blinds them to the reality beyond. So, why does the shape of the Earth matter? Again, it's not about the shape. It's about the lie. To fool nearly the entirety of humanity for multiple generations, stripping people of their common sense and replacing it with carefully crafted lies, is obviously a matter of serious importance. It is one of the most psychologically devastating things that could be perpetrated upon an individual, and seeing through it should be one of the most revealing revelations of a lifetime. So, when someone asks the foolish question of what difference does it make, that is already evidence of extreme psychological distortion. If knowing the truth doesn't matter to your life, what does that say about your life? The level Earth is an epic epiphany that changes many people to their core, affirming their common sense, developing their critical thinking skills, and reigniting a spirit of discovery and adventure. In this way, the level Earth revelation is holistically helpful and truly transformational for many on an individual level. Even more importantly, however, is if humanity succeeds in fully exposing this egregious lie and finally rooting out the liars, the beneficial ripple effect it will have throughout society is massive. Once these foundational facts are realized, these governments, universities, media outlets, and other entangled organizations suddenly and completely lose all credibility. The resulting mass mental exodus away from the control system is exactly what is needed. Essentially, once the level Earth conspiracy is exposed, so is every other important conspiracy by proxy, because this so-called mother of all conspiracies holds under its umbrella so many fundamental and foundational facts, and fully reveals them.
We have a problem.
We're pleased because it'll be short, but I had to make this kind of impromptu video because I had the pleasure of waking up this morning to a fantastic article, yeah right, on Mike.com, and it's just, for lack of better words, it's disgusting. It is what science has become. Pretty sad, dishonest, disingenuous, hypocritical, dogmatic, and believe it or not, unscientific. How about that? So this article is written, like I said, Mike.com was written by Anna Schwartz, and it's basically trash in every way, shape, and form. So the article is about Carl Sagan, and it starts off, Carl Sagan schooled B.O.B. on his flat earth theory more than 30 years ago. As we get through this article, we'll see here at the beginning that rapper B.O.B. and astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson made headlines last month when the two were embroiled in a high-profile back and forth about whether or not the Earth is flat. But apparently neither of them realized that Carl Sagan explained this whole round Earth thing to the world 36 years ago. After B.O.B. tweeted out a series of claims that the Earth was actually flat and NASA had brainwashed the general public into thinking otherwise, true, Tyson responded with some science refuting B.O.B.'s conspiracy theories. By science, she means holding a microphone out in front of you and dropping it. That's proof of gravity, in case you didn't know. Eventually going on the nightly show with Larry Wilmore to shut him down with an explanation of the Earth's curvature and some strong words from Sir Isaac Newton. But the thing is, astrophysicist Carl Sagan already debunked B.O.B. in his Cosmos series, which first aired in 1980.
There was once a time when our little planet seemed immense. Its true size was first worked out in a simple and ingenious way by a man who lived here in Egypt in the 3rd century BC.
And the article continues. In an episode of Cosmos, Carl Sagan explained how Eratosthenes, a scholar and a librarian living in ancient Egypt, figured out the curvature of the Earth using only, as Sagan put it, sticks, eyes, feet, and brain, plus a zest for experiment. Eratosthenes, Sagan explained, read an account that stated that at noon on the longest day of the year, the sun in the city of Syene was directly overhead, meaning that nothing cast a shadow. Eratosthenes decided to test whether or not that was true at the exact same time in his home of Alexandria, which was 800 kilometers to the north. Testing it, he realized that at the exact same time, on the same day, a stick in Alexandria casts a shadow, while the stick in Syene casts none.
The only answer was that the surface of the Earth is curved.
Wrong, sir. Wrong.
This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy.
And my turtleneck is too tight.
I mean, this guy and this whole entire story have taken on a life of their own. And science just keeps running their dog and pony show out there. Send in Eratosthenes and some bullshit. See if you guys understand this timeline. Now, Neil the other day said that B.O.B.'s beliefs were 4 centuries old. In an article by Lawrence Krauss the other day, he said B.O.B.'s beliefs were 4 centuries old. But Copernicus didn't even discover that it was a ball. That was known since 200 BC. So they can't even keep their damn story straight. I mean, it is disgusting. First of all, if you just read about Eratosthenes, he was the first one, they say, to calculate the tilt of the Earth's axis. So you're supposed to believe Copernicus said the Earth spun and moved around the sun. That was in the 1400s. But 1600 years before that, Eratosthenes said he knew the angle of the axis? Please. And we can go back and look at his books, right, to prove them? Of course not. His books were all the accumulated knowledge that was lost in the tragic fire at Alexandria. And if you haven't looked into that, you might want to. You'll see that our entire past is fabricated. Go back and look at the fire. Well, the fire of Alexandria, in which we lost all of our knowledge, the world's knowledge was all in this vast library that took 6 months to burn. 6 months. It burned for 6 months. What a joke. The fire in Alexandria was either in the year 48 BC, or it might have been in 270 AD. Actually, I think it was 391 AD. Nope, it was 642 AD. Those are the dates we have for the fire. Now get this, it actually says this at Wikipedia. It says that Eratosthenes wrote chronographies, a text that scientifically depicted dates starting with the Trojan War. Don't know if you caught that there, but the Trojan War is mythology, and he wrote a scientifically accurate book that depicted dates starting with the Trojan War. And it says the work was highly esteemed for its accuracy at telling us about mythology. So, of course, Eratosthenes is best known as the first person to calculate the circumference of the Earth, which he did by applying a measuring system using the stadia. And basically, we've already talked about it. He had 2 sticks, one in Alexandria, which happened to be about 450 miles away from the other location. Now, how he communicated with the person over there and how he knew the distance, we don't ask questions. This is science. It's fact. It's proven. Don't you dare ask questions. You understand me? Quiet down. Anyway, like I was saying when I was praising the great Eratosthenes, if we just take a flat Earth and a small sun and it's closer to the Earth, well, there's your answer. So I hope Miss Anna Schwartz gets my email and gets to see that her article made absolutely 0 sense from a scientific or a kindergarten standpoint. We'll just take scientifically to start. First of all, in order to come up to the conclusion that Eratosthenes would have, he would have had to assume that the Earth was a sphere. Number one, that's a good way to start your experiments, Res Rhetoric. And second, he would have had to conclude that it was exactly north-south from Syene to Alexandria, which they would have never been able to figure out. He would have had to know how to measure 1/50th of a circle's circumference, which he probably didn't know. The whole thing is nonsense. It's just built up for everyone to have their little gods, their little dogma. Look at Sagan. Look at this astrophysicist here, Neil deGrasse. Now let's think about Neil deGrasse for a quick second. So he has a PhD, okay? He's got a PhD in a space that he's never been, and about a place that he's never seen, space. How do you get that? Can you imagine a doctor having an MD who's never seen a human being? Makes no sense. What a joke. So, anywho, Anna Schwartz, your article on Era Make-Believe and his measuring the globe was pretty terrible. And she finishes off by saying, Sagan explains that Eratosthenes, I think we should call him Era Make-Believes, went on to use the information he learned to calculate the circumference of the Earth, and he was pretty close to accurate. Sagan totally lays it down like an expert. So if B.O.B. hasn't seen this clip yet, he probably should get on that. And if that still isn't enough to convince the flat Earth conspiracy theorists, how about the fact that no one has ever fallen off the edge of the planet? Sagan's whole explanation is available below. Oh, no one's ever fallen off the edge of the planet. That's hilarious. That's so funny. You're good. So let me remind you, Miss Schwartz, look outside. You see that sun? Yeah, you think it's 100 times bigger than the Earth and 93 million miles away. Then tonight, go stand at the beach. You see the horizon about 3 miles away? Well, look up slightly. You see that star? 95 quadrillion miles. Makes total sense. You're right. Nobody's ever fallen off the edge of the Earth. Yeah, and you're going 66,000 miles per hour right now as you speed around the sun. Spinning 1,000 miles per hour. You enjoying that? Yeah, and gravity's holding you nice and firmly to the ground, while also holding the billion-pound ocean. Makes no sense. You guys got to think. And in case you didn't know, there is no test that shows that we are spinning on this Earth. There is none. And if you think that there is, come at me, NASA fanboys. You know why? If you can prove that the Earth is spinning, then that means you've disproved relativity. If you disprove relativity, then you've disproven gravity, which means the Earth is flat. You've been backed into the corner and you got yourself a huge gash above your eye. I don't know. I'd get ready to throw in the white towel. But we got to be kind to one another, and we don't lie to each other. And I'm reminding you to open up your minds, because there's truth inside. This has been Jaronism. Till next time.
Hey, Jedi, you here?
I noticed Timbo said, I'm not the best with those questions, but Jedi can explain it better. What? I noticed that somebody in the server called Arit or Erit or whoever just got voice verified. No Earth determining roles. Welcome to the server, buddy. I've obviously been in before, but I thought I'd give you a shout out. Being as you haven't got any Earth determining roles, and that's quite inquisitive to me. But if
Hi,
you have got control, hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really good. Might have to boost that microphone up a little bit so I can hear you a bit better. But good afternoon or good morning to you. How are you?
I'm good. It's morning for me. Did you say you can't hear my mic? You can't hear me?
No, so no. I resolved that mind. I just turned you up. That's good. So, what brings you into our lovely server this morning?
I'm just looking around, but I'm actually a flat earther. I was trying to get the tag so that you guys don't try to debate me.
You're trying to get the flat earth tag, so we don't debate you. Have we got some kind of reputation for being harsh debaters? Yeah, that's true.
I mean, you guys are way advanced than me. I can't explain it like that, but all I can say is, for me, it was when I looked into the numbers and I saw the whole 6,000 miles per hour, and that was like enough for me to kind of like get it. It's a whole cult.
Yeah,
that's the number of Satan, and
of
they
course,
like plaster that number everywhere so that they're like signaling to each other. And you can't forget that they've never observed curvature or anything like that. So I mean, it was kind of obvious.
I like that. It was kind of obvious. It takes different things for different people. So for myself, it takes one thing. For yourself, it takes another. For my partner Angel, it took something completely different. Because we're all individual, but there's always something that can. Yeah, it's really
for me,
obvious.
it's always like the occultist symbols. Like once someone explains to me that, oh, by the way, like this means that in the occultist, right? I already know that Satan is like kind of, colluding with the higher ups, and they're kind of, I don't want, like, do they have control over the world? I mean, possibly, right? Because things are not just coming about on their own. Like right now, I'm living in Canada, and it's not a coincidence that this fire just erupted, right? Because 2 years or 1 year prior, they just started talk about moving from, like gas to electricity. And there's still talk about it right now, but, people are hesitant, they're slow. So, what better way to like convince people to, adopt your ideology than to, pull these kind of acts, right? Like starting a fire and blaming it on false climate change because of use of gas, right? This is kind of like, if you're if you want to call it a conspiracy theorist, this is like the perfect gotcha moment, right? It's, I don't want to say obvious. I guess different people see it different way, but for me, in that from that standpoint, to me, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. And then I'll be like, okay, whatever else is like connecting, like if I see a trend going on, like with the like the NASA symbol and the 666, it's obvious. Like for me, it's obvious. Other people, they have different paths. I get that.
I understand that path. Symbology was something that I looked into a long, long time ago. I'm 46, and I could be suggesting 20, 25 years ago when I was first looking into symbology and occult meanings of things, etymology, and so on. My first kind of introduction, I would even suggest, might have been the Bible codes and so on. So I understand that type of covert way of symbolizing things and so on. Yeah. Especially with like the NASA logos, we can't in the flat Earth kind of arena. When we look at the patches that the astronauts were wearing, we look at the vector symbols and we look at the symbology. You see them everywhere. This is the point that you're trying to elucidate, I think, as well. Is once you see it, you can't stop seeing it.
Yeah.
So when you get to the 66,600 and whatever it is, the number associated with a spinning ball, your gut reaction is to start throwing up.
Yeah. I mean, you can see so much symbolism like all over their what do you call them? Their businesses, their kind of like products. Yeah, like there's symbols everywhere, right? So someone could be like, how do you know what is true or false? Well, for me, I always start with like some heavy dose of skepticism because, if there's, and then on top of that, right, after I joined this server, I kind of like heard you guys talk, I'm hearing that, by the way, they don't have any evidence of this and this and that. Well, that, like, with that foundation, it just kind of like built upon that. And from there, I was like, it's making sense. I had more conversations with people, and yeah, I mean, it wasn't like a hassle for me to like kind of get it. And then you could say, well, there you go. You're like you have like confirmation bias because you already don't trust them. Well, the thing is though, if we don't have evidence, right? It's like the only thing that I think has like that's the only thing important to me, right? If there's no evidence, if there was evidence, like if we can see the curvature, right? And I watch these debates on YouTube, and sometimes I'm like, okay, the guy that's like the flat earther, he's not kind of like explaining it properly. Sure. Well, maybe it's also my lack of understanding. I'm not really good with numbers, but but like I'm watching these debates and I'm like, okay, yeah, I mean, okay, that could be evidence like for the whole, what was it? Do you guys know about the pendulum thing that they kind of cite?
Pendulum, yeah.
Yeah, that one. I was watching kind of like a debate on that, and the flat earther was like, "Oh, that doesn't count." Well, you look a little further, right? I mean, it's easy to kind of just be like, "Oh, well, he wasn't explaining it properly, so therefore he's wrong." Like, that's not evidence. Like, but you kind of like look through more options. Like, you're looking through more of these debates, and then you see that actually one side is kind of just like it's kind of like, I don't want to say common sense either. I would say like it just kind of makes more sense, while the other side is like telling you or asking you to kind of like be a scientist to try to understand why they're coming to that conclusion. It's always like more advanced and more complex, and you have to like decode it, and then like what I mean. It's not immediately like obvious. What I mean? Like you have to like crank some numbers. You have to like understand some science. Where it's like, oh, the flat Earth, it's kind of like more simple. And I think that matters because why would it be so complicated in the first place? For like, because like most people aren't scientists, so they should be able to get it as well. Well, to me, the whole like it being complicated and being so scientific and being so like like the regular guy on the street will understand it. It's because they're kind of like relying on you to like trust them, right? Because you're like, oh, I'm not really advanced. I'm not very scientific. So, those guys know more than me. So you're just like, yeah, I'll like trust them. Get it? Because I don't want to look stupid. If they were to call me out, if I were like to question them, they can like call you stupid, and then I guess people don't like that. But that for me is a reason for why you shouldn't trust them, because it should be simple. But yeah. But I'm actually now looking for a flat Earth tag. If you guys can give me one. Hello, did I cut?
You're there.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, it would be really nice if I can get like the flat Earth tag, because then it's like not being called out all the time. I mean, it's nice to say. It's nice to be greeted, but
Usually you have to like, take an interview for that.
Oh, okay. All right then.
Someone saying they were wanting to go for their flat Earth roll.
Huh? Which? Oh, I think it's me.
Oh, what's your name in the chat?
Erit.
Erit. Okay. Do you see the interview channel? Just above VC check-in 1.
Oh yeah, I do.
Do you want to jump in there?
Okay. All right.
Hey, Jetta, you there? Chris? Keep missing him.
What did somebody want? Sorry, I was busy making tea and coffee.
Is that Jedi?
It is.
Hey, it's Russ. Had a pretty elementary question, but I've been trying to understand, make sense of this elevation angle, and thought I did until I watched some debates with Globers, and they just completely confused it. Confused me with it. So on a globe, what they're trying to say, first of all, I don't understand how you can get a GP on a globe, but they constantly send this visual. It's a picture of a sphere with a straight line going across the top of the sphere, and the GP would technically be in like a faraway galaxy, right? If the stars are as far away as they claim, the GP would be on the other side of the supposed sphere. But how do you get a ground position or an elevation angle? Does that question make sense? Like I said, I'm pretty elementary into all these concepts, but I'm trying to make sense of it.
Exactly. You're trying to make sense of it because it doesn't seem sensical. It's nonsensical to suggest that you can have 190-degree ground position on a curved surface. And as I like to point out, every single fucking star is supposed to have a 90-degree ground position. What I mean by 90 degrees, straight line down from the star, one line, and then the base line from that point on the Earth to you. Now, this is interesting as well because it doesn't matter whether you call it a dip correction or elevation correction. Your correction always takes you down to the surface of the Earth to meet that line between you and the ground position of the star. So you can then read your elevation angle up from that baseline and that 90 degree and fucking complete your triangle. Now, within these calculations, they'll draw a tangent line. Every single conversation I have with these ballers, let's call them, that want to come and argue the point is, well, you draw a tangent line, don't you, that intersects with the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, that solves one problem. But what you have to remember is, let's call it Polaris is the star in question. And that star in question has a GP that can be 3,000 miles beyond the horizon. That's a problem. So all of your calculations will take you down to a flat baseline. They call this the equatorial plane of the Earth.
Got it. Yeah, because it seems pretty simple, but once you hear them starting to explain it, that's when it gets a little confusing. So I just wanted to kind of make sure I grasp it, which I think I do. It's just they're trying to weasel their way out of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just remind them that the GP of the star is beyond the horizon, and every star has a GP. You can't have 190-degree angle on a curved surface, let alone all of them, those GPs. So you must remember that you can be a stationary boat at sea with your sextant, and you can make elevation angle calculations by using your sextant to all of these stars at any one time, and they will have a ground position. Every single one of them will be 90 degrees to you. Every single one of them. And then that boat over there, with the captain of their ship using the same device that you are, which is an angle measuring device, will have 90 degrees of ground position of stars, and they will draw lines to him, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level. You can't get one. You're not going to get multiple. Fuck your ball.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess it's more frustrating rather than confusing then.
Yeah. It's because they're trying to tap dance around it, and you're trying to pull them back into the issue that this is an angle. Do you know what a triangle is? This is what frustrates me, because flat Earth is really simple, and when you get them down to this one thing, it is an angle. You require a straight line to make an angle. You're not going to be using angle measuring devices in any way, shape, or form. If any of those lines are going to be curved, that'll be your Earth curve underneath. Yeah, it's just a tap dancing. Don't let them get away from understanding what a fucking triangle is. You can, with celestial navigation, every single point along the way, yeah, you just stab them with that as well. Just keep reminding them that the surface has to be level for you to get 90 degrees on it.
Understood. Thank you, Jedi.
No problem, man. And I get it. It's sometimes we feel stupid. Like, this is a very simple point. I don't understand why the fucking rest of the world doesn't understand this. I must be crazy. It must be me and not them. No, mate, it's them. It's their cognitive dissonance. It's their belief that they are trying to hold on to, because you can't be right. Stupid flat earther who points out fucking reality and what it is. Yeah, it's not you, mate. It's not me. It's them.
Yeah, precisely. That's how basically every time I watch one of the Globers explaining away what starts out as a simple concept, all of a sudden, gets me thinking like, wow, maybe I really don't get this. This is but inside, deep down, I know I do, but they throw so many theories and math equations that admittedly I can't comprehend. So but that's how they do it, right? That's exactly how they do it.
They'll throw as many tacks onto the road as they can, and hopefully one of them will puncture your tyres. Mate, don't worry about the tacks on the road, and don't worry about your fucking tyres. Just keep on fucking going. You know what a triangle is. It doesn't matter if you don't know anything about algebra or fucking home baking or whatever they want to throw in the way. Just keep them on point to this. They might try and have a go at your character. You're not intelligent enough because you don't understand this tack that I've just thrown in the road that's burst your tyres because you don't get it. Don't fall for those tricks. Keep going to your target. An angle.
Bingo.
Look, myself, Mayhem, everybody else in this server that's been around for a long time sees these tricks at play. We've been talking about celestial navigation for what seems like a year, maybe two now. When we start realizing the way that we navigate across the Earth. But when we present them to people that are on the anti-flat Earth side, and this is the noise that we get, and most of it will be confusion tactics, right? You don't understand what you're saying. Even when they throw things like a tangent line, yes, you can. It's just a tangent line down to the horizon. It's not the horizon you look at, it's the GP of the star, which could be 3,000 miles beyond the fucking horizon. Your calculation will take you down to the flat baseline of the Earth. So you can draw a straight line from you, put your sextant on the floor, Let's do that. Let's remove all calculations. All calculations for dip correction or altitude corrections. Put the sextant on the floor. Straight line from U to GP. Elevation at angle up to star. Problem solved. Earth has to be flat. Bye.
Yep. Impossible on a curve. Yeah, it's the same tactic with everything, with the black swan. What do they say? Refraction or, something else. Meanwhile, you're looking at these things and it seems too simple not to get it, that they have to be, either deceitful or just very heavily invested.
It's either one or the other, either deceitful with intent or so heavily invested that they're blind at the moment, and the indoctrination and the brainwashing has still got a great big hold of them, because this piece of information cannot be true. Right? And even if it was, the Earth is still a fucking ball. But yes, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, all of those that are watching on YouTube, where we talk about what a fucking triangle is to people that would suggest that the Earth has got to be a spinning ball. That's what we are reduced to. Basic geometry. So the question for today, anybody on YouTube, if you want to come in and have a debate with us about what an elevation angle is, the question is, can you even get an angle if one of those lines is curved? Now, within my question, I've said an angle. You should understand that if I've got one curved line, that's going to interrupt two fucking angles. So how you going to have one, let alone two? I've fucked your triangle. Like, can you read an angle if one of those lines is curved? That's the question for you. If anybody else has got any questions about how simple reality is, and that's watching on YouTube, then I suggest you hit the link provided by Nightbot. It will take you to our lovely Discord server. You can go to voice checker number 1, and if you choose to have a conversation with one of our lovely volunteers to make sure that you're not some type of troll or something, and then you can have permission to open your mic and close your mic whenever you choose to and join the live stream. How about that then? If you want to have a conversation about the shape of the Earth, what it is or what it isn't, then hit that link provided by Nightbot. You can come and speak to me, Jedi. You can come and speak to any of these lovely people in the server as to why we understand the Earth has to be flat and stationary for us to get around the fucking place. This is how we navigate. And we have done for hundreds of years using triangles. That's why it's called triangulation and trilateration. If you really want, I can get you into cartography as well, because that is, using angles. Anytime you see an angle measurement on the surface of the Earth, you must understand that the surface of the Earth must be level. Can't be curved, because you wouldn't be talking about angles then, would you? The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat, stationary plane. In no way is it observed by you, the individual, to have curvature. And no way is it observed by you or felt or detected by you to have any motion. The Earth hasn't moved. When the Earth moved, we call that an earthquake. You fucking feel that. So outside of your senses, the Earth is not a rotating ball. The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used. We have a globe skeptic in the room. Versatile venue. What makes you a skeptic of the globe that they say that you live upon, my friend? You've got control of your mic. Let's have a chat. Lots of people in the server, lots of flat earthers. It's nice to know that you're a globe skeptic, though. Big Root is in the house. Good morning, Big Root, or good afternoon. My goodness me, the day is going past pretty fast. Blue Jumper's in the house. Johan Migard. Quatsy Quaddle, good to see you, my friend. Russ. Shambhala, or Sham... Shalom Rambo, sorry. Smurf as well. You're probably asleep by now, Smurf. TLS UK, you're deafened. Timbo, probably getting late for you, my friend. Versatile Venue, Zarglobe Skeptic, still waiting for you to unmute your mic and say hello, hello, hello. Wover, Yokemasher, Ethergrass and Sunny down the bottom of the server. Hope you guys are doing well. But yeah, good morning or good afternoon and even good evening to you all. Welcome to this beautiful Flat Earth Stationary Day. So I appreciate your message there, Timbo. It's nice to know that an Australian is surfing. I mean, could you be any more fucking stereotypical, you know? This is why I like to pick on you. And I guess this it's a term of endearment, mate. I got a lot of respect for you, man, but you're an idiot. Fucking surfing. You fucking Aussie cunt. What are you doing? It's probably going to throw another shrimp on the barbie any moment now. Wrestle a kangaroo. Yeah, that's what it'll be. Good lad, Timbo. Good to see you, mate. Yeah, love the banner too, brother. Love the banner too. Timbo and I have this relationship, is he? Yeah. He's a good lad.
Why you guys talking so much in here, bro?
It's good to see you, my friend. How you doing, my man?
Good, what's going on, brother?
Yeah, keeping it real, my friend. Keeping it flat and stationary as always. It's good to see that you're doing good, positive things as always, man.
Thank you, man. I hope you are doing good as well.
Fantastic, man. As always. What brings you in today? Hoping to find something exciting, something to chew upon? Or have you got something in the pipeline you want to tell us about, mate? What's going on for you?
Well, I don't know, man. I'm just driving, so I just jump in here.
You're still impatient to get that second baby underway, I reckon, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I think we're going to move to maybe to Florida in August, and then we'll do the second baby thing.
Awesome stuff. And just moving the family around, that's good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, we tried out South Carolina. I think I want no winter, so how it goes. We just, I don't know if you heard, but Jaron, Dave, and I just jumped on this dude's channel called Jason Shirka. I guess they have a platform that has like 10 million subs, but on YouTube they have like 150K. And
oh, wow.
Yeah, they have like 10 million people that are on their little platform. But they cover all kinds of stuff like supposed whistleblowers from the secret space program and all this weird stuff. Yeah, we just flat smacked them for like 3 hours. It's pretty funny. And let's see, I think I'm gonna try to get on Fresh and Fit, and maybe with John Zerka. So that would be pretty funny. And then
I'll tell you what, that would be awesome if you could get onto Fresh and Fit, my friend. Because obviously we've had this little bit of back and forth from my own personal point of view. The gentleman who went on last time was not a flat earther that I would want to represent me. You, my friend, though, I'd let you represent me absolutely 100% as a true flat earther. Yeah, could you go and do that on my behalf, mate? I'd appreciate that.
Thanks. Yeah, that's the plan. I will say we wouldn't want just any flat earther repping flat earth at Fresh and Fit. You got to be careful.
No, exactly. So this is within the server. I was talking to quite a few people about it, which is why we reached out and we got in the kind of back chat and speaking to them, because it's the representation. We know what happens with flat earth representation. And look, we know who the true flat earthers are, right? That's me, you, and everybody else in the server. David Weiss is of this world, but we still need to have those trusted people put onto the platform. So like I said, if you're going to be going on there, mate, I've spent loads of time with you and listening to you and following you and stuff. So yeah, you could go and do that. You would have my blessing and the server's blessing. That's the flat earth argument, right? But you wouldn't be talking about it. You understand this. I can't remember the guy's name. But even when he started talking on Fresh and Fit, I didn't like his attitude. You've always carried yourself with a certain type of dignity, mate, so they couldn't really cast anything against your character and so on. Where this other gentleman, he was talking about fucking bitches out and other people being jealous. Not what the flat earth's about, mate. That's not you.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that like I haven't heard it talked about on there, but I'm pretty sure it would have been John Zerka. So like,
yeah.
But that is how I'll get on there. To be real, right? Like, so I did a modern day debate that James set me up with John Zerka. I didn't even really know who that was, and he was acting reckless in the debate. You know, he was just like checking the Glovers the whole time. I mean, he's funny, but he's like vulgar. Not really my thing. But anyway, he was just saying that he wanted to collab in the future. And so I'm trying to think of like, well, you know, this is an opportunity, meaning he's going super viral and he's on Fresh and Fit a lot. So they just need to get me in the chair there. You know, like I don't really care how it happens. Like just Just get me in the chair in person, and I'll take care of the rest.
Give them the 3 points, mate. If you could, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. That's 101.
No curve, no motion, no space. What say you? But yeah, go and explain that stuff to him, man. If you could get your foot in the door, man, let me know when it is. You'll definitely have the whole server behind you, for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Well, that Zerka jumped in and he didn't even talk about flat Earth at all. Not once. He was talking about
No, but
other
this is the
things.
thing. He wants to, but he wants to, he just wants to be famous. He's being famous right now. So, like,
Yeah.
John Zerka's going super viral on the internet. He was canceled everywhere, and now he's going super viral. So, yeah, I mean, in that sense, it's actually smart. Unfortunately, like, you're not going to go famous talking about flat Earth. I will at least give him props in this sense, though. Like, no matter what show he's on, if someone brings up flat Earth, he doesn't hide from it. So, kind of unlike, I hate to do this, but like the Alex Steins who will be asked once they get big and they say no. Like, he'll never do that. But, because like this is how I look at it. Like, without John Zerka, flat Earth is still ridiculed and looked at badly, right? Like, everyone thinks flat Earth is stupid before they look into it. So if you have a flat earther that is acting wild, like, yeah, it's not the best optics, but is it really going to hurt us I mean, maybe, I don't know, because they think we're stupid anyway. So, like,
Yeah. So it's always crazy until they hear the arguments.
Right. So just like get the word out there. Like if someone is forced to hear it where they normally wouldn't hear it, which is what John Zerka is doing, right? He's going on all these shows that just talk about a bunch of depravity, and now they're forced to hear about it. So, at least some people will be like, wait, I gotta look into this. What is this dude talking about? I don't know. I try to look at it like that, but I try to look at the positive of it because, unfortunately, what's about to happen is flat Earth is about to blow up. Like, it actually is. It for sure is about to blow up. And, you're going to get a lot of that. You're going to get a lot of people that talk about that are flat earthers. So right now we should just savor the moment, but it's going to be short-lived, unfortunately, right? Like, if you increase the amount of people that know about the earth being flat, you're going to increase the amount of people that say ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, I just hope that you get on that show, man. And to be honest, I've been talking about the hero complex that we have. Ooh, save the world, because us little humans can do something to disrupt the natural order that God set. Oh, let us protect flat Earth. We don't really have to do that. We just need it to get out there, and the truth will handle itself. It's like trying to get in the shower and staying dry with Q-tips. That's not going to happen. The truth is going to get out there eventually, and it's going to do what it does.
Yeah, like, we just need people to go around that can adapt to their environment. Meaning, like, we don't need boomers going around, like, I don't know how to say that, but that we need people that go around and can adapt to their environment. I mean, hopefully everyone understands what I'm saying. Like when I jumped on Bro Sanchez, like, super, super easy for me to just vibe with this whole community. We need that. That's what we need. We need people that have social awareness, so, like, they can adapt to where they're at. So, like, if they ask me a question, like, I can alley-oop them, I guess what I'm saying. Like, if they ask me about women, like, I don't agree with a lot of stuff that they say, but I do agree with, like, the natural order of men and women, and men have authority, and men and women are different. You know what I'm saying? So I would just say the stuff we do agree on and get to flat Earth. We need people to be a little bit more tactical with their social approach, I think. But you get it. That's why I think rap is so good. I think flat Earth rap is so good. Like, King Los, I was talking to him the other day, and he just released a music video. And in the music video, he just subtly slides in a flat Earth bar, right? And like, that's like the best thing that can happen for flat Earth. Is flat Earth has to fight the stigma of not being cool. That's really it. And we have to living, bro. People are retarded and they operate at low vibrations, and to get their attention, you're gonna have to be cool, quote unquote. You know, like what did he say? He said the doc said that I'm insane. I got an Antarctic ice wall around my brain, but it's melting because every time I climate change. So that's fire. Just slip in. Now I know a lot of people are like, we don't necessarily think there's a white ice wall and stuff like that, but it is still cool that King Los said that. And yeah, that's kind of the only way we're going to glitch out the Matrix, I think, is to like infiltrate culture. I think you guys get it. But there is something to be said, like with what Jedi was saying as well, like if flat earthers go and they just say stupid stuff. So like if flat earth's been censored and then finally someone can't avoid but hear it, and then where they hear it, the person that's a flat earther is saying something ridiculous, they're able to like write off flat earth. You know, it confirms their bias. So there's like a middle ground here. I don't know.
That's what I wanted to avoid, mate. It's just another one of these straw men that I was scared that was going to be held up for everybody to slay down. You understand that was kind of what we've been subjected to quite a bit. And we've got control of this movement now, man. We are the flat earthers, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, did you guys hear that Nick Fuentes basically came out as a flat earther?
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. Like, he was on a show with, funny enough, John Zerka. So, yeah, Sneeko, John Zerka, they have some other dude on there. And that dude's like, he's like defending NASA and the moon landing. So Zerka's like, wait, do you believe in the moon landing? And he says, yes, we went to the moon. And he's like, oh my God. And then Fuentes says, the most blue-pilled normie ever. And so then the dude asks Nick, he's like, wait, you don't believe in the moon landing? He's like, jury's out on that one. I don't see convincing evidence that we went to the moon. No. And then he's like, but you know the earth is round, right? And Fuentes is like, I don't know, man. I've never seen the earth. I've never seen a round earth. And recently he said in a stream apparently, because someone sent it to me, he said, like, I'm no globe cuck. So he's basically said that he thinks it's a really polarizing subject, so he just like kind of stays at somewhat of a distance. But he said, I'm no globe cuck. So anyway, Nick Fuentes is going to be a flat earther. He's in Kanye West's campaign, bro. And that's pretty insane. And then Sam Tripoli just came out as a flat earther and said, I think he wants to have me on his show, apparently. And we're trying to get him to set up a show with, like, say, Neil deGrasse Tyson or someone like that. And I debate him on Sam Tripoli's show. So there's, like, a lot of stuff about to happen. You know, it's like, I don't really know what's going to happen, but it's, like, bubbling up right now. You know what I mean? And, yeah, I just think we should almost savor the moment right now because it's kind of chill and cool, and we're at the cool kids table, but a whole bunch of people about to come sit at the table. You got Jim Brewer basically about to come out as a flat earther, Sam Tripoli, Nick Fuentes. You got Fresh and Fit, 1.5 mil, like, producer's a flat earther. They don't shy away from flat earth. It's just like that moment. That's finally that moment after, 7 years, right, where they can't really bottle it up anymore. Oh, I mean, even Alex Stein is integrating flat earth into his show now. So, and one thing we do that we shoot ourselves in the foot is, like, we try to be super truthers. You know what I'm saying? So we're like, we find what someone's done wrong, and we'd rather them not talk about flat Earth because we don't agree with what they did here or what they said here or anything like that. But I think that's stupid. I think that's kind of playing it. We even do that to each other, bro. Like, if I wear an orange shirt, someone's in the comments talking about how I'm a Mason and orange means 33. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole super trooper truther move is not the move, dude. We just gotta let it be, bro. Everyone lives on the Earth. Everyone can find out that it's flat. But anyway, I'll throw a flat Earth subject out there since I'm just talking, killing the room, I guess. But like, so you know how they always say refraction for everything. So I've come up with something that I just simply have not heard any bother or rebut at all. So say we go out and we see something way too far, quote unquote, right? I mean, there is no such thing as seeing too far because the Earth's flat, but we see too far for the globe or whatever, right? So like, say we see a lighthouse that should be blocked by the curve of the Earth, and we can see the lighthouse. Well, they say it's refraction. So the lighthouse was loomed up over the horizon and got optically lifted with refractions, and we can see it over the curve, right? So they say refraction. So if I pull out infrared, infrared has less refraction because of its wavelength. So what that means is when I pull out my infrared camera, I should see less of the lighthouse. I should see more of the lighthouse blocked because there's less refraction. So if refraction is making me see more over the curve, then less refraction means I'd see less, obviously. But the opposite happens. When we pull out infrared, we see more of the lighthouse and we see further. So that directly refutes their claim that refraction is making us see over the curve. So that's the end of the whole game. That's the game, set, match. Hopefully that was coherent. You guys get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's all good. I think the big thing that Troubling has been talking about, he always starts his podcast this way, or debate podcasts, he always talks about line of sight. And I think line of sight, if we just hit the globe side with line of sight, that takes care of everything, whether it's, supposedly 616 miles, 700 miles, or just 28 miles, or whatever it is. If we just hit them with line of sight and do it on video and do it in a professional way and get on YouTube, obviously they aren't going to let us on TV. But if we just hit line of sight, I did the thing from Indiana Dunes, 28 miles across to Chicago from the beach. So I was about 8 feet observation height. Now, obviously, 8 feet observation height, 28 miles isn't 616 or 273 or whatever. But I will say, you will get a beautiful day, and you will see all of Chicago from 28 miles. At 8 feet observation height, there should be 401 feet of hidden Earth curve. And you can see all of Chicago. Now, basically, 400 feet is a 40-story building, give or take a few stories. And if you can see all of Chicago and all of the 40-story buildings from 28 miles away, let alone Sears Tower, which is 1450 high, and if you can see all of the 400-foot buildings all the way to the base, then that's done, man. I mean, it's it. I know it's just 28 miles, but it's over. I mean that little shot, it's over. And so, I love the 616 mile and the 700 mile. I think it's awesome. But you don't need that much. You just need 28, 38, 50, and sometimes you just need 8 or 9 or 10 if you're really, really close to the ground. So it's a fascinating proposal. This line of sight that Trebling talks about, that Austin talks about, is really the way to go if you just want to be elementary to the normies out there and get them across in their mind that, hey, we don't live on a ball. You can't see this if we live on a ball that's curving of 39, 59, and it's somewhat easy for them to understand. And I think that's our way forward, is line of sight and videos and good explanations.
Yeah, but I just want to the ballers don't care because they're brainwashed, but they're just going to say it's refraction. I mean, yeah, everyone in this room knows that that's not a sufficient explanation. And like with a mirror flash, for example, you have to have line of sight because you can only see the flash once the specific angle occurs that you get line of sight. So it can't be refraction. It requires direct line of sight based on the reflection to see the mirror. But my point is, say when you go and see Chicago, okay, so say you see Chicago, it should be behind the curve of the earth. They say, oh, well, it's refraction. If you pull out infrared, you should see less of Chicago. If you can see more of it, it literally debunks the excuse of refraction. Thus, it debunks the globe, right? Like, we know the globe's already been debunked. That's not the point. The normie hears refraction, and then their brain shuts off. They're like, oh, okay, well, it's just a mirage. It's just an illusion or whatever. Infrared has less refraction. It doesn't matter how much less it is. It's just that it's less. Which means if Chicago should be blocked, so let's say 3/4 of the building should be blocked, but we see 3/4 of the building. Okay? And they're like, oh, well, it's just refraction. Then I pull out my infrared, I should see more of the building blocked. If what they're saying is true, less refraction should mean that I see more of the building blocked. I've done this in real life. This is the opposite of what happens. When you pull out infrared, you see more of the bottom of objects and you see further. Now, we know why on a flat Earth, obviously, because like infrared cuts through haze. It cuts through atmospheric obstruction. So you're able to see further at the bottom. So our explanation makes 100% sense. Right? But that, in my opinion, this ends the whole debate. There's no reason to go around with people anymore. We just go out with a regular P900 and an infrared P900, or infrared P1000 and regular P1000. We make the observation same time, same position, same observer height. We show that the infrared shows more of the object and we see further than the regular camera. That debunks everything that they say regarding refraction.
Austin, sorry. Did you know of a regular camera that has infrared that can be purchased, or whatever, at a relatively inexpensive price? Because I know with the P1000, when you go to install the infrared in the P1000, they got to take it apart, and sometimes it costs another $1,000 to put it, do that, and they don't guarantee that it's the same when you get it back. So I've seen people, who bought infrared that have been adjusted that work just fine, and they didn't have to pay the extra price like I would. So do you know of because I would love to get an infrared, because what you're saying, what other people have said. Do you know of how I can get into infrared without having to spend another $1,000 and tearing apart my P1000?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, you just bought P1000, so I would not mess with it. I would not mess with it. I don't know. I mean, there are different cameras that have decent zoom. Unfortunately, the problem is you want the same camera, or at least the same zoom. So you'd want to only zoom in on your P1000 as far as the other camera can zoom. But I think you could get infrared cameras, the whole setup, for like $400 or $500. I mean, that's not really cheap, but what you would have to do if you did that, if you went and bought a camera with less zoom. So the P1000 has 125x, right? So if you're going to pull out another camera, an infrared, say it has 50x zoom, then you're going to want to only zoom your P1000 in 50x. So that's one option, right? You could buy a camera that has less zoom and just make sure that you have infrared. You can even just buy filters for a lot of cameras, depending on the camera. And then, just show them side by side.
Yeah, a few weeks ago, I went over to South Bend, which is 35 miles from me. That's where Notre Dame is. And I went over to Gene's camera shop, and Jack is the owner. And I had some questions on the P1000, and he, went through it with me without charge. And he set my camera on default for infinity, for autofocus, and for it was one other thing he set it on. He set it on for me for long distance observation, and then he showed me how to use the zoom and stuff like that, because the camera actually can do a whole lot. I had no idea it could do that much. And then I decided to go see Tom Coombs, the guy who did the Mirage thing, a few years ago. So I went to ABC 57, which is right there, and I went in. It was about 4:30, and I went in. I said, "Can I talk to Aaron and Tom?" Because Tom doesn't come in till 4:00 because he does the 6 o'clock and the evening shows sometimes. And so I asked for Aaron, who's the general manager, and for Tom, and Tom didn't come out, but Aaron came out, general manager, and I introduced myself and I said, "Hey, and I told him about Tom, and he didn't tell the truth on TV and stuff like that. And Tom went, and Aaron went, "Well, we're done here, and will you please leave?" And I have it on audio. It was a very short conversation. I have it on my phone. But he's like, and I asked him, "Do you care about the truth, don't you?" And he goes, "Yes, I do." And I said, "Then why, then why don't you tell the truth about the Mirage thing? Because it's impossible." So I hit two birds with one stone. I found out about my P1000, and I got to go to the TV station.
No, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, it was fun. It was good. This journey hasn't always been fun, but it's been very interesting and illuminating.
The P1000 is dope, bro. Like you can get really good time lapse.
Yeah.
On the Star Trails. Like if you ever got bored and went and set up your P1000 over Lake Michigan at night, you could time lapse the stars, and according to the globe, they should intersect the water horizon, but they never, ever, ever do that. Never. They disappear right above it.
Yeah. It's really interesting. Oh yeah, I know. I remember what Jack told me. He set it on default on infinity, the portrait mode, and then autofocus. And he said if you ever want to get into close-ups, you can just change it over to manual. And then he said don't use the viewing screen, which is like 3 inches. Use the the small screen on top, and because it'll give you a lot more of what you're actually looking at. It'll still give you all the information you're looking at. And also, it's a good thing is it's 3 pounds, so I used to just balance it with my right hand and my left hand on the barrel where one of the focuses is, and now I can balance it up against my glasses because I'm looking directly into it. So I don't have to necessarily use my tripod all the time. I can balance it almost with a tripod in my right hand, left hand, and my glasses. So I can take a lot better shots, a lot more sturdy shots without the tripod. Because the tripod's about 5 pounds, 6 pounds. What the heck? Don't want to carry it around.
Have you seen Chicago pop up at sunset yet?
No. What's fascinating is I've gone to Michigan City because I'm only 4 miles from the beach here in Michigan City, so I've gone there a number of times. And I saw it June. I think I put it on a YouTube video, and I think I've shared it. I forget what day it was. It was like 2 weeks ago, and I did see it I saw it at 5:15 when the lights on top of the Sears Tower were still flashing, and then I saw it at 5:30 when the lights were off. They turned the lights off, so I got that. But it was a fascinating thing, Austin. I went out 3 or 4 days ago, and I caught the sun. The sun is quite far to the north of Chicago, even in Michigan City. Of course, June 21st, so it'll start going south or to the left again. And I caught Chicago, and there was some of those forest fires. But I did catch it, and I caught the sun going down. I went back 10 hours later at 4 o'clock in the morning, and or 8 hours later at 4 o'clock in the morning to catch it. And I couldn't see a doggone thing because the fire, the clouds from the fire, smoke from the fire, totally. Yep. It was the most worst. And you know what that thing is? I got up at 2 o'clock in the morning, went up to Waco Beach, which is 55 miles away, climbed up about these stairs, about 100 feet observation. I think I could see Chicago. Got up there, couldn't see a thing because the stupid fires and stupid smoke. Yep. And then I drove down to Michigan City. Stupid smoke, can't see a thing. I caught the sun coming up, but the sun came up above where it normally does because the fires, the clouds from the fires had smoke from the fires had totally taken care of the horizon part. You couldn't see the sun until it went above the smoke. It was the funniest thing, man. I made this comment. Are they getting ready with these fires as a practice to future climate lockdowns? Because hey, we got too much heat in the world, and we got too much, not enough water, and we have too many fires. So we're going to lock you down. And that's just a thought that I came up with, and it's just like it's a possibility. It could be a precursor for a future lockdown.
Yeah. I think for sure we'll see climate lockdowns. But when I went to Chicago, like think about it, if like there's smoke everywhere, like it's dangerous to go outside. But I went to Chicago. I guess this was a couple years ago on the tour, and because when I first showed my dad Flat Earth, I showed him the Chicago video, and he responded, "Oh, so now you believe what's on the news?" And I'm like, "Oh, so are you insinuating that this is fake?" Like I don't. And he's like, "When you go do it yourself, then tell me about it." So I'm just like, "Okay, you don't want to know the truth, whatever." But when I was on tour, I'm like, "Oh, we got to go to Chicago because I want to show my dad." But when I went there, same thing. There were forest fires from the west, and you couldn't see anything, dude. You couldn't see anything, bro. It looked terrible 2 days in a row. So I definitely know what you're talking about. You could barely see the sun when it's like really high in the sky, and even then, it was like kind of being blocked most of the time. It's just like this huge layer of like haze. It sucks. So yeah, and that place gets hit with the forest fires pretty hard. Like it all moves over right to Lake Michigan.
Yeah, I'm gonna get over. I have Interstate 94 takes me over to Chicago. It takes you west and then north through Chicago. And when you get to Chicago, you just get off and go east to the lakeshore. I've never been to the lakeshore before, where the beach is. I'm told that you can go to the lakeshore and look across to Michigan City, which is 38 miles away, and see the smokestack, the power station here. And if you can see that power station, then 38 miles, which is a lot lower. It's 300 to 400 feet tall. That if you can see it from 38 miles, then you don't live on a ball. So I'm gonna do that sometime. Chicago's known for its deep dish pizza, so it's gonna be a twofer. I'm gonna go over and get some deep dish pizza and look across to Michigan City and get that on video and see what I can see, on a good day. But it's a fun experience. I tell you what, it's. People, I tell you, Austin, if you're set up on a tripod with your P1000 and you have the focus out, the lens out, people stop and ask you because that camera looks kind of weird with that barrel out. So people, I was out May 10th up at St. Joseph, Benton Harbor, and I was up at night. I was filming the sun going away, moving away, because Chicago you couldn't see it because of atmospherics. And I had 8 people stop me, stop by and ask me questions. And a group of 3, group of 2, and a group of 3.
Do you flash smack on? Dude, the same thing happened when I was. Yeah. I always flash. Yeah, I explained that Yeah, I just slide in there. Like they're like, what are you doing? Are you a photographer? I'm like, oh, I'm just testing the globe. And like they have no idea what that means, you know. So they're like, wait, what? And then you got them trapped. That happened to me literally at Lake Michigan. Someone walked up, but me and Chris is just all the time. We would just have conversations out loud, clearly to flat smack surrounding people. So we'll be like, oh, well, our observer height is 6 feet, and then according to the globe, there should be this much of that obstructed, and blah, blah. But yeah, that's like a perfect opportunity to flat smack people when you have like the real professional setup and you're like looking out over the water, and then they want to know what you're doing, and then you tell them, oh, I'm just proving we don't live on a globe.
Yeah. I town from St. Joseph, which is the sister city of Benton Harbor. It's divided by St. Joseph River. It's 62 miles away, and you park, and they have the perfect setup. They have kind of a boardwalk where 4 or 5 people could walk, walk side by side, and they have this perfect little cement place that kind of jets out from that, which you can set up your tripod. You're not in anybody's way. So you're right there, right next to the parking lot, and where everybody's walking by. And Chicago's 62 miles across. And then, of course, the sun right now is moving away to the right. And again, it'll start moving to the left where you can start getting those silhouettes that are so famous for. And, so it's fun to sit there. And a lot of people in Warren Dunes and St. Joseph, they come out at night just to watch the sun go down because it's beautiful. I mean, it's straight across Lake Michigan. We're looking straight west, and that's where the sun is moving away. And it's, so a lot of people come out with their cameras and take shots. And but yeah, it's a lot of fun because they see you set up and they want to know what you're looking at. They think you're looking at the sun, which I am, because I can't see Chicago because of atmospherics, and the silhouette won't happen probably until late September, early October. And so it's just really fun. And I'm only at about 25 feet observation height. It's pretty close to the beach, 25 feet observation height. So that should be about 2,100 feet of hidden curve, and it is very true.
So imagine this, dude. Imagine if you set your camera up, and then, like, I went to Chicago. I went into one of the buildings, or on top of one of the buildings, and I was able to do a mirror flash. They have little like pocket held mirror flashes that they sell that can be seen from crazy distances. It's like it'll fit in the palm of your hand like 5 times. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. I forgot what it's called. But the military uses line of sight because you can't see it unless you're in a direct line of sight. Long story short, a mirror flash. Imagine you taping that across Lake Michigan. Like, say someone pulls out their little mirror and does a mirror flash, say from on top of one of the like medium height buildings. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that would be fire. And like, in my opinion, I think that we should really double down on mirror flashes and infrared observations, because there's really no way around it. Like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not, like, no one ever seems to really respond. I'm trying to get like honest feedback if there's something I'm missing here. Like, no ballers ever responded with anything other than denying it. So, like, yeah, do you guys agree with my assessment of the infrared? Like, it debunks the globe definitively. If you see further and more of the object in infrared, it debunks their claim that we're seeing further because of refraction. We should see more of the object blocked. Like maybe I should put it like this. According to them, we see further than the globe predicts because of refraction. So infrared would make us see more closely to what's really supposed to be there because there's less refraction, which means if we're on a globe, if I see closer to what really is there, I should see more of the objects blocked by the curve of the earth. If I see the opposite, then it's over. It's like literally there's nowhere to go. I've had a couple ballers admit that it would debunk the globe and then just deny that it happens. Which means if we can just compile that, like, they have nothing. Like, it's over.
you've done a 9-minute on gravity and a 5-minute on muons. Muons was hilarious, man. And you should do like a 5-minute on infrared and mirror flashes, just so, and explain it to us like we're fourth graders, which sometimes I am. And if you could do that like you did with gravity and did with muons, that would be great, because I think a lot of us don't understand the concept behind infrared and mirror flashes. And if you could put that in some sort of a short video and maybe have Shane or whatever share it with everybody, that would be great.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's simple. Infrared has longer wavelengths, a longer wavelength than visible light, and refraction is proportionate to wavelength. So since infrared is a longer wavelength than visible light, there's less refraction.
I think many of us have seen that elevation shot with infrared that is looking across at the mountains, left to right. I think a lot of us have seen that. A pretty decent elevation height to start out with, and looking across the mountains. We've seen that and appreciate that. It's just some of us are a little bit slower to. Once we understand it, we got it. But some of us are a little bit slower to get to this understanding of technology, especially if you're a little bit older like I am.
All right, that's cool. I'll try to make like a visual, and yeah, I'll try and like cover it in the stream, and then it can be cut out or something. I don't have time to edit anything, dude. I'm like, I literally need like 10 secretaries already.
Your little 5-minute snippet on muons, MUONS, was awesome, because it made me interested in seeing what else in quantum mechanics ends with ONS as well. And there's a lot of it. It's just all garbage, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they
I'm
just
sorry.
discovered the pseudoscientific time.
Oh my goodness. I got like 25 hours. I have a 12-hour level. I have a 12-hour quantum mechanic video and another 4-hour. And then this one guy, he's about 30 years old. He's a PhD in physics. And he goes into quantum mechanics and the graphics quite heavily. So I got about 25 hours to sift through. It's very boring, but it's very interesting to see how these people think. And I even had a physicist yesterday tell me quantum mechanics is weird. He actually said it. Quantum mechanics is weird, but it's nice you're looking into it, because it apparently explains the world we live in. So the world we live in is weird. Thanks for playing.
Well, there's some truth though. Like, quantum mechanics is probably the most precise set of observations we of man have ever done, right? Like, for sure. And that's what some people say. You guys have heard the phrase a million times. It's the most experimentally valid field and blah, blah, blah. Well, it is the most precise in terms of observation. But it's the interpretation that is pseudoscience.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, so yeah, it's weird. It's only weird because it doesn't fit within their confinement of stupid materialism and heliocentrism, which are tied at the hip. So when you talk about these particles, you're talking about heliocentrism. They're not disconnected. That's incorrect. They're joined at the hip.
Here's my thought. Just looking at it is, there's a push toward world government, a world economic system, a world religion. I think they're going to take quantum mechanics. They're going to take the best that they can find in relativity, special and general. They're going to take the best of it. They're going to throw out string theory, because nobody understands string theory, and they're going to come up with their precious little unified field theory that Einstein worked on towards the end of his life. So I think they're going to unify the world under one government, one religion, one economic system, and one science. And obviously, it's called unified field theory. And they're going to use quantum mechanics, the best of relativity, and that's what they're going to call it.
I think that they'll come out and say that everything is waves, and yeah, I don't know. They'll basically take an ether theory and just not call it ether, and then they've already done that actually. So I don't know. Who knows what they're gonna do? At this point, they don't have to do anything. You know, like people are stupid. So. Dude, I did a stream that dunked so hard on quantum mechanics that not one person has been able to offer a rebuttal. I did that 9 months ago. I've sent the slides to different physicists, quantum physicists, you name it. They can't rebut it, bro. It just, whatever, you know. And then this is the thing, though, like how we understand light and all that's wrong. When we're trying to look at these observations, it's flooded with presuppositions. Light travels in straight lines, and no, it doesn't. Light doesn't travel. Now, there is longitudinal excitation, right? Because I want to use the word propagation, but then people get triggered because, you know, technically speaking, propagation would be travel, and it doesn't actually propagate from point to point. It just is. It's what we see. We see propagation, right? So, long story short, like even the idea that we see in straight lines is incorrect. It is. So technically, how we've been testing the globe has been wrong this whole time. It doesn't matter though, because that actually gives the globe the advantage. So we've been tricked into testing the globe with their presupposed understanding of our eyes and light, and it gives the globe an advantage. Because in reality, our vision is hyperbolic and elliptic. It changes based on distance, observer height, and conditions. So it's it's curved. Okay, and so that would mean you wouldn't even be able to see as far on the globe as they currently think you can. So us just like taking their assumption of seeing in straight lines, it gives the globe an advantage. Like think about it. Say I'm looking out straight and say we draw a straight line from our eyes, right? Like this orthographic Muppet vision. Which just really perplexed me. Some people know that they hijack perspective and they call it Muppet vision and they talk about orthographic pictures, but then they still use it. Like, if so, now we use like the person standing still, we draw a straight line out from their eyes, right? And then people act like that's how we see. Now imagine if that line's actually slightly curving down towards the ground. That means you're not going to be able to see as far on a globe. The curvature of vision is going to go into the curvature of the earth much sooner, right? Like kind of like the idea of when they say the laser refracts and bends around the ball. Well, like if it refracts a lot, wouldn't it bend into the ball? So we still wouldn't be able to see it, right? If it curved too much, it curved more than the earth and it'd bend into the ball, right? So that's how our vision works as well. Like we would not be able to see anything that we see if there's a ball because our vision's actually not Euclidean. So, yeah, anyway. Hopefully that makes sense.
My mic's working. Is it working?
Your mic is working, sir.
What's up, Austin? I'm the one that called in and I got cut off. I was just trying to prove that your line was working for the ball guy. So.
No, yeah, you're good. That was funny. I just think I accidentally showed your number, so my bad.
Oh, it's all good. I just wanted to, I hear what you're saying about the infrared. I understand what you're saying, and it definitely is a globe killer when properly understood. If like you just did articulated, is awesome. And of course, I support the line of sight because that's what I did for myself here in Kentucky back in 2015. I went to a lake 8.5 miles from the mirror, and when you really think about it, that has to be line of sight. So that's all I wanted to say. Just keep doing what you're doing, man. You're good. You're doing good.
Anything. Yeah, I think the mirror flash, we've let them slide on that when they say, I guess technically no one in here has let them slide on refraction, but refraction doesn't apply to the mirror flash, right? Like you can only see the mirror flash if it's at the perfect angle that you have line of sight. But when you start looking over great distances, our vision is non-Euclidean. So if anyone wants to verify for me that vision is Euclidean, like, I'll add your boy, because I've seen substantial evidence that that's not the case. Well, we should also do that. We should just do experiments to test that. What they did was they hijacked the way that we see the world, and they claim that it is what the world is. So yeah, I don't know. I think that these are the next big steps of flat Earth, and not because it's like the best way to debate. The best way to debate is to point blank be like, falsifications independent of replacement. You're making a positive claim. You have the burden of proof. You can't shift the burden of proof over to the party that's denying or challenging your positive assertion. Please provide empirical evidence to actually verify your claim. Empirical is observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. We need observable and falsifiable evidence that can be tested to actually support your positive claim. Here are your three primary claims. Here's a tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving ball. So therefore, you have to verify motion, convexity, and the vacuum of space is sitting adjacent to the atma. You need to verify these empirically, at the least even show that it's possible. Blah, blah, blah. That is the best way to dunk on the globe, okay? It's no doubt. But I'm saying that this stuff is important to actually figure out where we live. Okay, so like, that's what we really are in here for. We all discover we don't live where they say, and now we kind of want to know what it is. If everyone became a flat earther tomorrow, what would be the next step? It would be to figure out what the Earth is. Like, what really is it? Like where's the land that we're missing? What's the real map? Like, the way that we do that is we have to understand vision. We have to understand how we're seeing the world prior to us trying to interpret what the world is. So yeah, that's what I think. I think the assumption of Euclidean perspective is like such a deception.
That was very well said. They hijack the way we see and turn it into a globe. Like you said before, even when they came up with their latitudes and stuff, they were coming from a flat plane perspective, if you think about it. Anyway.
Yeah, of course. Also, that's why I started talking about magnetic declination, because I think that this is how you figure out where we live as well. Like, I basically was saying, like, there's no magnetic declination on flat Earth, and I think I wasn't actually correct in saying it like that, because there is flux in the field and blah, 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 but all of that being said, like, we need to go out and test it, because that'll help show us a more accurate map. So I don't know. I'm like at that point now where I'm like, dude, I've proven that no one can defend the globe. It doesn't matter what their credentials are, right? It doesn't matter. Like, you know, like astronomer, astrophysicists, geologists, you name it, bro. None of them can defend the globe. It's not defendable. So it's just kind of time to like, oh, then what's the next step? The next step is figure out what the Earth is. Maybe I'm alone in that, though. I don't know. Maybe some people think just showing the deception is really all that matters. I don't know. Like, what would you guys do if everyone found out the Earth was flat? What would you guys do the next day? Say the government admitted it.
We've got some interesting names that have jumped into the server.
Well, in answer to Witzit's question, I don't think that the government would go ahead and admit it, because then the whole system would collapse. Now, if they did admit it, that would be because they want to see it collapse, and then they'd go ahead and start all over again, just like Benjamin Franklin said. Every 200 years, the government needs to go ahead and be rebuilt.
Word, yeah. I mean, just take the government out of it. I guess my question is just like, say that everyone finds out the Earth is flat. What would you guys do the next day? Because the 3 points are no longer, I mean, you know, once flat Earth gets out there, then what's the next step? That's what I'm asking. Like, what would you guys do next? Would you guys be like, mission accomplished and let's hang it up? Or what do you guys think about that?
Yo, we're going to form a group, bunch of flat Earth Navy SEALs. We're charging south, baby. Let's go.
Oh, dude, let's go north, bro.
Well, actually, that's a good question, because I proposed that to the panel before. Would you rather go south or go north? And a lot of people said south, but some people said north, and I can definitely understand why you would want to go inward versus outward.
Yeah, I'd go north all day. I want to see the source of the magnetic field. Yeah.
Sorry to jump in, guys, and I appreciate what you're saying for sure. It's just some interesting names that have jumped into the server. Creation Bear, can you help me resolve that? So, where's this piss living water? Who's that? He's got no roles. Do we need to identify that person?
Drinker.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking as well. So just leave him without any ability, right?
The red profile, I can do that.
Yeah, fine. Sorry, there was a little bit of activity as well. I noticed quite a few people jumping in and out. There's a couple of names that have now jumped out of the server as well. I just wanted to catch hold of, but yeah, that definitely got that person. But a few people have jumped in as well, so it's definitely getting more lively in here. Going to give another shout out to Big Root Creation, who's just jumped in as well. Good to see you, Creation. Hope you're having a great day today. Elijah's in the house. Dave Hinkle, I heard that Kentucky vibe just a moment ago. Hope you're keeping well, my friend. But yeah, it's good to have Whitsit in the house as well. Good listening to you, my friend. That what you were talking about, the mirror flash just a moment ago. I know you're talking about going inwards and outwards just a moment, but when you were talking about the mirror flash, yeah, that kind of sparked right in my head a kind of glint that you're going to see far off in the distance because of that angle and that reflection. Yeah, you're only going to get that, man. Perfect. Really simple as well.
Shout out,
dude.
Jedi.
Everyone can go out and do that for like $5, $10.
I think we have a meme for that. A starter pack.
A mirror?
Yeah, this is a starter pack, $20 mirror, one friend, 2 phones, and a large body of water. That's not bad. Not bad to get started.
Oh yeah, camera phone even. That's lit. I think
Yeah, if everyone knew.
25-mile one.
25 miles, that's solid.
Yeah, like from right on the surface, right? So it should be like 100 feet, basically. Curve. Above a hump.
I got a screenshot I want to post about this inward versus outward thing. Posted in the chat just a moment. That's a good question, though. What would we do if everyone knew? Well, I also think that people would sort of muddy the waters with the message. There's already a lot of goofy people in the world. Like, I'm sure you guys have seen the videos where somebody will go up to random strangers on the street with a microphone. Hey, name 3 countries. And they're like, London,
mate. No, that's stupid, right? The reason why sorry, Creation. I know where you're going with this, but we have to remember that a long, long, long time ago, before the heliocentric model, the Earth was flat. And the place was already fucked up. Just because the Earth is flat doesn't make people better.
Right.
People are just going to be people. They understood the Earth was flat and stationary, and look what happened to them. Well, if we look at Sodom and Gomorrah, God weren't happy about that. If we look at the deluge, and we take these things into account, yeah. But just because the Earth is flat doesn't make you a better person.
There's actually argument that people will act worse in a way. Like, so what I think is more people would realize there's a God, so there would be less people. Let's just say denying God. But think about this: if you're an atheist, you have some type of plausible deniability. Like you if you've convinced yourself there is no moral accountability, well then, what is doing something wrong? But once you know there's a God, and you still choose to do wrong, you're now making like an intentional decision to go against what is right. And that would be even worse. People would do even worse. I think that's why the old world was so crazy, right? Because people knew there was a God and just didn't care. And that's like next level evil.
It kind of reminds me of the story of the Exodus, where the Israelites were being taken out of Egypt, and every single step along the way, they saw miracle after miracle after miracle. Moses went to the top of the hill, the top of the mountain, and received the commandments from God. Now, because he took a long fucking time about doing it, they started creating their own graven images down below and started worshipping cows and so on. Right? So even with experiencing all of these miracles, they turned away and made their own gods. Whilst they were waiting for God's fucking word, whilst they were experiencing God's power over them, whilst leading them out of Egypt, right? They experienced this and they still turned away because Moses took a little bit too long.
Dude, I've actually wondered if this is part of the reason that they lied to what they consider the mundane or the slave class, because it's like they're obviously I don't agree with this. It's that the people are too retarded to rule themselves. So like if they think that what's above them is space and it's infinite and you just can't go there, it's too difficult or dangerous, well then they don't even try to. What happened when they knew there was a container over top of the earth? They tried to get out. They literally built a tower to try to get out, right? So you can see from their perspective, there's a few arguments that aren't just insane, you know? It's like, well, the people they can't rule themselves. If they know that they're in like this beautiful terrarium, they're going to try to get out of it. So let's just let them think you can't.
What did they want to do when they got out of it, though? They wanted to be higher than God. So they'd already chosen their own fucking side, and we're better than God now.
Which is insane. It's like, imagine knowing that there's like a God, and like I'm gonna go take him over. What an idiot. Yeah.
That's a strange comment there, actually, Austin. It's weird. I don't think you can invite that kind of awareness in and then do wrong. You can fuck up. Don't get me wrong. We're still fallible, but I don't think you can invite that into your heart and then go and do something horrible. I just don't think you can, because it aligns you with nature and what is. So it's interesting. I've been thinking about that lately, and there's a lot more to say on it, but it's just hard to put into words.
Well, look at how crazy the old world was, dude. Like, they knew there was a God, and they were just like, well, why are you giving me rules? You know? And then they're like, okay, the only logical thing to do is line up and murder babies. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I think we do live in a bit of like a diluted mindset if we think that flat earth is going to make the world a utopia, right? Like it's arguably going to create some more extreme behavior in a way. So let's think like this. Say you have a slave, right? And the slave knows that there's a door that is locked that keeps him in. Well, if he knows there's a door that's locked, he's just going to constantly look for the key. So now it's a headache to like take care of the slave. It's like make sure he doesn't find the key, constantly keep an eye on him. He knows he has to get out the door. Now flip it over and have a slave that's allowed to walk in and out of the door and doesn't know he's a slave. Now you don't have to worry about him looking for the key, right? So that's kind of where we are, right? Where people don't know that they're slaves. And once they find out what the earth is, they may interpret that as being like trapped.
Yeah. Interesting point there. If you put a human in a box, they're going to naturally want to try to find the exit, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, if you put somebody in a box where daddy isn't, then the child is going to want to go and experience where daddy is, especially when they realize that they're not in the same room. It's weird that we conceptualize this, but yeah, when we realize that we're in an enclosed space, I guess our nature is to try and get out of it and see what's beyond it. We've got Grenade Head who's in the server. Hello, Grenade Head. How are you? You've got voice verified. Some kind of belief that maybe you're on a spinning ball. I don't know. But welcome to the server, my friend. It's also good to see Fun Guy in the house. How you doing, mate? You doing well?
I'm doing some yard work, so I won't be chatting. So.
Doing some yard work, sir. No worries, mate. It's good to see Fun Guy. It's good to see Big Root in the house. The English contingent. Good to see you, gentlemen. Hope you're doing well.
Hello, Jedi. You all right, mate?
Yeah, doing really well, my friend. Doing really well.
What a beautiful day, eh?
It's a gorgeous, sunny, beautiful day here, man. Absolutely sure. I know we've been going back and forth, mate. I don't know when me and you are going to catch up, to be perfectly honest with you. But at some point, when it's convenient, I'll definitely catch up with you for sure. Just moving around a lot at the moment, so not actually stationary or know where I'm going to be 1 week to the next. So, yeah.
No worries. I hope you're well anyway. I hope it's going all right.
Everything's brilliant, mate. Everything is brilliant. Can't really complain.
Oh, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it.
But the weather is beautiful, like you said. So for us English gentlemen to be happy about the weather, yeah, it's a good day.
Or Scorchio, mate.
Scorchio. Esta mañana, Scorchio.
God, that goes way back.
Yeah. That makes me feel really, really old. To everybody else out there, we're just talking about a program called The Fast Show, which was probably on, 10, 20, 25, maybe 30 years ago. 30 years ago, bro. Maybe longer. So old we are. But yeah, it's just a sketch from that program. Who else
Any glow beds in? Any glow beds in today?
Yeah, no, not really. Not really. There's a couple of the famous flat earthers, so let's point them out. So we've got Creation Bear. He's a famous flat earther. If you want to come and speak to him, hit the link that's provided by Nightbot. If you're watching on YouTube, come and speak to the Creation Bear. So we've got Dave Hinkle from Kentucky. If you want to come and speak to Dave Hinkle when you're watching on YouTube, you know what to do. Hit the link provided by Nightbot. He'd love to talk to you about the shape of the earth. Elijah. Yeah, if you want to come and speak to the great and famous Elijah about the shape of the earth, you're more than welcome to do so. We've got lots of fun characters in here. Loads of people that would like to speak to anybody about the shape of the earth. I hate going from top to bottom sometimes, so maybe I should go from bottom to top. We've definitely got Witsit in the house. So it's always an honour and a privilege to have Witsit in the house. If you want to speak to him and you're watching on YouTube, everybody wants to speak to Witsit. He might even be on Fresh and Fit at some point soon. So if you want to have a conversation with Witsit, hit the link provided by Nightbot to come and join the server. I'm sure he'd like to conversate with you about the shape of the earth.
Speaking on Fresh and Fit, I got an idea last night. I don't know why I never thought about this. About getting us on Rumble. I guess the FNF team got a strike on YouTube. And so they'll be on Rumble for a little while. And dude, there was a girl on there last night dropping bombs about the Coco and some other conspiracies, if you will. And I just kind of reminded me, like, yo, why don't we get on Rumble? Maybe we could do like a Rumble show, a 1 hour Rumble show or something where we can go into topics that aren't YouTube friendly. So I talked to Helio about this last night. We'll see. He said he'll think about it. But if anyone else wants to start up, like, we could use some backup streams anyway, since we only have Helios running. So if anyone wants to start up a stream, put us on Rumble, all we need is 100 subs. I think we could get that easily. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Maybe we could do some Rumble themed shows from this Discord.
I think if we could talk about parology, that would be so awesome. I would love to get on some sort of a channel, whether Rumble or whatever it is, and talk about parology and get down deep on it, because I think a lot of people are interested in it, but we aren't allowed to talk about it. So a lot of us, our depth of knowledge isn't maybe what it could be. But it's a fascinating subject, and I won't go any deeper than that because of terms of service. But it's a fascinating subject.
Did you say horology, like time, like watches, or maybe I'm mishearing you?
No, but VIROLOG.
Oh, yeah.
Virology.
I actually got into that last night on the show. It was crazy. I was like, it was kind of refreshing because I'm like, oh wow, they definitely can't talk like this on YouTube. But yeah, they were letting loose. The girl was dropping bombs.
Yeah.
About that type of stuff. So
it's fascinating. You can drop bombs on cosmology, and you can drop bombs on virology. Now they let us do that on cosmology, but they don't let us do it on virology. Sadly.
Right. Well, if anyone has like an extra computer or has been thinking about starting up a live stream for the live stream for this VC panel, not a bad idea. Like I said, all we need is 100 subs, and we can go live on Rumble for free. So, if anyone's interested, I don't think I have the technology, the equipment to do like streams all day. But if anyone does, let's do it, man. Let's get on Rumble.
Yeah, if anybody does that, please drop it in the chat, in the voice chat here, that there's somebody's doing Rumble and we can talk about some things we can't talk about on Discord. That would be fascinating. And then, of course, obviously, once you put it on Rumble, you can share it with your friends. And, let them know that they can come on and talk and learn things that the TV's not going to tell them.
Right. No, it would be fun. It would be fun. Like maybe just an hour. We do an hour only Rumble show or something. And go into some deep topics, but so just keep that in mind, folks.
I know. Troubling a couple months ago allowed me to go on Rockfin with him, and talk 2 hours on virology, germ theory, and terrain theory, and it was nice that he did that. But he basically gave me the floor for 2 hours. He chimed in and added some things, but he gave me 2 hours to talk about virology. And I appreciated that very much from him because he didn't have to. And I've shared it with people, and I have it. And he's made it a premium service now, so you got to pay $15 or whatever to hear it. But I really appreciate it. Troubling. I've come to appreciate Troubling more and more, just because of what he's doing. And I just tell people, support Troubling when you can. And give him to Vegas. He's working on trying to get some money to go to Vegas because it's not cheap. And so I appreciate Troubling a lot. He's doing it. He's doing 4 nights a week now out of 7. And he's got a family. He's got kids and he's got children. He's got children and a wife, and he's doing 4 nights a week now. And when he has another chance, he goes on to TikTok and does streams there. Just not announcing them, but he's out there working it, and so I appreciate him, and anybody who can help him out financially, that would be great.
Yeah, you should drop a link in case anyone's not familiar with his story. I'm not too familiar with Troubling characters. Drop a link, maybe check him out, support him some other way.
Yeah, I'll drop his YouTube channel. He interviewed. He had a debate. Was it yesterday or the day before? Where he had Dave Weiss on debating a Glober. So I'll drop that one. It's on YouTube. I'll drop it in voice text.
It's a little bit of quiet time, and I wondered where all of you motherfuckers went. I just remind everybody watching on YouTube and anybody that's jumped into the server that the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane. They claim that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. That's 3 physical claims. The shape of the Earth, it being a ball, the movement of the Earth rotating upon its axis, and the place that this is all said to be happening, the vacuum of space. 3 physical claims. Our question is, what is, or where is, or how was the measurement of the curvature of the Earth taken? We're looking for the R value. We're looking for the direct measurement of the rotation or any movement of the Earth. And with regards to the vacuum of space, we're looking for a violation of natural law. We're looking for an entropy decrease and not an entropy increase. We're looking for a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. So, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, where the Earth is observed, measured by you, me, and everybody else to be flat and stationary. Like I said, we've got some great people in the server today. If you want to come and have a chat with them, all you've got to do is hit the link provided by Nightbot. Come and join the server. You can speak to the likes of Creation Bear. You can speak to the likes of Elijah. You can speak to the likes of Big Root or myself, Jedi, or anybody else. Come and join the conversation. Notice I didn't say debate. I said conversation. There is no debate. The Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as a flat stationary plane. You will be debating with yourself or against reality. You won't be debating with us.
I have a question for Jedi.
Sup.
Would you rather deal with an American troll or a British troll?
I would rather deal with a British troll.
Really?
Because they piss me off more.
Dude,
when a British guy comes into the server, it's like, mate, if you're thick, no, you can't be representing me and my country by being an idiot. Come on. So yeah, if I'm being trolled by a Brit, I take it personally. So yeah, Americans, mate, you're all over the fucking place. It's fine. Used to dealing with Americans all the time.
Yeah, that's funny. No, I was F&F last night. They had 2 British chicks on there. They were trolling up a storm. It made me realize, like, yo, I don't like British trolls, man. They're annoying to me. But I did get this clip.
Sarcastic, yeah.
Yeah, super sarcastic and like saying things that they don't mean, and they're not really even trying to. Their gesture skills are kind of low, so it's an obvious troll. I don't know. Let me just play this clip. It's only a couple seconds, and one of the British girls said, "Keep your eyes open."
Right, and then we could.
You got hungry children.
And then, but then the hunger is driven by something called global warming, right? There's
the world is
more
flat as
limited
well.
I mean, there's clearly enough food to go around.
Al Gore
right
started
now there is.
this.
Yeah, absolutely. We throw away food.
The world is flat as well. I don't know if you caught that, but
yeah. She didn't mean that shit.
She was trolling the whole episode. And it's just funny that she threw that in there because the girl that brought up Al Gore was the one going deep on conspiracies and stuff like that. So I think she just was like, "Oh, I want to throw something in." I don't know. Just thought it was funny. Just randomly throwing out the world is flat.
Yeah, she didn't mean that shit.
No way. There's a 0% chance that she zero.
If there was a follow-up question, I wonder what the answer would be. So, you said the Earth was flat. Why did you say the Earth is flat? I'd like to hear a response to that, but we're never going to get it because she never fucking meant it. But this is the thing with, I hate saying this because it makes me sound old, but I'm going to say it anyway. The youth of today, right? Those younger than me that are on these type of social media platforms, right? Where you think it's smart and funny to just throw things out there and say things that you don't mean, that you can disassociate yourself with. They don't have any relevance to you. There's no comeback.
Here's the thing that I find people don't want to talk about. If you bring up stationary plane, where we live, and not a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, if you bring up stationary plane, obviously that takes out Big Bang, takes out evolution. It removes that from the equation. So you have to come up with a creator. And, when you have a builder, when something that you have building, you have somebody who built it. So when you have something that's being created, you have to have a creator. And so obviously our stationary plane has been created by a creator, and people don't want to go there. So the question after stationary plane, they shut down, because then that brings them to the fact that there may be a God, there may be a creator, and people don't want to go there.
Yeah, 100%. I talk about this with a few people on the server, Creation Bear, Mayhem, a few others. It's the cognitive dissonance and the subconscious mind when arguing with a flat earther about something very, very simple. They realize that if they admit, for example, you need straight lines to measure angles, they realize that if they admit to that, God's waiting on the other side of the door. They realize if they start admitting these things, that God is just on the other side of the door. And I think sometimes that's the hardest thing. They don't want it to be true. They don't want this realization of having to possibly, most definitely, be accountable for the shit that they've done. They don't want that reality to be. So they will cast it aside. I was thinking about this last night with different conspiracy theories and how we treat them. The Mandela effect, for example. Man, not interested, don't care. I'm apathetic to it. So when we start talking about things with these people, when it leads them down the road to meeting God, they want to be apathetic to it. It doesn't mean anything to them, so they can sleep at night. I think Flat Earth is a great example of bringing people to the realization that we are most definitely within a created environment, intelligently created. And I'm sorry, that means a creator. It's up to you what you do with that information from that point onwards. That's the realization that I hope everybody comes to. You ain't alone. You're in a created environment, and however that makes you feel, I definitely hope it makes you feel special, because that environment was created for you. I heard this earlier when we were talking about, building a tower to get out, or reaching like the limitation and wanting to get out. I understand that. But the realization that you are within a created environment, I think that's what I want people to understand more than anything.
Well said, Chris. How are you, matey?
How you doing, buddy? You good?
Yeah, just enjoying the sunshine down the park, mate. Loving it.
I'm glad you're experiencing sunshine as well, bud.
Yeah, shout out to you, mate. Doing a great job today.
Beautiful day. And things are very simple to me today, so.
I just dropped in the chat Helio Sorcery with Chris. Chris, his wife, and one other person did the 103-minute documentary that's got about 250,000 views on YouTube since November. And then I dropped the right below that, the Hebrew Cosmology by Omar Trabeau that he did in 2018. He's in Philadelphia, and 5 parts, 6 hours, 25 minutes. We are very blessed, or I feel I'm very blessed, but we're very blessed to have 8 hours of Hebrew Cosmology by Omar Trabeau and by Chris from Helio Sorcery. Because if you watch those not just once, but maybe 2 times, I know it's 16 hours, and maybe you might want to take some notes, going through. So it might take you longer than that. We are very blessed to have these 2 videos that we can share across God's creation of a stationary topographical plane. And I just encourage people, if you haven't seen it, please watch it. And if you've watched it, please share it.
One question that really annoys me sometimes is when atheists come in and say, what is the evidence for God? Everything, the whole fucking thing. The creation itself is the evidence of a creator, right? Angel points us out from time to time. You wouldn't have a building without a builder. You wouldn't have a painting without a painter. You wouldn't have a book without an author. You wouldn't have code without an intelligent designer. You wouldn't have these things. So you wouldn't have a world without a creator. Heliocentric model takes your mind off of that. It gives you the idea that nothing can create everything. Scientifically, we know that we need things to create things. Things don't just spring into existence for no apparent reason whatsoever. So this is the mind trick that the heliocentric model starts to play on you. And then you can start making your own shit up as you go along, right? You can start making your own gods up. You might not have even come from this world. You could be, descended from an alien race. Spectacular bullshit. But welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server where we try and focus on reality as best we can. And God is that reality, by the way. The evidence, you're standing on it. For those English people that are experiencing some sunshine today, you're experiencing that because you were created to experience that. That sun was created for you to experience that. The evidence is pointing you right in the face. And this is part of the wizardry as well. They take your senses away from you. You can't trust yourself. They think that they've taken the evidence away from you. And you're standing right on it. You're looking right at it. What you're not looking at is curvature. What you are not feeling or detecting any motion to the floor on which you're standing on. And you're breathing. The evidence is all around you that the earth is created. I don't care what you deal with that afterwards.
Mic check.
Your mic is golden, sir. Welcome to the server.
Oh, hi. I thought there was something wrong with my internet. Very quiet in here.
Yeah, it's just myself talking to myself, man. There's a couple of people around. Big Root, Elijah, Creation Bear was, but he's now deaf in himself. Wits it was, I don't know what's happening. Yeah. But yeah, your mic is fine, sir.
Thank you for that.
No worries.
Yeah, Jedi, but you made a brilliant point. And I might start headed down that road. Sorry I have to be so quiet, but it's like when people say, why would they lie? My retort might be, well, what's the evidence of God?
There you go.
Because the moment that you say there's a God, they say, what's the evidence? And if you say creation, it's like they took that answer away to ask, what is the evidence of a creator, when obviously it's kind of just self-evident unless you can't see what's in front of you.
Exactly. But I'm glad you jumped on that point, Elijah. It's exactly what I'm putting down. But these are the tricks that they start playing on us straight away. They've already answered those big questions for us, right? Who we are, well, we don't fucking matter. Where we are, we're on a spinning ball. Where did we come from? That would be a big bang then. So, yep, all of those big questions, they've been answered for you. You don't have to think about those. The Earth is most definitely a spinning ball. Crack on with your life. Anything can be what you want it to fucking be. You can even be a girl if you were born a boy. You can actually be your own fucking god if you want to. The freedom and choice is yours. Welcome to the Grand Delusion, everyone. Somebody was saying earlier that, flat Earth is the key. Yeah, it is a key, definitely. Key to understanding that, amongst other things, you have been lied to. And it was easily done. I find it kind of, the word I'm looking for, funny. Sometimes I have to stand back and applaud the way that they have pulled the wool over our eyes, the magician's tricks that they've done, the little intricacies within the math, the kind of use of words, the contradictions and use of words again. Kind of stand back and laugh how they've done it. Well done, you. Mm-hmm. Like applauding the magician when you see the trick. Ah, that's how you did it. Well done. I like seeing how the magician done the trick. Sometimes makes me angry though, especially when having to point it out to people who come into the server. This is how the magician is doing the trick. No. There's no fucking trick. There's no magician. Fuck me. Seriously. Mayhem talks about this, the mind virus and the brainwashing. It's hard to unpick. It is very hard to unpick. To get people to trust themselves again. You see people coming here all the time dying on some fucking hill about something that they actually don't know anything about. Die on the hill for, I don't know, Foucault's pendulum. That die on the hill for Aristophanes, right? See it over and over and over again. Why are they going to die on this hill? But good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the ramblings of a Flat Earth Jedi. If you want to join the server, hit the link provided by Nightbot. There are many, many people in here also amongst myself who'd like to converse with you. Come and join the server. Speak to us about why you think the Earth is a ball, why you think the Earth is flat, or any conversation in between. We'd love to have you. I'm presuming Mayhem's at work. Or maybe he's sleeping after chewing down on some ballers. Hopefully he'll be back then.
To piggyback on what you just said, I find it interesting people die on the hill for the perihelion precession of Mercury and for the retrograde motion of Mars, both in the sky. And they'll go, we live on a ball because of these reasons. It's like, give me a break. You can go a little deeper than that.
If I claimed the Earth was flat and I cited like a 2,000-year-old Greek guy who did an experiment that was like written down on papyrus, people would laugh at me, and rightfully so. It's ridiculous. But yeah, you see a lot of people like, oh, they did this, therefore this. You're like, well, I feel like you should have something better by now. But no one does. It's interesting.
You should be able to send me to the Grand Canyon, to the east side of the Grand Canyon. I believe it's called the Watchtower. They have a watchtower, small little building there. You should be able to send me to the east side of the Grand Canyon where the watchtower is. Look across 70 miles to the west rim. Across the Colorado River. Look across 70 miles. And from 6 feet observation height, see 3,000 feet worth of Earth curve. Because it's 70 miles, 6 feet observation, it's 2,999 miles, 3,000 miles. I should be able to see a rounded rim on 70 miles away because you can see it. You can't see nothing. It is straight across. There is no curve, no nothing anywhere. And so in 2023, you should be able to prove your ball just by that. Then you can go to the south rim of the Grand Canyon, which is 6,800 feet, and you should look across at the north rim, which is 1,400 feet taller, 8,200 feet. There is a forest right there on the north rim. You can look at the map. There's a forest right there. You should have 216 feet worth of earth curve at 6 feet observation height, and nothing is curving away. So and you can see the forest, even though the forest is 1,400 feet taller than where you're standing. You can see the green trees that are part of the green trees, and so it's like 2023. Grand Canyon debunks your spinning space ball, and it's that simple. And it's just so obvious. But indoctrination and money is a big thing.
Yeah, I was driving somewhere to the airport this morning to the San Francisco Bay Airport, and I never really thought about how big the bay is and how long it is. There's a lot of fog, but I'm driving across the San Mateo Bridge. Can see all the buildings in Oakland, and it's only like 15 miles away, but still, that's like, I don't know what that is, 120 feet at least minimum of curve, if not more. And it just, that would be like halfway up most of those buildings. And like, there's a lot of refraction there because there was a lot of fog today and actually raining a little bit, but it's just stuff that I hadn't even thought about it. And now I'm like, on a clear day, you can see like the piers, you know what I mean, from 25 miles away.
It kind of boggles the mind, doesn't it? On a clear day,
Right.
You can see further. Yeah. See, within the heliocentric model, on a clear day, we're seeing around curvature.
Yeah, and then they show you like these stupid, that photo, they're like answer to the black swan is those windmills that look like the earth is like a tenth of the size. Like one mill maybe looks like it's 100 feet past the other one, but it's like almost all the way hidden by the geometric horizon. It looks fake, but then you try to explain to them angular resolution, and it's crazy, man. I get into these little arguments, and I'm like, I can't be doing this anymore.
I think that Thornbank, which is the windmill, they show you half the windmills are hidden. I think it's called Thornbank. That is such disingenuous. It borders on lying, just because it's a still picture, and so you can go back the next day and the water isn't like that. So they take one still picture, and then the windmills are too close to have that much curvature. If we're on a ball of 3,959 miles, there's too much curvature. And so that picture, if any Glober shows you that picture, says, this Thornbank windmill picture proves Earth curvature, they may not know, so they're being disingenuous or dishonest or just ignorant, but they may know that they're just lying straight out to you. So when anybody ever shows you that picture anywhere, there's something going on with that person.
The like one thing I've never seen is a video where the bottom, it's going bottom up, disappearing over the whatever horizon, apparent or geometric, where it's disappearing bottom up, and then someone zooms in and it's still the same. If they can show me one of those where they're like, no, if I zoom in, it's still blocked by the geometric horizon, which I haven't seen and I don't think I ever will, that would be good evidence. But what I can show them is like 4,000 videos of that happening, of you zooming in and like the bottom reappearing due to angular resolution. But like you can't even get people to look at those videos because they're just, the assumption's already there that, oh, well, they must have done something wrong. Oh, the calculation's not correct. Whatever, it's just they've already presumed that they're right and that you must have done something wrong. It's an easy trap to fall into. I'm sure I do that sometimes. I'm sure everybody does that, but like, I don't know. Like
How do you measure something? How do you measure something that you're not expected to see?
I don't know.
That should be the question on the table. If you're not expected to see the curve of the Earth, how can you measure it? If what we observe is within 5% of the true measurement, how do you measure the true measurement?
I don't know.
Does anyone
Well,
know?
yeah, I mean, I guess you'd have to know what you're expected. You shouldn't see this much. You should see curve much. Like if it were close, sometimes it's not even close though. Like you're seeing 40 miles too far, or even
Yeah, but it's not
200
just a curve, is it? It should be curving in every single vector from your perspective, no matter where you are. It should be curving away 8 inches per mile square or thereabouts. Yeah, it should be curving away from you from any vector. If you're on the top of a ball, that is. It's not, though.
No.
The horizon is proof of it, isn't it? It's horizontal. Horizontal is parallel to the horizon. So
Yeah, I
when
was
you
thinking
look at
about
the
this. If you were
horizon,
to
you
measure-
look at the horizontal line, not the curved line. Makes no sense.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. To measure the horizontal in front of you, you could only measure it to the right side or to the left side because each side would be equally lower or higher than the highest point, right? So if you were centered,
Yeah,
and
it should
looking
have a bulge
straight,
in the center.
you have to measure
Yeah,
to the left or right.
yeah, it
Or
should
if you
have a
can measure
bulge.
equal.
It should have a bulge in the center, basically.
Yeah,
But
exactly. Which would be harder to see. Which
Yeah.
would be harder to see than looking directly to the left or right. I that's the way I picture it. I could be wrong.
yeah, but
But
you see the complications of that. If the horizon was actually curved left to right, if you were trying to have an angle from that curve, in every single point on that curve, we will have a different reading for an angle of elevation. You know,
Right,
you
and
need
then
to
you have
go
a
right to the center and go from the center of the boulder up because that's the, that's the highest part. But anyway, no one does that. We use the horizon as being horizontal and the elevations from it. No matter if it's from the left of the horizon, the center of the horizon, or the right, doesn't matter. It's horizontal. And from that horizontal, you can do your elevation angle.
Yeah. Watching things on long rivers too. It's just hard to orient myself. You know, when you spent decades oriented one way and now you're trying to reorient another way. And how do long rivers work? And
Oh, I see. Rivers go running upwards to the sea on a sphere.
yeah, kind of like how do they decide where the exact center of the pear shape whatever Earth is? So the elevation would have to be in relation to that, and everything's being pulled right to the middle, and then it's kind of going up, it's kind of going down. Like someone explained it, but it's still one of those things that's hard to orient because you just have this little magical gravity that no, it's just gravity, it's gravity. So, but even long rivers are super weird, particularly the Nile, which is like 4,000 miles long, which is significant amount of her curve, like 300 miles, a hump in the middle or something like that. And it's just hard to get it grasped.
Yeah, water dynamics is one of the proofs of the flat plane, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, if you believe that you live on a water ball spinning in the vacuum of space, it's to deny physics. It's to deny the understanding of water behavior, for example, or gases behavior. You know, solids, liquids, and gases. You know, the three states of matter, like the ground, the oceans, and the air, Earth. In other words, yeah, they all require containment.
And I don't even know what their what's the explanation for like how we can be moving so fast, spinning, and then just like a lake is still, you know, even just that.
That's easy to explain. because we are on a constant movement, constant speed, like zero speed, not moving, because that speed is constant. That's why I don't feel anything.
Right, but like if you're spinning, that's a
I
change
said
in direction
zero,
at least.
zero movement. If you're at zero movement, yeah, that's a constant movement. Nothing is moving, in other words.
Right. I mean, are you saying that everything's perfectly still because we're not moving, or are you saying that even if we were moving, it would still be perfectly still?
Correct. You can also use it like it might complicate things, but if you're moving at zero speed, which is a constant speed, means you're not going anywhere. You're in a constant speed, 0 miles per hour, constant. Meaning no speed whatsoever. I'm not contradicting any laws of physics or whatever they want to bullshit with, because it's a constant speed, 0. Not moving.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. So let's say we are moving at 67,000 miles an hour, 1,000 miles an hour rotation, all this other stuff. Because a constant rotation is a change in direction at least. So it's at least some acceleration somewhere along the way. Wouldn't we see movement in water because of that?
Yeah.
Not
We have
just.
yeah. I mean, if you try to attach water to anything that's moving, you're going to have a disturbance in that water. You're not going to have that perfectly calm lake that you're experiencing if everything is moving beneath it. It's going to be turbulent.
And then we
right?
change speed. We change speed around the sun from like 29 kilometers a second to 30 and back and forth at certain points. That's my understanding.
It's an elliptical orbit, which necessitates acceleration and deacceleration. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that's a kilometer a second. That's no joke. That's like should be death for almost everybody, unless it happens over a very long period of time.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like you would at least feel it or be able to measure that.
Here's a question for you. Maybe we can't feel it here on the Earth because the Earth has a certain size and is going at a certain speed. Awesome. Go to a planet that's spinning faster, land on it. Would I feel it there? Because there's lots of spinning balls in that heliocentric idea of lots of spinning balls out there that are spinning at different speeds. Some of them are spinning really, 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 really fucking fast. Right? So according to their idea of we're on the Earth and when we wouldn't be able to feel the motion because of X, Y, Z, stick me on a planet because I've got multiple variables now in your heliocentric idea. Stick me on another planet that's doing something different. Would I feel it there? Of course you would. You'd feel it here. You'd notice it here.
Obviously. Here is an open system according to the model, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like you going on the car, with the rooftop down, and regardless of which speed you're going to go, not only you're turning on your own axis, you're going around something else. Would you feel it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think I would, and that's one of the things that like kind of made me think a lot. I was like,
because people forget it's not just the movement of going. It's not just the movement of going around the sun. No. It's spinning on its own axis. So imagine a car with the rooftop down, spinning on its own axis and going on the roundabout. Would you feel it?
Yeah. That's why I tell people with that.
Now imagine it's 1,000 miles an hour spinning on the exterior parts or the extremity parts of the car. That spin is 1,000 miles.
Try and hold your coffee in the cup whilst you're doing that. And then think about that lake that's not doing anything. As stupid it all sounds to suggest that we are on something that is moving whilst we can experience water being calm and level.
If the Earth experienced an instantaneous slowdown of 2 miles an hour, wouldn't we all just fall over? Or is gravity stopping that?
Imagine if it stops spinning.
Right. If it's slowed down spinning even like 1 mile an hour, wouldn't we notice that? Even though they say it's speeding
We're gonna
up
have
somehow?
tsunamis. We all going to die.
Think about what gravity has to do over a 24-hour period, depending on your location within the Earth. So if you can imagine the Earth is going in a direction, and if you can imagine that ball, and then we're going to place you on it, so you are pointing upwards, leading that direction. You're standing with a ball underneath you going upwards, like Superman with a ball attached to his feet. That direction. The Earth is pushing up underneath you. Now, if you think about 12 hours later, when you're on the opposite side of the Earth, 180 degrees from that first position, the Earth is leaving you behind and having to pull you along with it. And gravity is said to take care of all of this, even though these two forces that I've just described are different. One's push, one's pull. But gravity takes care of that then as well, does it? Think about your location on a spinning ball at any instance during the fucking day and realize that the Earth beneath you is doing something different at every single increment along the way. Those two extremes, 180 degrees, one is push, the other is pull.
Yeah, but don't forget that the planet Earth is meant to go whatever vector is going with the uncontained atmosphere going first. The atmosphere is the first thing in contact, and then the Earth, and then the rest of it.
Yeah.
So it's not like the atmosphere is dragged by it; is the leading of it.
Spot on, my friend. Well done. And I brought this up yesterday. Yeah. So it's actual fact, the atmosphere, the gas that is leading the way, and then the earth, rock, water, and everything else, and then the gas in the vacuum. It might be worth pointing out as well. We were talking about cars earlier. Have you ever conceptualized satellites going around the earth and then thought about trying to orbit a car that is in motion whilst you're in another car, for example? Right? Now, we understand that you would have to slow down and speed up to keep within relative distance and speed with the thing you're going around. So a satellite, for example, rotating around the Earth. So in some instances, it's having to go in front of the Earth, as in the Earth is going to be chasing the satellite, and then it's going to be going in the opposite direction to the Earth. The Earth is going to be going one way, and then the satellite is going to be going the other way. And then the satellite is going to be around the back of the Earth, and then going to have to try and fucking catch it back up again to overtake it.
Yeah, every revolution it's got to catch up, huh? With no energy introduced.
Yeah, you've got a fucking huge problem when you start moving balls and trying to orbit them around them.
Well, maybe gravity can push it too. Maybe gravity can just grab it like it does with the moon, and then keep a moment arm, and then swing it around as fast as it needs to. Right? Seems like gravity's pretty good. Maybe it can pull that off too.
Yeah, but you should be able to observe the other planets on the solar system, including the other moons. Yeah, of the so-called moons of the other planets, and observe this phenomena of dragging, and so on. I mean, the phenomena that they describe that we are doing throughout space, in the galaxy and so on, this should be evident on the other planets. I mean, if we are like them, if the behavior and sizes are pretty much the same, if we abide by the same laws, it should be visible. Not just them turning around, no, but chasing themselves, if you know what I mean.
No habla español. Mira tú, you talk more than you think.
Yeah, someone is hot micing.
Real flat earther.
Oh, the real flat earther.
Sorry, brother.
The man himself, the real one.
I'm just here to say hello. I'm gonna listen. Sorry.
Yeah, that's interesting. So if say you're the sun flying through the solar system, and then you're the Earth chasing it, once you start going the same way as the sun on your ellipse, it has to speed up, right? Jedi, isn't that what you were saying? Like,
I'm sorry, man. I'm struggling to following you up. It's too much for my brain.
No, you're absolutely right, mate. Yep, I'm saying that.
Yeah, and a lot too. Like, to catch up, it would have to be significant to maintain that perfect periodic orbit.
Yeah, got to slow down as well and wait for the Earth to pass you. Remember, you've got to do this whilst you're keeping the orbit the same time. You then got to go around the back of the Earth. So this is gravity pulling you, right, within that model. And then you got to catch the Earth up to then overtake the Earth and hope that Earth doesn't come crashing into you. You got to do this how many other fucking times? Do you realise the impossible physics that's going on with this? That the amount of different motions, different forces that make you lost. That ain't happening, is basically what I'm saying.
And
also,
the water in my glass is perfectly still.
A question that no one is asking is, what is the rationale? Maybe someone knows the answer to that. What is the rationale in the heliocentric model as to why the sun is further away than the satellites in the sky that we call planets, part of the solar system? What makes it being that far away and not close? Like the moon, for example. They give different distances for the moon than the sun. When they both, if you do elevation and angles to both of them, for example, it would work the same way. You know, if you try to measure the angular size of the moon and the angular size of the sun, they are pretty much the same angular size. Shadows from the moon and shadows from the sun, they will be pretty much on the same positions, if you know what I mean. A sundial or a moon dial will work the same way. Right. The problem is that they are meant to be millions of miles apart from one another.
Yeah, 4 times or 400 times farther and 400 times smaller, right? That's the claim.
Yeah.
Or that's the claim they need to make. Huh.
Yeah, but it has been pointed out, for example, the temperatures of the moon compared on the temperature of the shade in the moonlight and temperatures of the shade in the sunlight. But that is something else. I'm pointing out the shadows, for example, because the moonlight and sunlight, they are at different distances. They should behave differently. But any object on the shadow of the sunlight or the shadow of the moonlight will cast the same. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm not expressing myself properly.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. Also, the sun can give off hot spots, which it shouldn't be able to do from that far away. And the moon's shadow is smaller than the moon or something. Like, there's definitely some weird things going on with shadow. I might not be getting exactly what you're saying, but I've certainly seen some things on the shadow sizes and.
It's like
sun just doesn't look like a ball of gas.
Full moon during the day, yeah. If you have a full moon, or even any other crescents of the moon during the daytime, if the sun is 93 million miles away, yeah, or 400 times further away than the moon, you could never see that from Earth, could you? Because the sunlight is reflecting behind the moon. So you could never see a crescent, you could never see a full moon during the day. because the sun needs to be behind the moon. So during the
Okay, so you're talking about the phases of the moon.
yeah, the phases of the moon. Yeah, if the sun is behind the moon, 400 times further away, and the moon is not exactly in orbit in a straight line with Earth, but it's up in the sky as well. So the part of the moon facing us can never be illuminated because the sunlight is coming from the opposite side, from the back of the moon, pretty much.
Yeah, there should
It's
never be a
daytime.
full moon during the day.
Correct.
There should never be a full moon with daylight, right? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
That part should
Unless
be in
you're
the
like
shadow.
going to claim
Shouldn't
it
be.
bounces off the ocean.
Yeah, if it's a shadow, that is. That's why I think the moon has its own light. I think it's obvious. It's also illuminated by the sun, like everything else, but it emits its own light.
Yeah, it glows, which I'd never considered that before. I'm like, when you look at a light shined off any sphere, it doesn't just glow. You see a
And changes color throughout the year.
Oh, there you go. That's why I'm muted. It changes colour too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It changes color.
That's a beautiful thing, that mean. Definitely changes colour. Can't say either way, but it definitely looks like it's creating its own light or is responsible for its own light. The relationship within the heliocentric model about when you should be able to see crescent and full moons, for example, well, the observations disprove that model because we see crescents at night time and almost full moons during the day. But there, that moon looks like it's illuminating, well, it's with its own light. I know sometimes people speak about the quasi experiments are done where the moon is giving off a different type of heat than if it was responsible for reflecting the sun's light off of it. That's not the same heat. So yeah, it's very different. It's a cooling light, isn't it? There's two different things that they say about the sunlight and the moonlight that they have with regards to meat, for example. So one's preserving, one's putrefying. So depending on whether it's the sunlight or the moonlight, it will have a different effect upon the vegetation or how things interact with them. It's a different light, guy.
Yeah, definitely it's a different light. Yeah, absolutely.
When we measure the spectrum of it, has that ever been done? You've heard anything about that? Or like, I have a feeling it's not going to be the same spectrum as the sun, right? Like there's not going to be UV or anything like that they claim. It's just going to be some weaker spectrum. You'd think you'd be able to measure it.
I don't know about that. I'm sure it's been done. But from the moon is easy because it's a rock in space. The sun is more complicated because it's gases, so to bounce back the signal is just going to be a problem. Solid gases in space.
Right. It's got to be a way they can make gravity do that also. Solve all their problems.
Yeah, of course. The main thing as to why we are chasing the sun, isn't it? The pull of the sun's gravity.
Yeah, apparently we're slingshotting around it. I wonder if that's where that term "slingshot around" came from, which is not even a real thing. They just say it on NASA movies, on space movies. Because you now I'm just kind of can't stop thinking about that. Like you have to go faster to catch up to the Earth, and you have to slow down, and you have to stay in this constant orbit to keep these perfect seasons and the perfect temperature and the perfect everything. And you can't slow down, otherwise all the buildings will fly off. Like none of it is like, if you've ever spent 5 minutes thinking about it with an honest mind, it's like, how could this even be? This is ridiculous. You have to speed up to get back around your orbit. And all satellites have to do the same thing. Every single one of them in perfect concert. And my internet is pretty good. So I don't quite. And they never hit each other.
But
Everything
imagine,
just works.
imagine there's a car that has a problem in one of its tires and it needs assistance, for example. Yeah, and you are the guy from EA, and you're gonna go there and change the tire. Let's say this is middle of nowhere. Doesn't matter. And as you approach the car to change the tire, the car is in movement. It starts spinning. Now, I don't know how you're going to get around the problem that the car is in movement, and you still need to change the tire, because this is equivalent to the Earth being spinning, yeah? And you are in outer space. And you need to follow with the spinning of the Earth. So where do you, how are you going to do it? You know, if you have a satellite in space or a space shuttle and needs to,
man.
you outside, you know, trying to fix something, you know, how does it work? Narnia world. Real engineering and real science and people like Don Petit. I mean,
Yeah, I don't. It's a new person in here. Mute him or PC verify him or whatever, but there's a new person in here. What's up? What's all? I know you can't talk yet, but
What's all 468? If you want permission to speak, mate, then you can go up to voice check-in number 1 and speak to our lovely moderators. Or when I get round to it, I might just randomly unmute you, see if you want to take control of your mic and get involved in the conversation with us lovely people. But if you want that permission now, mate, run up to voice check-in, one of the moderators will speak to you there.
someone new to the channel, that's nice. Welcome to the channel, man. Yeah, I need to be voice verified, man.
you guys ever watch any of the like sextant videos? Are you familiar with the idea of a sextant and how it doesn't work on a globe? Or I'm trying to grasp that right now. I'm like, it's still hard because I don't quite understand a sextant, or what it requires, or
Do you know what
why it won't work.
Do you know what a protractor is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a sextant is a glorified protractor. It's an angle measuring devices. So you know on a protractor, you've got that middle central point that you put on the intersection between those angles. That's you, that is, using the sextant. And then those lines, straight lines, radiating out from you, that point. It's just a glorified protractor, mate.
Right. So then when you draw the downline from the altitude from the star, you want it to come to a 90, and they're saying that, or at least the Globers are saying that it comes to a 90 with the horizontal on the eye level. It doesn't go all the way down to the Earth, right? And they use that horizontal to the eye level, and then they do that 3 times all around them at a distance of what could be 500, 1,000. I don't know how many miles the distance can be, but
yeah,
it would be 3 different angles on the Earth, right? 3 different slopes.
Yeah. So this is the bastardization of how they do this magic trick. They say ground position, so that means ground position, not position on your eye level. You need a flat line. So you know this sextant, this angle measuring device, just put it on the floor.
Hey, guys, real quick. I was wondering if I could use your help. Someone brought up the flat Earth topic in the Quraniyun, the Quran Alone subreddit, and I presented like some Quranic stuff. Like I just presented them like common sense and basic Quranic stuff. But I was wondering if some of you could go argue science against those sciencers, those people who think they know science.
Send me a link.
Cool. Should I just put it in the VC one?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, a VC1. Okay, no problem.
You'll see we have it has 2 upvotes, so that means we're very evenly split in the community. the whole topic.
Have you provided them with a link to the server?
No, I need an invite to the link. Is that Discord?
No, it's Reddit.
Oh, I see. I don't have that application. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Pumpkin, what I was going to say, you should drop a link for the server down, see if any of them join. Invite them to join whilst you put the link down for the server. Have you done that?
Oh, that's even better.
Isn't it? Isn't it? Pretty good ideas today.
That's a very good idea. Invite them to have a friendly conversation with us.
Yeah, friendly, argue, something in between. I don't care. They said science.
Yeah, I don't care about their feelings on it, to be honest, because they've chosen science over religion in terms of truth.
That's fine.
Oh, we love science.
Yeah, we love science here.
Well, pop science. Here's the thing. Science is the work of man. And religion is the work of God. Or rather, the text, the scripture. So to trust the work of man over the work of God is ridiculous.
Yeah, but it's not quite like that, is it? Science is the study of the physical and natural world. In other words, the study of nature, creation. So this is man trying to understand God's creation. In other words, it's related.
Yeah, but it's corruptible.
Sorry, no. Let me say this in 2 ways. Yes, it has most definitely been corrupted because you can put science at the end or beginning of words and make people believe that it's true. But science is just a method, and it's supposed to remove personal bias. It's just a logical way of demonstrating what caused something to happen. You formulate we have to formulate the logical argument, as in this caused that. And then we test it, but the outcome of the test is irrelevant when compared to how I fucking feel about it. Right? It is what it is. But science in itself, has been completely bastardized. Completely.
It needs to be empirical, observable, repeatable, falsifiable, testable. It needs to be empirical. Empiricism is what we're talking about here. That's what science is.
I said, any of you who think you know the globe, come prove it.
Well done. Thank you for that.
Definitely.
And that goes to everybody else as well. Drop this link far and wide. Invite these people in here. We'd always like to have a chat.
How do you change the, does anybody know how you change the invite link to something specific instead of random letters? I mean, on my own Discord?
No, I haven't got a clue.
Because it's cool how this one says /flat earth. Oh well.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to help you with that one.
That's all right.
Might be enlightening.
IU showed up and said, I'll prove it. Let me. I need to have voice permissions.
Oh, well, give me a moment, and I will give you the ability to speak. As soon as my phone catches up with my intentions.
There's going to be another why would they lie?
Yeah, probably.
Reason on it type of arguments.
Well, let's find out. So I have given you the ability to take control of your microphone. You can unmute yourself. Welcome to the Flat Earth 24/7 Discord server. My name is Jedi. What brings you here today? Again, so I've given you the ability to speak. That means you can unmute yourself. That means talk.
Sometimes they have to leave and come back, I think.
If they leave and come back, I'll have to unmute them. Somebody called Apocrypha Hal has joined us as well. Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning to you, Apocrypha Hal.
Hey, how's it going?
There you go.
Good morning.
How are we going to pronounce your name, mate?
Apocryphon. You know,
there we go, Apocryphon. How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the server
Hey,
today.
Apocryphon. For sure. Hey, guys. Hey, everybody. Just chilling, just checking it out this morning. Seeing how you guys are doing.
Yeah, we're doing really well, mate. We're doing really well. What brings you by our server today, and what say you about the shape of the Earth?
Oh, just swinging by. Just I haven't been here in a long while, and as far as the shape, definitely not what we've been taught as kids as it being a ball. But as far as us knowing what it is, and I can't subscribe to that. I don't. It says we'll never. No, we won't know the heights, the depths, and the lengths. So I don't know. I don't know what shape, but definitely not 25,000 circumference. That's for sure. That's debunked.
Yeah, I can go along with that answer, my friend. We are most definitely not on what we were taught we were on, but to claim that we know what the Earth actually is, its dimensions, height, body, haven't got a clue. But we most definitely understand that the Earth is level upon the surface. Whatever that shape takes, we don't know.
Absolutely.
But yeah, welcome back, my friend. Good to have you.
For sure. Good to be back.
Just to emphasize on that, what was said, we came to find out how they've driven a sphere out of a flat plane. The elevation angles to Polaris and the Cartesian system that we use today, longitude and latitude, all of that was based on the flat Earth, even today. Anytime that it's mentioned GPS, your ground position, it's referring to a flat Earth. So today we can prove that the Earth is flat, not just assert that it's not a sphere, but also claim that it measures to be flat, and that's how it's navigated.
Are you sure you verified IU?
All right, let me do that again. I'll double check. Again, as soon as my phone catches up with my intentions, I'll sort that out. So, if you want to give it another test, you have been unmuted my end, that's for sure.
Typing.
You want to unmute yourself as soon as I see that microphone be unmuted, then happy days.
He said it's still the same.
No, he needs to click his button, right?
Yeah, did you click on mute, IU?
This is what I'm saying. I haven't seen that microphone go off yet. So you can unmute yourself.
I said, did you unmute? He said, is the Pope Catholic?
I don't know. Probably Jewish.
That's a good question.
This still is the best argument I've heard for round Earth all day.
What is?
this non-argument where he hasn't said anything is still the best argument I've heard for Round Earth all day.
Oh, true.
Probably the best.
Definitely.
Like anything more than this is going to be worse.
The only good Round Earth
It is a good
argument.
argument, isn't it?
Round Earth argument.
Quiet one. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's only downhill from here. It's going to spiral out.
I don't know. Maybe you should close Discord and come back.
You tried turning it off and back.
You
on
mean it's
again?
not going to be an equal conversation? Not going to have a level conversation.
Excellent for those who level. You know, you could talk to the whole group instead of just me. They can't read what you say to me. Y'all guys sounds like you're trying to talk to more than just me. He said, y'all guys have some degree? Curious.
Yes, I do. I have a PhD on flat Earth.
There are a lot of people with degrees in here and the other group.
Evening, guys and girls.
What's up?
Hey.
He says Wolf got banned by Wolfgang staff guy.
You know what's interesting about that? When the first thing they do is, do you have degrees? It's almost like they can't, because they're so trusting in those that have told them this is what is, trust us, we're the scientists, we did the studies. Like if you don't have a degree in something, so let's say you can go get a degree in a falsehood. Doesn't make it any more true just because now I have a doctorate in it or a degree, a piece of paper that says I, did the homework assignments and I did the essays and I went every day for the weekdays. And I don't know how that constitutes to them in their mind truth. I don't get that.
Yeah, but even if I don't have a degree, my sextant does. Plenty of degrees.
I do. Don't send it to me. Send it to the main group.
Right, and like,
yeah, they have
would
this
fail
false
all the
idea that
tests.
Sorry, guys, a little bit of moderation and administration. So, I've given you the voice verified role. That should also give you the ability to see live stream voice text. You can use that now too. So if you can't speak, I'd really urge you to try and unmute your microphone. I haven't seen that button come off yet. But if you want to post your messages and ask questions in the live stream voice text and not just DM one person, you can do that now.
Maybe the dog damaged his microphone, can't speak.
He seems to think it's because someone with authority banned him.
Yeah, that somebody with authority is me, and I've given them all the ability and all the sunshine and fucking rainbows to unmute that microphone. I haven't seen them unmute that microphone just yet, so that voice verified as easily as it was given can as easily be taken away. It's down to you. But just call this check-in right about now.
You might need a block of instructions.
I might need to ban him. Yeah, see you later. Bye-bye.
is this a guy from the Reddit, Pumpkin?
I don't know. He certainly showed up messaging me in particular right after I posted that, and he said he's Arabic, so probably. But I guess he's already been here before because he's been banned before. Or kicked, probably.
Well, they've come back in. They haven't had any server deafened or anything like that. They've come in without any roles. I've given them the role and the ability to speak, and they haven't taken that opportunity.
Yeah, he says it's not working for him, and he'll be back later.
Yeah, like a bad relationship's not working for me either, mate.
Discord can be finicky.
There's this weird idea that education is repeating back what you heard and getting the answers right, and then having Daddy tell you that you got the answers right. Therefore, here's your reward. It's hard to get for people to get past that. When education is really like questioning everything and then understanding all the sides and actually looking at it and thinking about it and what can make sense, what doesn't make sense. Like I could get a degree in Lord of the Rings, world, or Game of Thrones, Westeros world. Like it doesn't. What does that mean?
Right.
There's a lot of worthless degrees out there now. A lot.
I remember a while back there was a course that you could take. I forgot what university, but it was an accredited university, and it was a class on Tupac. I'm not even kidding.
Oh gosh.
And you can take it and you get credits for it. You could actually get credits for your, what I don't know what degree you get out of that, but all they did was study like his music. And maybe it was along the lines of getting your musical degree, but what does having to know what all about Tupac have anything to do with music at this point? I guess. I don't know. It's just very, very weird. What they...
Yeah, but I don't know about you guys, but I do have a white coat. I'm a baker.
If you look at Tupac's history, dude, that guy went from blue to really heavy.
Yeah, Kel, try moving further away from your mic.
Oh shit, my bad. My mic was in the back of my head. Fuck. I do that whenever I.
You're still not close enough.
Is it better now?
It's way better.
Yeah. Well. Anyways, Tupac. Yeah. If you look at his history, right, he went from being completely blue pill to really, really hard red pill.
Right.
Because he did have some. There was some experiences in life, mostly with women and stuff like that. Yeah. But yeah, Tupac is a good story.
Yeah, and you can learn all about it and somehow get college credits for it. And then you'll end up getting a degree, and then ballers will listen to what you have to say. Really interesting.
Yeah, right. if you're a flat earther, you're just a hick living out in the country with a Confederate flag. It's like you've achieved nothing with your life if you're a flat earther.
Yeah. I get into a lot of discussions with a lot of these guys, and it's funny. They are very, very quick to say, you don't understand how it works. And then you ask them a question. Oh, really? So tell me, what is this? And they're like, I don't know what that is. Oh, but wait, so you're going to tell me I don't understand what I'm talking about, but you don't even know the things, the items of which I know about that are helping me in the way I'm trying to describe to you something. It's just the level of arrogance in these people. It's amazing.
And, the rest of that subreddit is generally very kind. Everyone's so nice to each other and it's harmonious. But Flat Earth gets brought up and suddenly people are like, oh, you don't know anything. You dumbass,
Wild, huh? It's wild that's the one thing that everybody demands to know.
Well, it's because they have to deny the truth, and it becomes a hard line for them. It becomes emotional.
Right.
They're defending.
So Nikola Tesla didn't graduate.
Yeah. Sorry, Nikola Tesla.
Burst my bubble. I'm happy in my bubble. Don't burst it, please.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was just saying, Nikola Tesla didn't graduate with a degrey, and I'd love to see one of these people argue with him.
Yeah.
Going back to degrees, but yeah.
Well, it's like they're going, hey, wait, are you even properly indoctrinated?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's further than that. It's worse than that. The problem is that people right now in school are still learning Newtonian physics. People right now in universities, they are learning Einsteinian. Yeah? And both of them has been debunked by quantum physics. So why are we still teaching the next generations about something that has been superseded? What's the point of it?
Because if you don't preach Einstein, then the experiment that proves that we're not moving through space is still valid.
Yeah, but it's not projected as being a concept. That's the problem. I understand people need to, whatever the curriculum says, you know, we need to learn Shakespeare's book, you know, and go on. It's that's the curriculum. Yeah, everybody needs to learn that. Yeah, everybody needs to learn about this or about that. But as a concept, not reifying to reality. That's the problem.
One of the things that I see, George, is that it's kind of like they walk you a certain path. And it's very interesting because when you go from one step to another, they'll even tell you, okay, everything you learned, throw it out. And you're like, wait, what? They're like, yes, this has been disproven by dun 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 dun. And there's a new person. And then they're going to teach you everything about this new person. And then by the middle of the course, they're like, all right, everything about that, throw it out. Because now we have quantum mechanics. So like they walk you down this road only to then make it seem like now we got it though. All right. Remember those other guys? They were, you know, in the ballpark area. They had a very good understanding. And meanwhile, you're like, well, I believe, you know, because this is what you're telling me was true. But now there's a new thing. But the new thing still has gravity, and the new thing still has time, space, and you know, all this other nonsense, you know, relativity. But there's a new understanding of it now, George. And if you could just listen to me on this one, this is the right one.
But that's the problem, isn't it? The only thing we learn in school, yeah, is concepts.
Right.
That's the only thing you learn in school. History is a concept. Everything is a concept, even mathematics. We don't learn nothing physical in school. You know, there are special schools that might do some activities that you might go out, you know, and plant something and work with the soil and do something, you know. But there's not much of it. Physicality, interaction with nature, and so on. You know, there's not much of that. There's a lot of nonsense. You need to understand all of these concepts. But the problem is, and I reiterate again, is that some of these concepts that we learn, which is good for your education in life, you know, they are projected to the pupils as being physicality, as being real. This is what it is. This is the universe and how the universe will manifest itself. All of these concepts in people's minds, making them believe that all of this is reality when it's not.
Right. Well, there's some. I mean, you can't discredit all of it, George, because there's something like, for instance, in biology, right? Like you dissect a frog, you dissect a shark. Like you do some hands-on work, and you do learn some physical stuff in chemistry.
Yeah, but
you know, you got some. Oh, definitely. In chemistry, you know, you mix a couple cool different, you know, chemicals together, make some really cool explosions in class, some weird color changing stuff. Like the changing back and forth colors. I mean, there's some hands-on fun stuff, but you're right. It's not enough, though. I mean, the schools that used to have vocational, you know, like they used to have, you know, I mean, when I grew up, they had wood shop, they had metal shop, you know, they had really good, like hands-on classes.
Yeah, artisan classes, for example.
Right.
Yeah, how to work with vines and do baskets. I've done all of that, man.
Right, but you're right though. The other stuff, the stuff that's more focused on, if you will, like history, you know, and science. There's so much, you know, there can be so many inaccuracies
and lots of pseudoscience.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. That's the bread and butter right there. That's what gets the people going. That way, when they talk about certain things later on in life, you just got to trust them.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw
like in the Steinhardt Aquarium.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Witsit was talking about this the other day.
Talking about what?
Oh boy.
Yeah, he was talking about how they still teach this stuff in school. This outdated pseudoscience.
Well, it's
every museum I
it
go
works.
to now is
It's a no-brainer, isn't it? If you are in this realm long enough, you know that is not. It's a no-brainer.
Every museum, what? I don't. Someone said something.
And that's the main reason why the Globers still come in.
Well, I was
Because
just
it's
saying,
still
like,
out there in
when I go
school.
to aquarium,
Sorry, man, I didn't mean to.
yeah, I was just trying to say that, like, you guys are talking about we don't do anything hands-on. I'm like, even in museums now, or like aquariums, like I used to go to those in San Francisco, and now it's just a digital screen. You push a button. You know, the Monterey Bay Aquarium used to be awesome. Now it's like a bunch of screens that read stuff to you, and you barely get to touch anything or look at anything anymore. It sucks, and I think that's just like, I think that's another concerted effort to remove you from reality and just make reality on a screen and what's read to you.
Right.
And then they charge more for it too, and act like it's like I can't even go to those anymore.
It's gonna get to the point when you go to a zoo and every time you go to a different animal section, there's just like a monitor and you see the animal on the screen. You know?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And they'll sell it. They'll sell it like to where they're like, oh, now you can see 3 times as many species that we could actually, hold here and, keep in captivity. And it's just so bad for the animals. So we're just doing the right thing by just putting them digital, probably holograms in
You guys
50
are kidding,
years.
but yeah, that is already here. You're going to have to save the species. It's economically everything is cheaper. It's safer because you wouldn't have an accident with the real animal. So everything is going to be fictitious.
Hey, you gotta save the penguins.
You might even be able to interact with them.
Right.
Virtual reality.
The new I think Apple just came out with a new product. It's their virtual reality that they got going on. I'm not sure when exactly it's launching, but they just announced that, and that's going to be pretty interesting. Everything's going to just be virtual, even in your own home. Like you just sit there on the couch and you watch movies through this VR, and you could have the biggest TV in on the block with this virtual reality stuff because you can
Even
change
work
your
from home.
settings.
Even work from home,
Everything,
depending
yeah.
on your jobs. Yeah.
Right, yeah. They even show like a little graphic, like an example of like the person they're looking through the VR, and they can see 3 other people in their room at home. And then if you turn to the left, they have like a huge, whatever was on their computer screen, whatever graphic or PowerPoint. It's like really big. Like if they're like giving a presentation in the conference room, it's just like, I mean, I can see the cool things about that, like the aspects, but it's like it's putting everybody behind this virtual world, and it's really weird if you really think about it.
Yeah, through the VR, yeah, you'll get out of bed, you'll put your whatever equipment it requires to put it on, and you are now on this reality, seated on your desk when in fact you are on the sofa or even in bed. But in this reality, you are in your office, and you have your computer, and you're going to do whatever you do in your computer every day. You just never left home. So if people are asleep now, imagine when that starts kicking in our reality, when people start to use that more and more, there is no more perception of reality anymore.
Right. That's me. I work from home now, and I'm loving it because otherwise I'd be commuting an hour and a half and all this other stuff. And I live in a suburb, and I thought that's what I wanted. That was always like kind of what thought I was supposed to do. And now I'm like, looking at these track homes, working out of my bedroom, having my food delivered. Like, this is definitely not what was meant for humans. It's just a life of convenience, almost exclusively, and it's just starting to bother me. But I work remote. I can actually move anywhere I want, so that's sort of try and get my kid through high school and then maybe bounce California.
Well, if you think
That's what
about
I'm
it,
saying. More and more. There's going to be more and more of that.
if everyone's working remote desktop, right, and like everyone's just in their homes, like who's gonna fix the power lines, right? Who's gonna manage like all the physical labor jobs that we need to keep the infrastructure going? Like, I mean,
yeah,
like being an engineer.
It's a small team of maintenance. It's a maintenance team. Not everyone needs to know the intricacies of it. Not everyone needs to know the mechanisms. You know, the regular Joe just presses a button and things happen. Problem when it breaks down, then the regular Joe doesn't know how. The only thing he knows is remove this part and put another part in. Now, how is the part done? He has no idea.
Yeah, but you still need somebody to physically do that.
Right, trades workers.
Yeah,
are
or
always
just
gonna
buy
be
a new one.
What I'm saying is you need somebody to go up there and physically take it out and put it back in, and you know.
Yeah, they make it
Right, you're
easier
talking
and
about,
easier
like,
nowadays, isn't it?
Well, like if we're talking like
It comes in different
infrastructure for a
languages and instruction.
it's different than home repair. Like you need someone under the ground, you know, taking out the ground, fixing the wires, replacing this, doing a cell phone tower, like all those trade and plumbing, industrial like.
Yeah, what if you got a leak in your on your roof? You know, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you need somebody who's trained in roofing to fucking go over there and find out where it is, then repair the roof. I mean, it's
Yeah, those are good jobs, and they travel anywhere, and you're always needed for sure. Like I just do cybersecurity. You know, like a lot of people think they need me, but I'm only needed because there's the internet, not because you need rain not to fall on your bed. You know.
Yep.
You'll have a machine coming by, periodically and assess every building, everything, if it needs a replacement or not.
I hung curtains. I was like proud of myself because I hung curtains, like got a stud finder, got these stud magnets, and little just minor home repair. Built out a closet with some closet made stuff and like, stuff that people back in the day would have been doing when they were like 8. All proud of myself. Didn't have to pay TaskRabbit to do it. Now fixing your own car is like almost impossible unless you really know what you're doing. Like, it was kind of cool when you had old cars and you could figure that stuff out yourself and everything was truly mechanical.
Did you set curtains?
Yeah, I was just talking about like the little things that I know how to do compared to like what people would have known how to do like 100 years ago, with no power tools. It's just I'm proud of myself for even the smallest thing.
I have a question for you. I have a Windows 10. Which curtains should I put on?
Oh, I don't know. What kind of, your curtain choice, your pattern choice, whatever. It's on you, man. I was just talking about finding the stud, making it stable, and making it level, and then making it work, and then never doing it again, being one and done.
Level.
Consult your local designer. Yeah, right. It was level. It's level a little bit. I got a little bulge in it in the middle, and then I ask everybody, "What do you see?"
Why would you bother to level it? Why would you bother to level it? Why would you bother to level it? Curtains, isn't it? So the window is already there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
but you
just need the measuring tape. You need a measuring tape from the ceiling down to the point that you want on one side. You mark, go to the other side, same distance from the ceiling down. You mark on the wall, and there you go. You have a level line right there. If you have any doubts, you can always double check with the level. But it's going to be, unless the ceiling, your starting point measurement is the ceiling, your base, your reference point. Unless the ceiling is not level, or the window is not level, you're going to have discrepancies.
With that process you just described, like I would call that leveling also.
Yeah.
Like I don't
it's not leveling. It's not leveling though, because you're not using a level. You're just measuring equidistance from something.
Make sure it's level.
Yeah. You're
Right,
measuring
but that makes-
equidistance.
I guess I
from. Yeah, you're measuring equidistance from a level surface.
Yeah, but then when you're on a ladder on one side, you're like, your perspective, unless you have some, I don't know. But yeah, I did all that, and then you check it with a level at the end, make sure there's no bow, and I'm not, I think I nailed it, so feel pretty good about it.
Good, man.
Freaking, hell yeah, freaking nailed it.
Need to do more of it.
Yeah. Well, there's like, every once in a while,
I'm an
something else
expert
pops
of
up,
it,
like,
on it, different structures,
Yeah, and
different
doing
walls, different materials, Like you said, you need to find the stud. If you need to find the stud, that means that means it's a drywall wall. If it's a brick wall, it's different, If it's concrete, it's also different, Different materials.
right, like wall anchor differences, and like I'm just like starting to do a little bit of that since I have my own place. So I put a closet in for the towels and just
The handyman.
simple, right? Just little DIY. Thank God for YouTube. And, like,
A
can you
man
imagine
with a
bro,
van.
what they were doing 20 years ago?
Yeah, we called I don't know if it was Home Depot, but it was some company to come and investigate a job that we wanted done. 2 windows and a door, right? Getting it replaced and put in bulletproof stuff. Anyways, the job ended up.
Bulletproof. Wow.
Yeah, the job ended up being about. They gave an estimate of like 20,000, and I was like, "What? That's insane!" And so then we looked it up and we found all the stuff, and the total cost was about 5,000 for the 2 windows in the door. But I don't know why the job was 15,000. Like, it's crazy. I think it's the lack of labor, like enough people to do the job, or I don't know what the hell.
Really? What about insurance? What about transportation? What about tools? What about
15,000 for 2 windows and a door?
What about your profit? I mean, if you're going to do this for free, I mean, it's pointless, isn't it?
Oh, obviously.
If you are willing to do it and break even, you have no losses and no gains. Yeah, why not, man? Go for it. Just help people out. Now, if you're in the game for making business out of it, yeah, you need to have your earnings.
All I'm saying is that the prices have gone up astronomically, right, since the early 2000s.
Yeah, I agree. Both prices, the material and the labor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's no doubt. And like even wood has gone down a little bit recently, but like for a minute during COVID, it was like insane how much wood was. Just to do anything, even framing wood was way high.
Yeah, because back then they disrupted the transportation, didn't they? They disrupted a lot of things. And for example, here in the UK, for that period of time, was lack of cement. because they were not receiving enough deliveries. They disrupted the whole thing. You guys, I'm sure you remember the what was it? The Evergreen ship in the canal, barricaded everything, and another false flag. So there was prime materials not reaching on time to people in need.
What they did was they created a bottleneck, if you will. So like they kind of slowed everything down, so that way they could just raise the price of everything to make it seem like, oh, we only have a little bit of it, so we got to charge more. Yeah, it's just a joke.
They're still doing it with the truckers and so on. They pissed off the truckers. Now the truckers refuse. We're going to strike. Hello? If you're going to strike, it's even worse. You know what I mean? So, they're motivating the truckers not to do anything. They're rebelling. Oh, we're going to block everything. Hello? If you block everything, it's even worse for the people. Oh, we're not going to deliver. What? Can't say that. It's not the government that's going to pay for it. It's us. It's I don't know, man. Sometimes we don't see we don't see the bigger picture.
I mean, I get it. It's to show them like you really don't have the power, Mr. Powerful Man, because if the people aren't moving, then no one gets anything. But ultimately, it does end up just hurting everybody because that cost is carried over. Like the man ain't going to absorb that cost. No. That's not what they're in business for. They're in business to make money, not lose money. So if they see, oh yeah, we have a loss, don't worry about it. We're going to make up for that by this, and this. And usually that means laying people off, downsizing, raising prices, and somehow paying themselves more of the profit so that way they could write it off and then pay less in taxes. Either way, they win. It's amazing. They have this system down pretty tight, and they know what they're doing. So when people try to revolt and say, hey, we're going to stop doing this, we're going to stop with that, they know that they can wait us out, because regardless, at the end of the day,
obviously,
everyone has to come back.
They managed to convince us that the resources are coming to an end.
Are finite, yeah.
It came, and fossil fuel, the so-called fossil fuel, even more. There's only as much of this. We never know. When we're done with this whole, that's it. There's no more. So that's why the prices are the way they are. Because there's limited amounts of any of these materials. That's why the prices go through the roof.
Yeah, but then you find out all it was, they just shut down refineries and they stopped the production. So that way so that within a quarter they produce less. But then they say, well, we have to price it according to what we produced, even though they're the ones that reduced that production. They could have produced a lot more. But like you're saying, because they try to make it, they sell the lie that, oh, it's a finite resource, so we can't produce too much. It's such a joke, man. It's really disgusting.
But yeah, some resources like fish, for example, we've been taking a lot of fish, for example, without giving it time for the fish to procreate again and have more and more fish. Yeah, I can understand, because we catch more than we can consume, with the profit idea in mind. More that you catch, more that you earn, regardless if it's going to be consumed or not. For all you care, you can go to the bin, as long as you have the money in your pocket. And the similar idea comes to other products, isn't it? And trees, for example, is one of them. More trees you put it down, more money you get, and so on and so on. You're in the wood business, that's what you do. What's that you say? Charcoal? Yeah, no problem. We'll light the fire. We'll light the match. Yeah, plenty of wood for charcoal over here. We know how it works. Anywhere in the world is like that. If you're in the wood business, this is the time. Look what you're doing in Canada. What's that you say? We cannot cut. Yeah, no problem.
There's a lot of charcoal right now in Canada.
Oh yeah.
charcoal
That's what I'm
prices
saying.
are gonna go down for sure.
That's what I'm saying.
That's funny.
All right. I gotta go grab my kid. I'll talk to you guys later.
Later, man. Take care.
Later, man. Oh.
So yesterday I was watching this. I was just kind of capturing like this live NASA spacewalk, looking at all the all the different problems, all the different problems they have. There was this one shot where it looked like the sun, because there's like I always watch it to see, like I always want to see like in the mirrors that they wear in their wrists, like to see what I could see through them. I see like if they were to look around, you know, like other than right in front of them. And there was a part where the earth is like completely below them, lit up very bright. I thought the sun would have then been behind him, right? Because the earth is completely lit up, like it's daytime. Like if the sun, the source of light was coming behind. And then he looks up, and what looks like the sun, but on the other side of this, shot of the earth. So then I was like, I think they messed up right now. I don't think he was supposed to look up. I think he kind of just looked at one of the, like a light, like a studio light. Anyways, the reason why I was bringing it up, because then I started thinking, like, I wonder, like, if these, people that are on the ISS, like, if they have social media, like, do they post photos from the ISS, like personal ones? And I looked into this one, and she was all excited, like, oh, we're gonna go back to the moon. This was like I think it's 2018 or 2019. But like every year they're like saying, oh, we're gonna go back to the moon, and then like, they keep pushing that date back. They keep pushing that date back. So it's very funny, man. It's comical. Like these people are so, like a kid in a candy shop when they first get in the space program. They're like, all right, we're gonna train because we're gonna go to the moon in 2 years, and then 2 years goes by and they're like still like, we're gonna go in 2 more years. They pushed it back. But it's just funny, man, how brainwashed they are. It's like so funny. I'm gonna try to find that video, the screen recording I did, and then I'll show you what I mean. I'll edit it. I'll cut it down. It's on my other phone.
Elijah. Is Elijah there? Gotta ask him something quick. Take 30 seconds, Elijah, if you're there. If not, I'll text you, Elijah.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
I said, go ahead, Jim Z. I'm typing back in the chat. I can't talk.
Hey, all good, bro. How you doing? Just wanted to ask you real quick in relation to the emergency that was happening in New York. Is it everything back to normal, or is it like still kind of like everything blocked and business closed, school closed, everything? Because I got family that are planning to go there within the next few days, and they're just wondering if everything is back to normal or not. Yes, baby.
And Dad,
Let's go get more.
go to the store and buy more
All right.
because we're doing more lessons. And you
What's your reference, Elijah? Is it back to normal where you're standing, or New York City? Text me about it, bro. Don't worry about it here.
Look in the chat room, man. Damn.
I told you to read the chat.
Yeah, I'll check it. I was DMing you, but since you said read the chat. Yeah, get some family and friends debating about going or not going. It's kind of funny. All good, bro. Thank you for that.
I wonder, no one in like Australia or anything witnessed the red sun, right?
You know what? Now that I remember Becky from Australia. When the fires were happening in Australia, she took a picture like this and shared it with us. It was, what was that, like 2 years ago? More. 2 years ago, I think. That the Australia was burning.
But wasn't the sun red here anyways?
That's a good question.
Because I remembered, like Lou and I, when he was really active, like we were talking about this already, but everybody was like, "Oh, The sky is like, smoky because there's smoke coming from somewhere. And I was like, huh? When does that ever happen? So it did happen before, and apparently it also happened on the 19th, which is like the screenshot from that I took. I'm just wondering, like, how, like, when I'm just trying to figure out if they experienced it in the South. Did they experience it in the North as well? Did we even pay attention to that? Did we have regular sun, regular sky? Well, not fuck the sky, regular sun, while everyone else was having, smoky whatever.
I myself, the days that you were getting the smoke over here was raining and cloudy, mostly. So the sunset, I actually didn't look at it, so didn't saw how it looked, 'cause it was cloudy mostly. And Boston did got some smoke, but people were saying it was like a thin smoke.
Because I'm just thinking about it, like, speaking to my mom yesterday and her friend, and it's like he was talking about the news, which I don't watch. And he's like, yeah, the news is showing that they're, burning up the trees and stuff. So he's like, why are they doing that? And I'm like, why are they showing that they're burning the trees? Isn't that the problem? Like, I thought, like, it's confusing, just like the Jesse Smollett case was confusing. Like, and I bring that up because I believe that was completely political. I believe Jesse Smollett is related to Kamala Harris in some way. I have reasons. Not okay. So back when it happened, before anything happened with Jesse Smollett and the whole, race uproar or whatever behind that supposed attack from, some white people who, put a noose around his neck and did all this, that, and the third. He had been going to Kamala Harris events where one of the things that she was promoting was a bill against lynching. And I'm like, who's lynching for you to be, putting that bill? Like, who cares?
Exactly.
I don't even know what the fuck is going on. So it was all very peculiar and confusing. So then when he gets caught and we find out it's like actually two big black gay dudes, I'm like, okay, even more of a distraction, because I'm like, oh, here's this gay dude messing with two gay dudes. It must have been that. But the one thing that I don't understand is, well, what actually happened? Because you got the police trying to sue him, I guess, or get their penance for what went on, and the state or something is overturning that, like, oh no, forget it. And I'm like, this is very weird, because the narrative is he didn't do anything, leave him alone. And the other narrative is, well, he's the point is, you could never exactly get what the actual premise is, like what the fuck is going on. This is like 5 things going on at the same time, and I'm like, that's very peculiar for a person who's actually guilty of something, but us not actually have anything. You know what I mean? That was peculiar. And so I'm thinking, so what I'm saying is, now you have these fires, but then you have them seemingly starting the fires. So everybody's talking about that. And I'm like, what is it? What is the distraction? Perhaps this is high speculation, of course, very lazy, very thrown together, I guess. But perhaps could it be that the sun does that? And you would not be able to explain that in heliocentric globe Earth? So they have to do something to kind of distract you, to give a reason as to why it's happening. So I started looking up like red suns. I didn't really find much. You know, not forgetting the speculation that there, I mean, there's a lot of speculations out there. There's speculations that there are other bodies up there that you can't see that causes eclipse. Some people speculate that there are multiple suns, and we don't really know what the fuck is going on here. You know, could have been a bulb change for all we know. It's like, I don't know. I don't know, man.
You know another curveball for this one, Elijah. There is some in Puerto Rico, in the Caribbean, the U.S. territory, Puerto Rico. There is in Salinas. There's a huge military base, and they do this burning. It's a huge like landscape, has a like a flat plain, and it has mountains, and they have all gated. See, it's like a nice isolated military area. It has fences and gates and all that kind of stuff. And inside, they practice that they burn the whole area. They burn it. It's like a huge fire. Huge fire. They do that almost like once a year. I don't know if they claim it's naturally, but I know they kind of do like exercises with that stuff. It's like a huge fire that happens inside of that base. And recently, like probably within the same day or a day before the fire in New York, that place was burning as well, similarly. And it's an actual military base. I remember seeing that when I was young because I lived pretty near it.
I think it was in 2014 that in Portugal and Spain they had fires that melted cars.
Wow.
And people died inside of those cars. It was a big catastrophe.
Yeah.
But one of the things that brought my attention is a rabbit trying to escape, and he's burned alive.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like a statue. He's in running mode, but he's completely, roasted.
Roasted frozen.
Yeah.
Frozen.
He burned as he was running.
Wow.
That's not natural. That's not natural fires.
Yeah. Well, melting cars is definitely some red flag with people inside. That's a red flag for me.
But there's also images of lights coming from the sky, not as a ray, what do you call it? Thunder ray, but blue lights and red lights coming from the clouds. That's what happens when the kids play with the matches. I wonder what happens if I press this button. Oops.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Flatter Day.
Hey, good morning to you. I'm singing in the flat plane.
Well, I don't know about where you're singing from, but where I'm listening, it's almost in the rain. We're getting a little bit of that liquid sunshine here in Southern California today.
Well, we have plenty of that. We have plenty of that. Now is the time for a bit of sun. This damn it, climate change, always changing. It rains one day, the next day is sunshine. I mean, we better do something about this. Becomes a nuisance, this climate changing all the time. You never know what to wear. In the morning is one thing, in the afternoon is a different thing. You need to be changing all the time. Your wardrobe needs to be massive. Did you know that every time that I'm stopped on the equator, I'm moving over 1,000 miles an hour? and I don't feel it. How amazing is that? At the same time, I'm looking at the horizon, a horizontal line, but I see a curve somehow. Nobody sees anything wrong with that. Nope, nothing to see here. No one wants to come in and challenge these statements, no?
All this silence could represent the empirical proofs of the globe model, because there are none. Somebody prove me wrong. Somebody acknowledge my mic's working. We're done.
It's working, Dave. Loud and clear.
Great.
Thank you. We're not.
You jinxed it, Gemsy. You jinxed it.
Jinxed what? He said Dead Air Dave wasn't coming in here or what?
I said it was clear.
Sounds like it's roboting every other time. So plan accordingly.
Unfortunately, there's not much I can do about that except shut up. So that's what I'll do.
See, I told you it was good that time. Do 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 do. How do TV quack doctors work on a flat Earth? Yeah. And it is a flat Earth. Well, floor is horizontal. Get it? Show me any floor that isn't horizontal. Okay, then it was meant to be tilted or something. Never heard of anyone building on a curved surface. Ever. Where does this happen? I see Timbo there. I might. I know it's terrible. I'll try not to do it again. Oh, I see Wave Mixer popped in. Are you there, bro? Are you busy with family? Well, here we are on Saturday morning.
Ask me something. Ask me something.
Oh, Sasha, how you doing, man? How you doing?
I heard that you are alone, only to join you. To not be alone.
Oh, good. Oh, thank you. That's cool. Like, I'm in a lot of pain. I'm having some troubles, but I'm just going to try to transcend all of that. And I'm working on it. So, you know, when you have pain, you try to give your attention to it and like rub it and like massage, right? And like you can do it too much.
I don't like to have pain.
I know. I'd rather just like, okay, forget about it. Like, I'm not in control. Why do I keep trying to fix myself? I gotta have more faith. Like, I don't know why I think I can get in the mix and, you know, stop certain things from going on in whatever natural processes. But anyway, I digress. You understand? Sometimes we get out of balance, right?
I know. Last year was bad year.
Like the guide wires that hold our structure upright. You notice how like some of them, it's messed up, man. I have a curved spine. My spine isn't normal. So it's like always moving around. Probably thalidomide baby, and they never told me. Just kidding. I'm all deformed. No, I'm just joking again. Trying to increase my endorphins. Lots of cannabis helps. I'm rolling them up. I'm gonna roll up several. Get ready for the day.
Sometimes doesn't help.
What's that?
Sometimes doesn't help.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I can assure you.
Yeah, well,
Hey,
because
Sonny, if you're gonna roll some, make sure you share some.
I will if I get a chance. You know, I usually do. I'm like, I'm done with this. You know what I'm saying? No, it helps me though.
I try sometimes for the back, but I didn't try. I didn't stop for 20 years.
That
I
means
see
it
no,
doesn't help sometimes with
I
pain.
see no need to stop. Like I don't have some $100 doctor. Sorry, I keep saying that. Like it's a legal word, but anyway, that's gonna give me like pain medication that I actually need. Like, but they have their reasons. I think natural methods can work better. Like,
Yeah, I know, but I am also taking medications every
yeah,
day.
I think I need some medication now, and I don't take anything. I got used to not taking anything at all, ever.
Every day, 5 pills.
Yeah, I used to be like that. So, um, I don't know. I'm going to have to work it out with myself in some way. I think it gets to a point where it's just like me, you, and God, and the Creator, or whatever that means to you. It means something to everybody, and including everybody, no matter what you think you're standing on. Everybody has some kind of belief that they came from somewhere. That's a power greater than themselves. So, that being the case, these this being that we are didn't come from nowhere. That's pretty profound, don't you think?
Of course. Especially organs.
No, the whole thing, like who we are, like, okay, the organs in the body and all of that, incredible. From the
Yeah.
vestibular system, I mean, to our
No,
optical
everything.
system.
Everything,
Yeah,
Sonny. Everything is inside, has a function, and it must be there because,
so
nothing,
yeah.
nothing is like, okay, we have liver because it's there.
Right, just it just happens to be there. Okay, so like,
I came out from the water, and then in one moment I got the lungs.
yeah, so these we talk about irreducible complexity. So these things, like there's insects that couldn't possibly work or function properly without every part they have. So like think about the human eye. Okay, so did it develop over time? Okay, like that, like that. I'm going to call them Evo nuts. Say, did it just develop over time? The eye. So like, okay, what did the human use before the eye then? No eye means dead human. Sorry. And there used to be, like, I believe there used to be ferocious animals out there everywhere. So you're not going to do very well without an eye, without eyes to see.
Yeah.
What are you going to use? Like some kind of X-ray vision through your skull? Like, what do these people think? So you had to come together at one moment, all of you, like in the seed of a tree. So
Going
that
up.
there can be the complexity of the simplicity of the seed of a big, huge tree that ends up growing into, has the potential to grow into that. So
where is the problem that with the chicken and the egg?
Mm-hmm. That's
Because
it.
that was a question for everybody, and it always was like, yeah, there is no answer. What the fuck was first?
Isn't so
But
the only
there
way.
is an answer, because there, for me now, when I'm thinking now, it's like something was first, or chicken or egg. I don't know which one, but one of that was first.
Well, the thing
And
that
somebody made it.
so check it out. So
to be like that.
from the human egg to the seed of a tree, something had to be done at one moment. like it
You have
is.
you have seed of the tree, seed of the
So
bush. You will not eat trees. You have other seeds. How that came? There is seeds you can
yeah,
eat them.
so it's like kind of like asking, is the seed first or was the tree? But you had to have a
Yeah.
tree to create a seed,
Yeah.
right?
Right, but why we are eating
Wait,
potatoes? Why we are not eating trees?
don't you need the soil, the water, the light, the air, and
Exactly. That's
all of those things?
yes.
You need the
Yeah.
container. You need the
Yes.
antecedent to the container, which is
You
the
need
designer, the architect.
you need
And
all of
then when
it.
you put all of those things together, then you can get the thing. You don't
You
get the
need
thing before the things.
so here's the thing that's undeniable. That had to come from one point in time. It had to be created all at once. Now, like you think about the planning that would take that information. So we're dealing with someone that created us that is infinitely, we can't even imagine that kind of intelligence. Like as smart as humans think they are, and I do say think, um, we don't know very much at all about anything. So like there's only one place this existence could come from is at one point in time with an intelligent designer that had somehow either just miraculously breathed it into existence. How can that, like, that's what we're told. That's what some people say and have read in the literature, right? So it had to come at one point. A human couldn't walk around with only part of itself. Like we couldn't. Like I read a lot about things like this, and there's an insect in the Amazon that has a design on its back, and how could it exist? Because it mimics the look of something that the predators don't like when looking at it from the air. Another insect that is predator of this and would come down and eat it, right? So this insect has a design of some kind of other animal on its back. So when it's walking around, it looks like this other thing. And so, like, okay, so if this predator would normally just go eat that other insect immediately upon sight, how could that other insect have survived without everything, including the design on its back? Couldn't. Pretty amazing.
Listen, this story. You and me in cave 2 billion years ago, 2 million years ago, and I say ow, and you say and I say voo, and you say buh, and then you say yes, and I say yes, and we say oh yes, and then language started. You know.
I gotta get
And then we started English, and then people from south they started Spanish, and that's something like that.
Oh yeah, like how did that happen? Is that what you're bringing up?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I think language, the fundamentals of it is it has first established trying to communicate between, let's say, two people, and in relationship to something in reality. You see trees, you see fruits, you see animals, you see mother and father, you see family, you see the soil, you see the ground, you see the sky. So the languages, however it was made up, it was in relationship to expressing something that we see in the real world, right?
Yeah, but
you
look
want
at
apple?
this. If you look animals,
How do you eat the apple, Sasha? And then apple, apple, yeah, apple, apple, yeah, apple. Okay, let's go get apples today.
That's all right. But look at this point. For example, animals. If you want to say dogs, they will. I don't know. They will, or whatever animals, but the same species. They will. They don't need to learn another language, to communicate.
Well, no language. Or did they use some type of communication skills like sound?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
We use sound to communicate.
Yeah.
Still, it's communication, right?
Yeah,
I'm saying
not language. I would say not language like the language that we use, but still, it's sound, and they can communicate. My opinion.
Yeah, but I'm saying you cannot form that, and then you have languages, million languages on the earth. Like it came like with the evolution or whatever.
Yeah, it came like well, it almost happened at like one time. Like so, there are different types of people, right? Like we know there's different. I don't know what you call that specifically, but the different types of humans, I think they had to come all at once too. I don't think they changed from one to another. I think they were just created. Like,
Hey, Sacha and Sonny, what about like in the video game? You know, in the video game, the character in the video game can do a lot of things and use the
wait a minute. In what game?
No, let's say in a video game, right? The character, you can be inside the game and do a lot of things and use the environment and do whatever. But then outside of the video game, there's codes or shit codes, or maybe the programmer is beyond the video game, right?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of available in a sense, because I see the design of things and I see the antecedents, the things that must be for the other thing to be, and then when you reach the container, what do we know beyond that? I think there is an antecedent to that, right?
Yes, exactly. I think there has to be some kind of a whole arrangement of things like that. All we're touching on that we can all that we can see or think about even or experience here is just those little parameters that are showing through this realm that we live in. Like we see the design, we see those things that I'm talking about that we know come from somewhere else because we couldn't.
That's good because you can logically, you can come with logically that must be creator. That is logic. That is nothing to be shame or whatever. That is logic. That is fucking, I don't know. Because other thing it's not logic. You're like it's something came from nothing. Information came from nothing. That's not logical.
But you see the levels. You see the levels, Sacha, because I can create a greenhouse, right, and a huge greenhouse, and you have all the plants, fruits. You could have birds and chickens and animals, right? You create but you're not the creator of the greenhouse. You grab the things that were there and you put them together and design them and put it in place to have a certain environment, right? So there is levels to that. There is antecedents to all of that. But then the creator or the creator of things, that's the big question. The design of the creation. Because we can manipulate animals and the chickens and the dogs and the cat, right? We can do all that and make the best meat that you like, right? Kind of like manipulate that. But are you the creator of that?
Yeah. So all these different systems that we see here from the biology of like the ground, the dirt, the biology of like the fungus or algae or any kind of plant growth. Like if you look at all those, and then going to like the animal world, and then humans like us here, we have these different realms, all these different categories, right? There are all these different birds, so there's so much going on that it would take, like, think of how many engineers it would take if one was just handling one type of animal, let's say. Oh, we only handle the small rodents, like something like that.
So like in the video game, it's like we're working within the parameters of the game.
Yes. So we don't know if there's a whole work crew or like millions of crews that had sent this out, or if it was one single originator. At one point, one individual originator touched whatever. It's like, I think
you're talking about the actual coder of the whole system. The actual,
like, was that one single originator? I don't know. It seems almost to point to that direction.
So then that coder can change the code and make things different. That's an argument. People argue that.
As far as with everything goes, could just like bring it into life. instantly at 1 minute.
So as we are operators of the information, as the knowers, because we know stuff, right? And we can, with the know the things that we know, we can code certain things, right?
Yeah, yeah. That we can make certain things function from an outside view. We can, from the outside, we can create
Yeah.
things, build things. We have the ability to
Now,
kind
now,
of,
now, James, imagine you are in a game, but now you are going outside of that game in another game.
oh,
Because,
okay. So,
because you know you will do it now, and then you will show other players. Look, I can do that, but you will not show them how you are going. You will only tell them that you can go in another game.
Yeah, but you're talking about another game, right? But I'm talking about this kind of like this
Yeah,
reality and away
this
from that
reality is
one.
this. But when you take a rocket, you're going in another game.
Yeah.
You understand me? That means
Sure.
if I'm in NASA and if I'm playing game, I can go in another game.
yeah, they're telling people they're going in another game, which they don't have the ability to do that. They would never.
Yep, that's the point.
It is not possible to go to that place. It is not possible for it even to exist in any kind of reality.
And the answer is because you are in this game and you cannot go in that game. You know that's the point. Because this game, it's this reality.
Yeah, because that game is going in and out of a system that has gas pressure. Sorry,
Yeah.
and a flat plane. This is known. These are known. These are things we know for facts that we're on solid ground. It's stationary and it's freaking contained. So
And it's working like that, Sonny. If you take a small container, it's working. You know, you can have gas pressure inside. You can have the humidity inside. You can have everything. You know, even you can people.
Yeah.
You know that plant? It's growing in a. We have examples that things are growing and having having life in a container.
That's true. We have a new person, Watsall 468. Do you have any questions? And Watsall 468, are you there? Do you have control of your mic? You have no roles, but you're not muted. Well, if you get a chance, do come in and say hi, and be happy to speak with you. Right now, we're just talking about existence. So if you want to get into the chat about existence, and did it come all at one time, or do you think it happened over time? I think that's a great question.
No, we can move Sunny to surface or Sunny to surface better, easier, because we don't know, you know, creation stuff a lot. We know it's here, but
Yeah, so that can go to any range of conversations in any direction, really, from this point. So it's all good.
why seas and oceans are have the salty water?
Why are they the salty water? That's a good question. What would be the purpose of all that salt in the water?
It must have some purpose for sure, and it's more that salty water than drinkable water. And if Earth it's 4.5 billion years old, do you know how much rain dropped on the air in this time?
Well, throw out the 4 billion years completely.
Yeah.
It's bullshit. So
okay, but that's the how many rain drop fall in that time. Doesn't matter what time.
Well,
and still that water is not, you know, it's still the same salty.
You can't do that with raindrops because that's on the cycle, you know, that we know about. So that's a variable cycle as far as the waters, the system, the rain. What do they call it? The water cycle. Yeah. So all the water that's here is still here. Hasn't gone anywhere. It just keeps recycling over and over again. The Earth's waters are they've always been here. When you get hit by rain, you're getting hit by rain that's however long we've experienced rain, or anyone has experienced rain. That's the same water.
Yeah,
Nothing's leaving this place,
because it's
man.
coming from the salty water more, because it evaporates more from the salty water than from the
Yeah.
all this.
You know, that's a good point. Here's the thing. So we know how big the oceans are. Well, we don't really know how big the oceans are. Okay, so we know they're all horizontal. We know that water cycle's going on. We know that water, that salt in the water is creating higher density. That higher density, we know it's creating all kinds of different aspects to its character because of the salt, and we know how much life is in the water.
Hello.
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 How are you?
Very good.
So, what you guys talking about?
Why our oceans has the salty water?
Why the desert has salt?
What is salt?
Yeah, why salt?
Well, no, what is salt?
Salt
Natrium,
it's
natrium,
sodium.
natrium chloride.
So
Yeah, it's a mineral. It's like
so it's
what, a dissolvable mineral, right?
So we've had a few answers there. So it's a lot of things by the sounds of it.
That's actually the question I always ask myself about it.
What is?
Why? I really don't know.
Did you know? Have you heard of the 12 cell salts?
Sorry?
Have you heard of the 12 cell salts?
South what?
Cell salts.
I never heard about that.
But every human being is lacking 3 salts. Because when you're in the womb with your mother, you get a salt each month. The mother naturally makes these salts in the womb, and you only get 9 for the 9 months in the womb. So every human being is missing 3. And you need to find out what 3 you're missing and get them 3 salts down your neck ASAP.
Really?
Yeah, man.
I'm probably missing those. Yeah, I'm having a problem.
You can work it out. You can work it out. There's a cell salt table, so you can work out when you was born and just work back on the 3 zodiac signs that you're missing. And then you might have conditions that you don't know, you might have a bit of eczema or asthma or something like that. But it's because it's usually down to the 3 cell salts that you're missing, because the mother only makes 9, she misses 3. So find out about
I didn't even know. I never even heard this. That's fascinating.
Yeah, man, look into it. It's really good. 12 cell salts, and the mother creates 1 per month during birth. So every human being is missing 3. But you can buy 12. You can buy them, the 12 cell salts, and just have 1 a day, and you'll just get them all plus the 3.
Don't you get a lot of that from Himalayan sea salt?
Yeah.
Like
I use Himalayan sea salt
because apparently it has like over 100 different minerals, including gold and silver, platinum. You know,
and
the ones that you need.
It is not even sour.
What, Himalayan sea? The pink salt? It's not even salt.
It's not sour like the synthetic salt, the commercial salt.
It's not the natural one, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's not so sour. I don't know how to say it. Sour. I mean, it's not.
Not as salty.
Not as salty like the commercial salt.
Exactly, because that's refined salt, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it depends. It's from a deposit, right? It's from salt water that has dried up. Is that correct?
Yes.
I just posted something in the live chat about the cell salts. It's just there if you need it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I need to get some Himalayan salt. I put it in my water and I've been lacking it. I need to go get some right away. All right.
Guys, I have a question.
Sure.
How do you think the Rockefeller owns the most of the oil industry?
Are you asking about where petroleum comes from?
Yes, I think. Have you heard of the hidden continent?
No.
The hidden continent. It's basically after the dome. There is hidden lands
Oh, yes. Yeah.
of
Yeah.
the map.
We talk about that quite a bit, actually.
Yes, I hear there are mountains of oil after beyond the dome. So, and when I search about the Antarctica, I saw a Rothschild oil company in the South Pole in the Antarctica, and I also found that Rockefeller was basically the cousin of Rothschild, owns the 90% of the oil industry. Do you think they could mine oil or get the oil from the hidden continent?
Yeah, well, a lot of that is speculation because I've never heard of anybody that's gone there and come back as a witness and told us that they saw it themselves. So we can't verify that that is there.
Yeah, but you know, before maybe the United Nations agreement, people can go to the hidden continents like it's not like normal pirates and
I kind of think that that's the case as well. That they did find areas out there during that certain period we talk about in here that they did go out and find another area or somewhere along the line they did during either the age of exploration when all this crap started, including the printing of books. Yeah, and the maps.
Yeah,
we
Sorry about
know who had control of the information. You know, we know who was in control. They're the same people that are in control now, just masked over by something else that they, you know, that's been a setup for something. Oh, democracy. No. Land of the free. No.
we don't control the information, but we can sense. We can have the sense of some, and like we can filter it as like they do. We can filter the truth. You know.
I lost a little bit due to the accent, but
I mean, if I hear there is a Muslim scientist in the past, maybe 300 years, they went to discover what is the behind the dome, beyond the dome. Sorry.
Okay.
They found mountain. A hill of gold and a hill of silver.
Yeah, see. So, does that have something to do with the Piri Reis? He was a Arab navigator.
What's his name?
Piri Reis.
Piri Reis.
Piri Reis.
Yeah. No, yeah. Really, if you, it was so normal. I think it's his name.
Well, look, there's a Piri Reis map here. I'll tell you what I'll tell you what I'm referring to. There's a Piri Reis map from, I think it's from, shit, what year was that? Like 1000 AD or somewhere right around there. I could be off slightly, but that was found with Antarctica was free of ice, and they showed the rivers and lands and animals and ships, ports, all kinds of different things there. And,
There is a whole civilizations there.
yeah, and that that was probably one of the maps that these explorers in the beginning were carrying with them. Like we know that, well, we've been told anyway, that Cristobal Colon, that he carried over 20 different older versions of maps with him.
And the all maps then at that time were flat, obvious flat.
Yeah, and they also were using elevation angles since before that time. So they knew about that, but they didn't know how to make measure time accurately. That's why they couldn't get the longitude correct.
Did you know there is? I don't know if this is true or false. It's after the beyond the dome, the lands there has two sun, two moon.
Now, what literature is this from?
It's my research, humble research. Recently, actually, I think it's wrong, but maybe because if you see the lands behind the hidden continents or the second dome, you can see it has very very big lands, so much lands. If they depend of our sun and moon, it could it will take way longer to reach the evening and the noon. Do you get me? I don't speak English very well.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I know what you're talking about, because the lands that you're talking about is basically a bigger circle around the lands that we are in. So there's a
Exactly.
lot of landscapes, and in the fictions, right? What we're told is that all that landmass is frozen lands, but we have to come. Supposedly, we have to come to that conclusion because the sun works certain ways, right? Apparently, on top of a map, but
Yes.
the sun has many faces, and the layers above has many ways of doing things, and light can be hitting the ground in more than one way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably something truly freaking amazing that they did find, and what is actually out there would boggle our minds. I'm sure of that.
But if the dome is solid material, solid transparent material, how could they go to the next to the beyond the
Yeah, because you're saying dome and giving it an exact shape when actually you don't know. We don't know the dimensions of the containment. We don't know it's 1,500 miles beyond the shores of Antarctica, right? We don't know if the container is there. It could be 10,000 miles beyond that point. I don't know, more.
What if it's
20,000.
100,000? What if it's 100,000 more?
Yeah, the container, there is a containment, but who are we to say? Yeah, it is a dome, and because I know in the reports they report that it has multiple altitudes, right? But you cannot say that because they describe it as different altitude. That means that it just touched the ground at a certain area around Antarctica. We don't really know that.
Yeah. Well, apparently, it was made so far away that it made it very difficult. Once you got there, you freeze your ass off. Your ship would get crushed by the ice. You're not going to do very well. So
Yeah.
it's a perimeter that's been set up with this whole thing that makes it all, like, so exceedingly difficult that no human could ever possibly carry enough fuel or whatever they're using, food, anything, water, to get to these places that are so extreme.
But
Far
they
away.
could use cells. Sailing, yeah.
So they might have, like, apparently, we're told from the stories from Richard E. Byrd that he saw lands as large as the U.S.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take very long to fly across the U.S. He had aircraft, so he probably flew out as far as he could.
Not as far.
saw
Halfway as far, because he has to turn back. He needs fuel to go to a certain distance and then fuel to come back. So he went as half as he could have gone.
Exactly.
I mean, he didn't crash to any wall of imaginary containment, right? He didn't crash into that, did he? Or people say there's reports that the aircraft probably did that, but did he?
There's speculation. Yeah, there's a speculation out there. I think that's connected to the ufologist people, the UFO people. So I think it's kind of like along those parameters. But there's some kind of diffusing story that, like that, all these things with the Nazis and Antarctica. And and like, so it's all been mixed up to confuse us. You know,
but think about the simplicity of the terrain. How when you go beyond, the terrain gets bigger, the landscapes get bigger. Just go beyond, and you'll see everything gets just. So imagine that.
So check out the timeline. So, like, 1947. Guess what else happened in 1947 besides Richard E. Byrd down in the Antarctica? The UFO thing starts.
Oh my gosh!
The same time. Think about this. Then the Cold War. After Antarctica, lock the shit down and make a bunch of wars because the corporatocracy demands it because they make the most profits from wars. So wars are profitable. They're not going to stop making war.
What do you think? What do you think about? Sorry.
Go ahead, Jack.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I did interrupt you, so you go ahead.
What do you think about the UFO? Do you think it's real, or do you think it's Hollywood movie, or do you think it's experiment, high grade military experiment?
What it is, I don't know. Next question. Just kidding. What they are? Here's the thing. I think that if they are actually here, they're from here. So it doesn't really matter. If they're from extraterrestrial, if they're from extra land that you talk about, they could be, but they're still from here. They're not from anywhere outside. So that's my.
So they are humans.
They might be here. I don't know if they are or not.
I think it's there is a whole amount of technology hidden maybe in the Area 51 or wherever it is, but I think there is it's not like Hollywood movie. It's actually, I think it's army experiment or scientific experiment hidden from the public.
You know those people that created like Jack Parsons, JPL, and Walt Disney, and Werner von Braun, and that whole cast of characters, including L. Ron Hubbard, that they did like sexual magic rituals out there, and that's what became Area 51. Did you know that?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Then at that time, maybe yes, it was
Yeah,
magic, spiritual. But
well,
then
Jack,
maybe developed.
Jack Parsons was Jack Parsons was like a follower of Aleister Crowley.
Oh my God!
Yes, bro. At Disney, L. Ron Hubbard, Scientology. There's one of their temples down here. That's a freaky place, right down here, downtown where I live.
Is that
Weird.
why you can only see Area 51 in movies and Disney and Hollywood?
No shit. That's a good point, man. That's a really good point. Excuse me. Shit.
What about CERN? Do you know Project CERN?
Project what?
CERN. CERN.
Oh, CERN.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
They
that-
say they want to open the doors of the different entities, something like this.
letting in the demons or something, man. Those people are weird. What?
Really, really weird.
They show you that in movies too.
Yeah,
What?
only, these ideas only came from movies. You're correct.
Yes, movies.
They're all from sci-fi movies.
They say sci-fi movies,
I
but
know.
it could be three.
Are they? Yeah, we don't know, man. Like, it's been so clouded. Our view has been so clouded by all of those medias through generations and generations, right? That we wouldn't be able to tell unless we could like be cleaned out, so we could get rid of all that residual garbage that's clouded up our our perceptions. And
You know,
that goes for every single one of us.
yes. You know, we are actually got affected from these rituals. You have vaccines. You have a chemical in the food. You have fluoride in the water.
Right. Yeah. But all these different things, because it kind of goes back to what I was saying yesterday. When you can lie to yourself about these things that we actually experience in life, about where you are, that you don't just think those things, you know them to be true to the center of your being and your vestibular system, right?
Right.
So we all know these things. Now, if you can deny those things and lie to yourself about that, then you have a whole host of other things, lie upon layers of lies that you can allow yourself to lie about. Because then you just go, so what? Who cares? It doesn't even matter. I can do whatever I want to do. There's no rules. No, that's not true. So they want that kind of world where there's no rules. They can just make up their own shit. Have a relative, like, whatever, existence relative to everything else that it wouldn't matter. It's like hedonistic.
Yeah, I know that. I have my family, for example. When every time I talk about this, they always say, "Go away, flathead. Go away. Leave us live our life." Something like this.
Yeah, you gotta allow people to do their roles in life, and at least if it's your family, you want to talk things and be logical about it, but you're not gonna bring fears to their hearts and their minds just to be scared about things.
Yeah. One last question. Question. Anybody?
Oh, I wanted to touch the point before your question. I wanted to touch the point about UFOs, right? There is a
About
lot of
what?
military stuff. The UFOs question.
Ah, okay.
So there is a lot of phenomena of the sky that is part of the natural phenomena, depending on the cycles of the luminaries and whatever the natural phenomena is. There's a spectrum of that, right? Don't
Yeah.
confuse that with some of the human activity with balloons and helium balloons and all that kind of stuff. Then you have the military activity. They do certain things. And then there is the UFOs that people say it's not the military, it's not the people. What's that? And yeah, that's some phenomena that what it is, we don't really know, right? I see a lot of the pyramids, right? The pyramids they show as the UFOs. A lot of it is also just YouTube video that people make CGIs, right? You know that,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So you gotta filter all of those things and then say what is a UFO. This is another label that we see on the news, on the movies, on the cartoons, and then we can label it whatever, and we could give it a meaning because it's like a gray area that nobody knows what it is. There's so many theories, right? So it's very convoluted, like Sonny was saying. But from the logistical position, when you think about the bigger circle around the area that we're in, and they say this area of the world, Antarctica, is highest elevation. So militarily, it makes sense to have a control over it. And they use a lot of equipment there. They have a lot of aircraft personnel. Many of the nations are there. Doing what exactly? It's a military position, looks like to me. Maybe a VIP position of some sort. Maybe they have stuff over there that they don't want you to see as well. Who knows? It's all speculation. So when you talk about UFOs and aircraft crossing the medium above us, and people say, "What's that? What's that?" I mean, maybe aircraft just flying across the sky. It could be. There's also electromagnetic aircraft that can go really fast, right? You think the drones can go fast, and other devices that are kind of like electromagnetic. And they can go pretty fast as well. So there's a lot of that stuff. Yeah. What was your next question? Sonny's gonna answer. Go
Uh, if we can touch the sky, the dome, if we can touch the dome, apparently the dome it's glassy material, transparent and very strong. Actually, I have a source saying that. Do you know in the Quran, in the Muslim, in the Islamic Bible, they say, you know, jinn. Do you know what jinn? What is a jinn creature?
a genius that tell you things and whatever you want, he's gonna make it for you because he's a genius, right? He's a genius. He can make things for you, give you something
Yes, exactly.
that you want. May the iPhone. The genius made the iPhone, and you don't need it, but you want it.
Jinn. Yes, we call it jinn.
Yeah, the genius.
They basically said, and they said in the Quran, they said they will go to the sky to listen what is above the sky. For example, God's commands, something like this. They say when they touch the sky, they get like meteorite to hit them. So every time they touch the sky, they get the meteorite. You know, stone, here's stone, fire. You know that? How do you say that in English?
You mean the phenomena that we observe that we label meteors, sporadic meteors?
Yes, exactly.
And you're saying that phenomena is caused by the gene?
No. I'm saying that the sky.
Sometimes, yeah.
I'm saying that the sky is touchable. So
you gotta reach it, right?
No. I mean that what is the material of the sky? Do you think it's diamond?
I have no idea, honestly. It could be like silica. It could be some type of silica or is a combination of many of those materials. And but the thing about the sky is you have in my opinion, you have multiple layers above. It's not one layer.
Yeah,
So
7 layers.
what is the layer below? What is the layer above made of? What is the next one made of? What is in between those layers? I don't really know. But you can tell some because the gases colors and the plasma, the seven how do you say the seven I don't know if it's seven, but
7 layers. I know.
we have what is the name of the gases, right? The natural gases. Some of them.
Natural gases.
Yeah, you can light them up with plasma. Light them up with plasma.
They would be stronger than diamond.
And they will no. I'm saying that in the in between when we see the colors in the sky, some of these
Okay.
stuff you can see the colors of the gases on the luminaries. That's why we see a lot of colors. I mean, I'm just saying with the plasma you can see the colors.
That makes sense.
So when you ask about the sky, we can speculate, and when you pass light through layers of glass and that kind of stuff, we have a certain phenomena. But what's happening in the sky is just not 100% because we don't really know 100%. But we can see the phenomena. It is what it is, right? And then you can look in different spectrum. You can look at the sky in infrared, and it looks a little different that what you can see with your eyes. Then you can look in the electro-optical spectrum, and then over there you can see other phenomena as well. What do dogs see when they look at the sky, or cats? What do they see?
Dogs. The prophet said that every time the donkey makes sound, he sees the demon, and every time the chicken
crows,
yes, they see an angel.
You know what? Every time the chickens start crying and the birds singing early in the morning, then the sun comes right after that. So that reminds me of the sun coming up. I mean, the light reaching my point, and the birds kind of start singing right before that happens. Exactly. And after it happens, they keep singing. So I hear the rooster crow in the morning, and then the sun comes up. Therefore, the rooster crowing causes the sun to come up, right?
Yes.
That's a joke.
Right. But dogs, I don't remember, but I have something about dogs.
Roosters see something or sense something because they know the light is coming.
Yeah, exactly.
Know. Or maybe they hear the other birds singing at the other distance. Oh, they started singing, therefore I have to sing now. Right?
Yeah.
Because at distance, maybe 100 miles, there's already light touching the ground, whatever. Someone is up. A lot of birds. A lot of sounds. Anyways, go ahead. Did your answer did your question got answered?
Yeah, I really got it before that.
Good.
I don't have something about dogs, but I know, and the dogs can hear we don't things we don't hear. Uh, Actually, do you know the parrots? There is a video. A parrot went to the funeral areas, and they parrots they copy what they hear. So
The
this
parrot,
parrot,
yeah. Yeah.
yes, when they went to funeral area, they copied what they heard from the dead people, and
Wow.
they again, we, screaming. And there is our prophet said that before 1,400 years is that if you could hear the bad people what they say in the funeral, you could hear this screaming from the punishment, something like this. So the parrot, when I saw this video, shocked me that the parrot wasn't comfortable and screaming like crazy. He went crazy. So
Yeah.
the animal
And
kingdom have something we don't sense as human beings.
but is that in relation to what the people are claiming the parrot is feeling and repeating, or is it other variables behind that? Because is that your parrot? Do you know
No, no.
everything about this video? And the thing is that the parrot can communicate something, but what that something means in the bigger things, in the bigger realist level, people are interpreting that and adding it to some stories or some realities. Who knows?
Yeah, it could be. It could be wrong. It could be fake. But I think it's true. Maybe it's true in other way, and the video represented in the other way.
Yes, that could be happening. Could be happening.
Uh, and
Because
actually,
that's very common in videos. That's very common in the stuff we find online these days.
and there is another thing about dogs. I saw a video before the tsunami hit Japan. The dogs went crazy. They could hear something human can't hear. I think it's sorry, it's not tsunami. It's what they call what is the natural thing hit Japan other than tsunami? Um, Wait a minute.
Yeah. The we move on from what was a tsunami, racing level. That's interesting stuff and dangerous, destructive. I've heard dogs
Earthquake.
barking right before an earthquake. The dogs
Yeah,
and the
exactly.
animals making a bunch of noise. Yeah,
Yeah,
they knew
exactly. That
something was coming. I was there too. I felt it after they heard it.
exactly. That's what I was about to say. The dogs can hear things we can't hear it, or it's very far away, or very has small sound or hertz or something like this. Um, yeah.
Have you ever seen the sun like this? I've seen it. Like it looks like that at the horizon, and it start like flickering all of the colors like in a resonance. You look at with your eyes, you can see it setting. You can see all the colors in it
What song?
during the sunset. I shared a picture
Ah,
here in the.
okay. I don't know how to use Discord, but where can you just tell me where can I go? Content creators.
Oh, you mean in the Discord we have a channel right above the voice channel, live stream voice text, and you can see
Mm,
stuff that we post there.
live stream. 24/7
Voice
live
text.
streaming. Uh,
And then you see a tag with a you see let me see if
yeah,
you have the yeah, you
I
see a
see the tag.
tag, the voice text.
Tags. PDF stories, content creators, Red Bull movies, 27
I'll
live.
tag you. Yeah.
Oh my God, what they did.
I
Ah,
tagged you.
yeah,
You probably
yeah,
can
yeah,
click.
yeah. I found it. What about it?
No, this is a channel. I was just
Ah,
throwing
okay.
this in, looking at
You
the
see,
sun when it's setting. Sometimes you can see the circle of the sun going to the sunset, and you can see it flickering. Well, that's what my eyes are showing me, right? That's my eyes. And you can see all the
mm,
colors of the light right there. Like you can see the rainbow right there at the light. So at the light.
yeah, yeah. It- the problem nowadays we have in our civilization,
All
you
of the
don't have
smoke between.
you don't have time to see the natural things like this. So most people rely on what they see from the social media and pictures, but they didn't have time to see and sit alone to see the sunset like this. Actually, I
You
didn't
could go
see
to
something like this.
any. You could go to any type area and wait for the sunset. You could most likely see it almost anywhere. You could find a high elevation point. You'll definitely look at it. Not at the seashore, probably, if you're not at the seashore, but you can still look at the sunset from a high elevation point, 100%.
I live in coastal city. Even though I don't go to the beach to see something like this. But I think I have seen it once or twice, five, 5 times through my life. Bro, my city is very hot. Now in the summer we have 41 degrees Celsius. That's equal to uh, hey Siri, what's the weather today?
Like 115 degrees Fahrenheit.
Like I don't know how to convert it, but it's 41 Celsius at night. Imagine what's happening at the morning. You know, we have accidents like cars blow blow up like pump because of the diesel. The diesel getting very hot, so it will fire.
I check.
Sounds clear.
Fantastic. I have 2,000 acres of land in Mars for sale. Anyone interested?
Whereabouts? Whereabouts?
In Mars, in Mars.
On Mars, is it near the Martian face? Like, I might get a piece.
You mean in Canada?
No, in Mars, in Mars.
Yeah,
In Mars.
Canada.
Gosh.
Do you think he means the planet?
I want to be near the face, man.
Yeah, when
Well,
you
the
go to
alien
the
question is good for a vineyard or something like that. I'm sure he can produce lots of wine out of it.
yeah, when you go to certain areas of Canada, you're gonna find a plan, and then you go there, and then you find Mars, don't you? I mean, you can create Mars imagery with that kind
Oh,
of
I
stuff.
see. You're talking about the Canadian islands. Yeah. Gotcha.
Or maybe there could be other areas of the world. It doesn't have to necessarily be there. So when you say Mars, I'm asking, is it Canada or another area?
Now I'm talking about the planet, you know.
I'm talking about the plane.
Yeah,
Without
right.
the planet without the T.
Yeah, see.
Because you need the plane for the planet. I mean,
Yeah.
or you need the planets for the plane? Or you need
And
both
you,
or both?
and you need a plane in order to plane. You need an airplane to plane on the plane.
And you could survive in the plane, or you can't. Maybe not.
Don't you need a plane to observe the planet?
He meant a rocket to the Mars.
How can you observe the planet without the plane? Don't you need like a triangulation point of view observationally to be able
Oh
to see?
yeah. And even to attempt to measure any height of anything, yeah, you're gonna need the plane. If you're gonna do triangulation, that is. If you're gonna use any type of triangle to come to any conclusion you like to reify with whatever you're observing with, you're gonna require a flat plane to do so.
Thank you, George, for bringing my point home. I'm gonna.
But even for the globe model, they need a flat plane for that.
Guys, do you think there are another species we didn't see or we didn't hear of? Like the
Obviously.
gen. You know, there is a story about a Jewish man. He had a journey to through the whole earth and the hidden continents and somewhere else. He saw creatures. They they could talk to human. Not they like monkeys, something like this. Monkeys and gorillas.
Makes
And
sense.
these like what?
It makes sense, I'm saying.
Okay. And he saw a very black people. He thought they are jinn. When he asked them, they said we are the sons of Ham. Do you know Ham? Not the food. Not Ham. He meant the father of Africa. You know Noah.
Oh, I see.
You know
Okay.
Prophet Noah has 3 sons. He has Sam and Ham and I don't know what's the name of the third one. Anyway, Ham. They are the sons of Ham. Ham, he's basically the black son. He is the father of Africa. So they said we are the sons of Ham. We are human.
Got you.
Very weird, and I really have curiosity to discover the hidden continents. And I have a secret way to go there, but I think it's doesn't worth it.
They have railways. They could have those underwater, under the ground, like many cities. Bunch of
No,
railways, VIP railways. Yeah,
under
there's a bunch of those.
under the sea.
Yeah, on the sea, below the seabed, crosses continents.
Is that's a possibility? Is it?
Earthquakes. What about
Definitely, yeah.
earthquakes?
Earthquakes will break a bunch of that stuff. I mean, all the vessels they probably got all the means you can see, all the connections to the lands. And oh no, if there's water, okay, we have 15,000 tons vessels that can go through the waters, right?
I really, it could be.
Yeah, but
And
we
then-
already have tunnels underwater, isn't it? The canal that connects France to the UK is underwater. It's a tunnel underwater. Well, it's below the seabed. It's not underwater.
There you go.
Below the seabed. Yeah.
What's the name of that one, George? What's the name?
Of the tunnel, I'm not sure the name.
Connects what?
It connects. It connects France and England.
France and England. That's an interesting one.
No, I heard there even a bigger one, but I don't know where is it. I think it's in Russia for the KGB. It's longer distance. It's a theory, not a public information.
The Channel Tunnel is 50 kilometers.
There you go. The Channel Tunnel.
50 kilometers.
Operating speed 160 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, that's the speed of the train. But regardless of the speed of the train, the canal is there. I mean, the tunnel is there under the canal. It's a massive tunnel. It has to be.
And it's very capable of transporting vehicles and even people walking through it.
Yeah, that's correct. It's massive.
Nice.
So what is this? I think this kind of like shows that this is doable between many continents and many regions of the world. So I mean, go ahead. My bad.
With this technology, if you can build a tunnel that wide, how many cities can you build?
I see. You know, my way was to go to the hidden continents is using dolphins, using them as a pets, train them to travel. Dolphins are capable to understand what humans want. So if you trained, for example, 30 dolphins, and they are so loyal to you, and you prepared for the mission to travel to see the hidden lands, you can use them, I think, and they are so fast, and they can travel without food.
So you're saying this hidden land is in the oceans?
No. You can travel using dolphins and in the ocean to the beyond the dome.
Bro, but these dolphins have limitations. Like, how are you gonna just use them to travel beyond the limitations of the world or whatever? This is
Yeah,
distances
there's also
that
there's
even
also
the
cleaning at home.
dolphins are gonna just die of tiredness.
The dolphins can travel. They always travel. They can go to maybe USA, to North Pole, to UK. They
Where
always
you gonna tell
travel.
them, "Hey, dolphins, let's go. Show me the
No,
hidden lands beyond the lands that we don't know of. Let's go."
no. I mean, you can train them, and after them,
What dome?
what I mean, if you train them and you prepared for the mission to travel,
But and what, you're gonna travel the ocean from your location to across the ocean to the
but
Antarctic basin, and then you're gonna jump up of what, the ice? I mean, how are you gonna use how are you gonna go with the dolphins beyond certain limitations, like out of the water?
the Antarctica has rivers, and these rivers
Okay.
basically you can go our tunnels, sea tunnels. You can go maybe to the hidden lands using them.
Finding the tunnels. Okay, you find the tunnels. Okay.
Yeah, it's not. It's very big tunnels. Have you seen the Antarctica flat map?
Yeah. I've seen
There are
some of the maps that we've been given. I don't know how
All maps are flat.
reliable that stuff is, but I've seen the maps and I've seen many airplane routes that they show, and you see a lot of the topography, kinda. But it's that what we get is this. I don't know,
I still think
plain
it makes more sense to go on the
terrain.
boat than go on the dolphin.
Yeah, the boat, the big boat. Yeah, big
but it's
icebreaker. I'm with that one. And then the boat has helicopters and aircraft and that kind of stuff that we can use to go to places. Yeah, sure.
yeah, but you can use helicopter or planes or yacht, but there are army waiting for you there.
Yeah,
We say politely,
they trade
hey,
the penguins then.
we're work travelers. Can we go beyond this point, please, kindly? No, okay, I'll go back. He's ready. Because I don't
You
know
have
if
to
that's
have
gonna
an army of dolphins to go with your traveling dolphins.
That's what I'm saying. Dolphins, yeah.
Hey,
Well,
Yeah,
how do
actually,
you
yeah, but
know
you're
penguins.
that?
talking
Penguins
about
make more sense because
you're talking
penguins, you
about
know,
just
it's
riding the dolphins. You have to have transportation dolphins, but then you have to have a Viking army dolphin group to fight the military when you get there. Two
I
sets of
like
dolphins.
it.
But how do you know that the military doesn't have any those conducts that he's
Military
saying?
dolphins.
No, they have
The military
probably
can have military dolphins. Why not?
alligators or what if they have alligators or crocodiles ready waiting for you in the waters if you want to use the
They are
Can
no match
crocodile
for
survive in the high temperature, low temperature?
if you can reach with the dolphins, there might be alligators there too.
a crocodile is no match for a military dolphin.
What about a million crocodiles?
What about what?
A million crocodiles. Anyways, we moved on.
It's impossible.
Crocodiles are slow.
But that's the practicality. If you train the dolphins to reach a certain point, and he's saying he's gonna swim up the rivers of the Antarctica because there's tunnels, you gotta swim through them or whatever.
Yeah, also you can get undercover crocodiles to infiltrate the military crocodile force.
I think that work. Lazy username.
Meanwhile, I'll train a bunch of seagulls.
Seagulls?
Yeah.
Do you really train them?
Why not? If you can train crocodiles and dolphins, why not seagulls?
If you give them what they want, like food and stuff, they'll probably follow some directions that you give them. Yep.
And we might be able to weaponize them as well.
Oh my god.
Oh
Too much
no.
movies, yeah.
Seagulls are
The
very
seagulls
dirty.
alone.
Logistically, it doesn't work because you have to carry enough food to feed the birds, but by carrying more food, that means the birds have to carry more weight, which means they need more food.
I
Oh my
knew it.
god.
My
You're gonna
plan
have
would
seagulls.
fail.
Just stick with the dolphins.
Yeah,
see.
you're gonna have seagulls, but you're gonna have no food, and that's gonna be bad. Then you can eat
But
the
you need food
seagulls.
for the dolphins, no?
Sorry?
You're gonna need food for the dolphins and for the crocodiles as well.
But they can't handle a lot of food.
The food for the dolphins is already in the water.
Yeah, exactly. And they're already travelers.
I see. It's a water expedition. That makes sense. I thought it was in the ice, but it's fine.
No. But I have another idea. It's just to explore. Maybe
I
we
like your
can.
ideas. Come on, give us more, bro. Come on.
Maybe we can train seagulls just to see the to see what we call them, Antarctica. Yes, to see Antarctica and come back. Just to see, just record the
Yeah, but
via video.
that should be easy then. Pigeons already do that.
Yeah,
Hey, we can use airplanes, no? Drones for that, no?
drones
No, come
can go
on, man.
there.
We're going back to the beginnings, you know. Going
Yeah.
very, very ancient technology. Pigeons.
Yeah, plus birds aren't real.
Pigeons. Well, pigeon.
Yeah, just send a pigeon with a camera attached to it, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
We can use sticks and shadows to have them navigate with.
That's a good idea, man.
how you know another pigeon is gonna
Understand
eat
what?
your pigeon? What if another big bird eats your bird?
Oh, that's a good point. So better
Do
to send quite a few then.
do you think they are really the army of the United Nations? Do you really they are prepared for something like this?
They've thought of everything.
I don't think they are prepared for something like this
They'll shut
because
down the pigeon.
I don't think because it's a very rare accidents of people will try anyway to see what's happening in Antarctica via seagulls or dolphins. So rare.
Are you talking about sending in flocks of attack seagulls?
According to them, only penguin then.
Penguin? Maybe.
Well, you got to have the
But
penguins.
because we have so many penguins in the Antarctic, that's why we need the military heavily weaponized. You know, lots of weapons to patrol it because of the
I got a
penguins.
perfect plan. You take a bunch of penguins and you train them. That they're already used to the Antarctic. You just put little weapons and stuff on them and send them in to investigate.
The penguin ninjas. Yeah, ninja penguins. I like the sound of that.
Can penguins play chess?
Well, we cannot send the turtles, so we'll send the
No.
penguins.
Teach them to flip upside down, like jump up and do freaking 360 flip over with little machine guns sticking out of their little stubby arms.
What
Come on,
about
guys.
Penguins.
If you
Some
really,
penguins
if you
have
really
better
want to
things to
find
do.
out, if you really want to find out Antarctica, you know, just send Chuck Norris.
You're getting real.
No way.
Chuck Norris and the Penguin
Yeah.
Army. I love it.
Send
What
in
about
Chuck Norris. He'll say everyone will run away.
Yeah. I hear you can go to Antarctica as a traveler, normal traveler, and then maybe you can observe things from there. That will be easier, right?
Yeah, of course, as close as you can.
I saw sailors try to go to Antarctica. They got threatened by the military. It's very,
Of
very
course.
protected area.
Of
Very
course.
protected.
Well, hold on a second. This is what confuses me. People are stopped every day by the authorities going from work to home or from home to work. They'll stop you. They'll ask who you are. They'll ask you to identify yourself. You know, it's
Yeah.
no surprise that you go to a different continent. Yeah, not just a different area. You go to a different continent. You go to a strange area, you know, and they would let you go. Hold on a second. What happened to passport, immigration control, all of the bullshit that we're going to face if you're going to travel to any other country? You know, you cannot just expect to go in just like that. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. Do you think?
And they'll stop you way before you can reach the border. Before you can reach the shore, they'll stop you. It's not like you get to a dry land and then they'll say, hold on, you cannot pass from this point on. You need to go back. We're going to send you back to where you came from, like they normally do. No. They don't let you reach the shore line. No. You need to go back now.
Our behavior is expected by the higher authorities. For example, every time I think about a new idea or something like this, I just type the first letter of my idea. The Google know the whole exactly sentence or the whole idea.
Oh
Our
yeah,
behavior expected by higher authorities. We are monitored,
definitely.
but I
Not
think
only that, it recorded as well. Can you imagine 100 years someone stumble on the recording and voila, here's this conversation coming about.
oh my God, that's horrible. Yes, this
What
is
were these fools talking about 100 years ago?
it's the new age of data. Data everywhere here.
Obviously, whatever goes out there, it stays out there. Can be recovered back. Everything
Yeah,
is recorded.
everything is
Everything,
recorded and they can cover
everything
back.
leaves a digital print. Yeah.
Yeah, but I heard an expert about privacy. He said that you can confuse your digital print by disappearing and stop using the internet. Uh, then you confuse your digital print. So when you come back, everything will be confused to Google, for example.
You also have a behavioral print, and also there is tags on your clothing. You have to have like different type of clothing that you never wear before, and there's also tags of how you walk, the way you walk, the hands you use. There's those type of prints out about the digital version. Even the way you walk can be a way to identify.
Yeah, definitely. We gave those permissions away, and we still do. Every app that you accept, terms and conditions and so on, you're accepting, you're giving your privacy away, basically. And yeah, it's all about you. If you don't want to give your privacy away, don't have a mobile device. Don't use the internet.
Exactly.
Because whatever you do online, you're going to leave a digital print. Look, there's activity at this time, from this place, IP address, everything.
What do you think about third world countries? Do you think they are monitored also?
Depends which
All of
countries
that
you're
has
talking about.
limitations too. Yeah.
Yeah, if they have the devices with them, mobile phone that is. Yeah, they have GPS on, they have location on, they have everything. Mics can be activated anytime, or cameras. All depends what device is capable to do.
We also know that China monitors the United States, and they don't use satellites; they use helium balloons. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, I heard about that. But China is
You're
first
talking about the
for.
Chinese balloon that entered the American airspace and nobody detected?
Yeah, imagine China with all the moon accomplishments and all that stuff they did. They don't have satellites to monitor the United States. They use helium balloons. Goodness.
But come on, do you really think that a balloon from far away will enter the American airspace without being detected? No way. No way.
Exactly
It's the
like
most protected airspace in the world.
exactly like a 9/11.
And that's proof that China's airspace division is not developed because they're still using balloons, right? If they were using satellites,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
yeah.
And they are launched from Antarctica.
Really?
Yeah, majority of Satelloons are launched from Antarctica. Another
Yeah,
reason
it's the
why
highest
some of them,
elevation.
yeah, that's why some of them are landing in South America, America Latina, pretty much. Brazil is, I think, is the second or the third that crashes there. A satellite attached to a balloon with
Yeah,
the mechanism still
a
on
lot of
and all the
wind
lights.
travels between those points. In the expedition reports, they used to talk about how the wind comes from South America or Africa, and also there's an exchange of wind between those points near the land. You know those points that connect near the South America, Argentina, Chile, and connects is near to that land. They talk about the wind that travels through those points as well. So the balloons will probably follow those winds, right? Because the balloon is following some
Correct.
air.
Correct.
Yeah.
Different altitudes, the different wind direction, different vectors of wind. But they
Yeah.
can
There's definitely
manipulate it.
huge
That's the
vectors of
thing.
wind happening there.
Yeah,
Huge
they've
ones.
perfected the technique because they've been doing this for quite some time now. You know, so they perfected the technique to the point that they replace balloons. The so-called satellites will stay there. They'll just replace balloons. One balloon comes down, the other one goes up.
How? Spare balloons?
I don't know, but there is no. Sorry. I'm wrong. They collect one balloon, they send another one up because they need to collect the data.
How they would do that?
They have airplanes mainly that collect.
But airplanes will go fast and balloons will go slow.
Yeah, but the airplanes on the front of the cockpit is a mechanism like a V shape.
Yeah.
Connects it and drags it. Yeah.
Yeah. I hear that.
But that is when they lose altitude. That only happens when they are lower. When they are up, doesn't happen nothing like that. So they maneuver. I don't know what mechanism they use, but they can control the altitudes. So
I
if they
heard,
want to change vector, they need to change altitude and so on.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, they've been perfecting it. Google Loons, it's the name.
They are artists.
Well, NASA is the biggest
NASA
consumer of helium, isn't it?
NASA recently bought one of the biggest helium producers. Let me find the link.
Yeah.
Let me see. I don't know if it was recent, but I know NASA bought some. They produce a lot of helium and consume a lot of it. So yes, helium balloons take a lot of helium, or maybe other stuff as well.
Yeah, definitely not. They're not going to outer space. There is no outer space.
Do you think there are satellites beyond the domes?
Which dome? Why are you claiming a dome?
What do you call it?
Call what?
The dome, the sky, or
There you go. The sky calls the sky.
No. I mean the. What do you call
Here we
that?
go. That what?
Our layer.
What do you mean?
Do you know the flat Earth concept is that we have seven layers. You know?
Layers of what?
Sky. For example,
layers of sky. Okay.
No. Do you know we are the center of the universe, right?
Okay.
Our map, our lands.
Yeah.
The center of the universe. And we have our dome, which is basically our sky.
Do we?
Our sky.
Can you point at the dome, please?
I'll try to send you a picture to describe.
So listen, we are standing on the floor. We're standing on the floor. The floor
Yeah.
is below your feet.
Yeah.
You are in a medium. You can travel across this medium. You can reach the waters. Then you can look
Mhm.
up as well, and we see the phenomena above.
Which
And
phenomena?
we can the sky. We see the sky, right? We see the
Oh,
we
yeah,
see the
yeah.
sky. We see the clouds. We
Mhm.
see what happens on that, and then we see the sun, the moon, the
Do we
stars, and
see
we
this
see that
dome?
stuff.
Do we see this dome
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you're talking
No, no, I
about?
don't see the dome. I don't see. We
Ah,
see.
okay.
We can see like a periphery perspective that is kind
See
of
what
like
we
a
call the
dome.
sky. We see what we call the sky. That's what we see, the sky. Look,
Yeah,
all of this that
exactly.
we look up, yeah, we call the sky. Yeah, with all these lights that have different names, different. It's the sky.
Yeah.
So the sky is the sky.
Yeah, it's the sky. The sky is the sky, but
That's it.
there
So
are.
why are you going to say now that the sky is something else? You don't need it. You don't need to make any claims. That's my point.
Yeah, yeah.
You don't need to claim anything, man.
Are you talking about the layers of the gases and how high you can send the helium balloons? Because we were talking about helium balloons. I think that
Layers of gases. I like that one.
No.
because
Do you
he
know?
was talking about the helium, the balloons that we were talking about. He was saying you were talking about helium balloons. So what's the question about that?
No. I mean, do you know the hidden continents?
No, I don't know the heating. I don't know.
No, it was because of the dome. The dome was the only thing that I was talking about, because we don't need to claim a dome.
No. I mean the hidden continents. There are continents we didn't discover, right? And this.
Correct.
Do you,
Correct. To discover means that it wasn't there before, isn't it? You discovered. If it was there already, you didn't discover anything.
it's discovered, but it's not in our map.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of land that it is not depicted in the maps. Yeah, we know that.
Exactly. Do you think there are satellites cover the undiscovered continents?
Satellites.
Do you
You
think
mean like
there are?
high altitude balloons?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very far away, so they can see what's happened in the hidden continents, and the people
No,
are.
They can see a landscape, but
Yeah.
you mean that there is a high altitude balloon that has been across a hidden landscape that we don't know of? A
Yeah,
hidden land,
exactly.
and you have footage of this?
Yeah.
Where is it? I want to see it.
Come on, guys. If you go to the old maps and compare to the maps of today, there was more land depicted on the old maps than today.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, they give it to us, now it's flooded or disappeared or whatever, whatever bullshit they give it to us, we take it for granted and we just nod along and we accept that it doesn't exist anymore. And the old maps mainly depict lots of land in the north, because we are more familiar with the north than the south for some reason. The maps are more accurate in the north than the south. But those land masses, they disappeared. They're not in the maps. And back in the, I'm not sure which year it was, but it was one of the first documentaries I've seen about this that led me to become a flat earther back in the day, 2014, 2015 probably, was a documentary done by Latin America engineers, mainly Brazilian and so on. They were trying to detect movement and long distance photography again, trying to prove the Earth to be flat, basically. And at the end of the documentary, it's quite a long documentary. At the end, they say that they released a high altitude balloon next to Siberia, so north.
and
North, yeah.
they've detected a landmass that is not depicted on the maps.
In Portuguese, I think the guy said beyond the ice region. He mentioned something like an ice region, and
This
then
is in the
beyond
north.
that, there was another landmass.
Yeah. But this is in the north, yeah. Because normally
Yes.
flat earthers, they tend to focus in the south, Antarctica. Yeah. There are areas in the north that we say there's nothing there, but that's not what it's been
Because
shown
these
to us.
Brazilians, they were doing field tests to looking for the curvature, and they did triangulation, they did lasers, they did long distance observations, they did radar connections,
plumb line over distance.
plumb line. They mesh the distance between 2 points on buildings. They did a bunch of that. And then they also work with international groups from I think Switzerland or some other country, Netherlands, and they went. I think, like you said, they went to Siberia and they released a balloon there. And yeah, they mentioned that stuff, which is pretty interesting.
Brazilians are badass flat earthers.
But
they have to, isn't it? They have to.
These were field. Listen. The last one about George. This documentary, people were in their fields. They've been in the fields for decades. They knew many of these people were working in many of these fields, and they were trying to find the curvature, right?
Correct.
Find the curvature, and they say no, the curvature is falsified. Basically, at the end of the the conclusion. Then
of course,
around that, a lot of people, like this guy came and he made a guy that was outside of the engineers and the field experts that these people were. Some guy made a documentary, and that documentary had the information and had a bunch of other stuff added into it. I would say some stuff, and then some people said that this guy that made the documentary was talking about aliens and making some crazy claims, and a lot of the people in the community discredited a lot of the information in this documentary just because one guy made some crazy claims. Do you notice that, George? This is a good documentary, and that's one of the best ones I've seen. Like you were saying, it brought you a lot of attention to the actual topic. It's the same with me. But people were discrediting this stuff for some reason. Kind of silly. It's a good one.
What documentary were you guys talking about?
So some guy put all the stuff together. Let me find it. Miguel shares it here pretty often.
So you're going to search for it. I'm not going to search it then. Pointless. They have two of us doing the same thing. It's a nice documentary for back in the day, obviously today, even though with some nonsense in it, we didn't know better. But for that time, it was a good eye opener for me.
Yeah.
To listen from the mouth of these guys, specialists, people with the proper tools, If there is any way to execute any of this, these are the tools required, and this is the methods that it needs to be done. Yeah. So they went out and about, and when you see the conclusion, you come to your own conclusions, isn't it? Either you take the information as being real or false. But then when you have different people with the same measurement, the same reading, for no curvature to be detected, how can you question that?
Yeah.
But this is coming from other people's mouths, You don't need to claim anything. You just need to point out.
Yes.
Do you know what is the documentary title? The documentary title.
Yeah, I gotta find the link.
Concave Earth, I think, is the name.
Convex, something like that.
That's it. Convex Earth. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's one of the things that they depicted something and kind of like gave it a shape. And the thing is, they haven't
A
verified
rock in
any of
space. It,
they haven't
it's
verified
depicted
any
as
of
a
that.
yeah. It's a rock in space with two lakes basically. There's two large bodies of water, and the ice continent in between these two large bodies of water.
Yeah,
But
and the
in
people that
space,
came with that
yeah,
conception, they probably are wrong about it. But the test that these people
yeah,
did to find the curvature, don't throw
and get,
that with the
and
other stuff.
that could have been the very beginning of the flat Earth society. The pizza Earth and stuff like that. Because like this documentary, even though it's people trying to debunk the globe and they depict a flat plane, they're still depicting a flat plane on a rock in outer space. Because the idea of outer space is still out there, but they would know better than that. But it is a
But
good
I don't know.
beginning if
Listen,
you're
listen.
starting.
This involve a bunch of people. I don't think
Yeah,
all of these people were claiming this image. Maybe someone in the group put
yeah,
everything
correct.
together and said, "Oh, look, it might look like this," but I'm not saying the researchers claim this shape or this image. You know what I'm saying? They stayed with the test. Most of them. You see, this is the
Yeah,
test.
it's
This is
one.
the result. That's it.
Yeah, it's one step of at a time. This is primordial steps. This is baby steps. This is them trying to prove the flatness of it in a space in a space universe. Yeah, yeah. This was for me. The pennies dropped with a lot of information coming out of this. Obviously, some of the information I discarded. I said, "Nah, this is nonsense." Because I find nonsense. Trying to debunk if water is actually level. It's silly.
I found a documentary. My bad.
Which instrument would you use to see if water is level? If the proper meaning of level comes from liquid,
The same instrument you use to build the infrastructure and the house
Yeah,
you're
but that's what
in,
I'm
and
saying. Use water to measure water. You know what I mean? You cannot, when it comes to level, cannot use nothing better than water. Water is the ultimate instrument to measure a level surface. So it's ridiculous. Knowing that for a fact, it's ridiculous when you bring any other instrument to actually confirm, to reassert that the water is actually level on its surface.
so
You know what I
as
mean?
a consequence, is the antecedent for the ground being level? Is the water the antecedent to that?
No, the ground cannot be level.
Okay,
The,
okay,
wa-
okay.
the, the ground is what contains the water, so it cannot be level.
But maybe beyond that, isn't the water containing the ground?
No, it's the other way around. The ground contains the water.
Because think about it. You said that the ultimate method to measure the level is
Yeah.
water.
Yeah.
So that kind of like you need the water to make sure the ground is level.
No.
So
Let
what
me
do you do?
explain to you. The Earth is composed of solids, liquids, and gases. Yeah, the ground, the oceans, and the air.
Mhm.
Yeah. So the ground is what contains the waters within, like a big lake, let's say. Yeah, big lake.
The ground and the surroundings, I mean, the shore of the lake is what contains the water in the lake, obviously. Now there is more ground underneath the bed of the lake, if you, for lack of a better word. Yeah, there is more ground underneath. Now the ground cannot be flat. The ground is what contains the waters within.
It's flat water, not flat Earth.
No, Earth is the realm. Earth is the realm that we live in. It's not the planet. Yeah, it's Earth. And Earth consists, again, in three basic states: solids, liquids, and gases. The ground, the oceans, and the air. That's Earth. It's not the ground that makes me flat earther. No, but the ground, there's hills, there's valleys, there's seabed, there's riverbeds. Yeah, that's the ground. The ground cannot be level. Now, when we navigate horizontal. Why? Because we navigate the surface, yeah, on the surface, which is sea level. That's what we navigate on, 0 degrees, starting from 0 degrees. And that's what gives us the elevations above sea level or below sea level. So the sea level is the boundary, is the 0 line. So if you want to know elevation of something above that line, it's no brainer. You just need a protractor. You have your baseline, which is the surface, and now you're going to see how many degrees above the surface something is. If you want to travel X distance above the sea level, you have a level flight. Make sure you keep it level, not to collide with and no one else at a different level. So, yeah, that's what makes me a flat earther. That's how we navigate. Not just that, the coordinate system that we use for navigation is also a Cartesian system. It requires a flat plane.
Do you have a route that have the whole Cartesian system, like a link? Is there such a thing for all of it?
Man, on a map, any map will do, but I'll send it to you, man. It's a normal map projected as being a flat Earth map.
Yeah, whatever projection is available, if you have that.
Yeah, I can put it there. I can put one there. Let's see this one if it's gonna go. But obviously, this is based on globe projections. But the Cartesian system is what it matters here. Which one is this one? 7. There. Is it there yet? Not yet.
Live stream, voice, text, or whatever you posted. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there you go. See, that is the coordinate system around it, around Polaris. Polaris, I mean, North Pole is in the center, see? And you have circles around the North Pole. Yeah, the circles are latitude lines. The lines that are divergent
away from the circles.
Yeah, away from yeah. So you have straight lines coming out from the center, yeah, which are longitude lines, and you have the circles around the center, which are latitude lines. That's the Cartesian system we're talking about. So if you were on the ground and you're guiding yourself by Polaris, and Polaris is above north there, yeah, you can find out your latitude on the ground, because the declination to Polaris will tell you in which of these circles you are, which is your latitude line. And then you need to find your longitude, which is how far you are from it.
And let's go to latitude. Okay. So whatever end of Africa, that latitude, that circle near there, you can still see Polaris from there, right? And then I can see Australia.
X marks the spot. So if you know your latitude and your longitude, you combine those two lines, and whatever you are is where X marks the spot on the map, on
Yeah.
that grid system. But
And you
that
can draw
obviously
lines
it's
from
that,
there and
that
make
is that's a big perspective. Trying to get a big perspective of the whole thing. Obviously, when you navigate, you use local maps of the
yeah,
local
use
area,
local
which
maps.
is it's more detailed. You know, you want the detail. Here, there is no much attention to detail. But there's more. There's more. What's the other one?
Because I know some of these maps are huge. That's what I meant. Because there's gotta be
Oh yeah.
A root source of a lot of localized maps for the Cartesian coordinates, and I can kind of like download whatever regional map I want from there. It's just haven't seen a link
There
with
is another map.
bigger
I
one.
wanted to show the other one. I've shown you this one, but there is another one.
Because in Spanish we used to call it cartas, the mapas cartas, and Cartesians cartas.
Correct.
It's like
Correct.
huge charts.
It's
But these
still
things,
called
when you
today.
looked at one regional map, it was like a huge sheet of paper. It was, like you can actually see locations and valleys and everything that you were talking about. All the topography, you can see everything. But it's pretty big maps of one area.
That's correct. Local maps. I mean, Portuguese were famous for it. Is it this one? Let me see if it's this one. But this is a rubbish one. You zoom in, you can't see anything. Let me see if I have a better one. No, I don't think so. But for example, this one is 10 feet by 10 feet, or 10 meters by 10 meters. Yeah, it's the. I'm sure you're familiar with it. Now imagine the size of it 10 meters by 10 meters.
30 feet by 30 feet. Wow. That's
I remember seeing some of these maps, and they were pretty big. I mean, local maps that you will physically pick it up, open it piece by piece, because you have to open them. They were pretty big. Oh, this one. This is from the Portuguese, you said, or the French? I've zoomed in this one, and yeah, the original is pretty big.
No, I think
And
it's
it shows,
Italian. I think the origin is Italian. I think it was an Italian guy who drew it.
Okay, yeah.
The story says that he copied by someone else.
Yeah. I like that one a lot, actually. The original one. That's a pretty cool one, actually.
Do you notice in the first glance how much land is missing on the top map compared to the bottom one? The old map and the new map, even though that's not new. Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about huge parcels of land.
Who's to say that part of that land is not still there?
I think it is. And then they just painted it all white.
Did the oceans rise that much, and to cover those lands? I don't think so.
Well, if you paint it all white and make it a smaller circle and draw it into a ball, making that circle smaller, right? To the bottom of a circle, you just make it smaller and paint it white and say it's all ice. All that big circle that you're looking at.
Oh, you can say that the guy was trying to be artistic and he couldn't fit the continents close to the original size, and you know, you put it different sizes, depicting it wrong. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you can say whatever you want to say. It's a man-made work. It's not a picture. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's amazing that Antarctica is not depicted with ice. There's actually valleys and rivers and trees and animals.
I think in this one it also describe between some of the nations of the north and in between the lands on the center. It depicts it describes them as stormy seas, like they're very stormy in that area. I think there's something like that to reference the stormy seas. Yeah, I know I have that big map somewhere saved. Should be able to
Oh,
print
I just
that
posted
map.
a 1893 world clock map. I know it's not that old, 1893, but yeah, it's a world clock map.
Interesting.
See what's missing there?
Witnesses. It's missing. It
Antarctica.
has like a yeah. It has like a reference. Look from South America. It has like a depicted land there. You see, but just like a limited part. There's some land depicted away from Australia. You see this? They depict like a shore.
Yeah, but the time on those areas would be the same as the map would say, isn't it? The hand of the sun, that time of the day,
Mhm.
that area. Yeah.
It's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's beautiful. That's Oh, look, figure 2. You're looking at the clock from the side on top of the table. Figure 2. You see it on the bottom right. That's a cool design. Very
Yeah, sorry,
simple.
I'm following. I'm just struggling with my mic here. Sorry.
All
I
good.
don't
All
wanted
good.
to keep my mic open. Sorry.
Yep. Yep.
I'm following you. Yeah.
You can see the view from the top and the view from the side of the clock. I'm saving this one.
Yeah. It's like a two rulers. You see, there is a scale on the rulers if you zoom in
Yeah.
for every latitude line, because this is based on the on time zones, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the distances between those latitude lines will give you a time zone. 15 degrees per hour is the movement of the sun. So the sun at 12 noon will be over my head. In an hour time will be over somebody else's head. Yeah. So those latitude lines are based on that. And obviously this was back in the day. Cannot be compared to the time zones of today, obviously, because today, I mean, politically, you can change at your time zone if you decide to have an hour more or an hour less in your country. Is up to you. Has nothing to do with the sun's position anymore.
Yeah. Scrub noob.
It's always funny to me how the Globers always agree that the sun is moving across the sky. Oh, dang. Oh.
Yeah, of course. They also say that the stars are rotating. Hello, yeah, that's what we say.
Right. How could they
Hey,
possibly
we have a new member, Scrub Noob, and
Alright.
this person have it says, I have 2 rules. First, I'm never wrong. Second, if I'm wrong, back to the first rule.
Yeah, it sounds alright, man.
Based.
How are you, Scrub Noob?
So he's gonna open his mic or not?
I'm fine. How are you?
Doing all right.
Hey, welcome to the channel, man.
Thank you.
Scrub Noob. That's an interesting name. Yeah, welcome.
Appreciate it.
So Scrub Noob, what do you think about the Earth itself?
About the Earth itself?
Yeah, what is like what do you either think Earth is or know Earth is?
It is a place that we live on. I'm just kidding. No, I mean, I'm assuming the question is if I think the Earth is flat or if it's a globe. I'm gonna safely assume, based on what I've witnessed, that it would be flat.
And also another question: is it moving or is it not moving?
No, it's not moving.
All right, based. Do you think we're in floating in outer? Do you think the Earth is within floating in outer space?
If I'm wrong,
No, just guess. Just take your guess.
I'm assuming there is some kind of dome, and all of that is inside the dome. We're not just floating in space.
Okay.
Yeah,
Base.
yeah, that's very good. We prefer to kind of say like dome is an implication of an actual shape. So I prefer myself to be realistic to say the barrier, whatever it is, the container. It's not the container.
Well, hold on a second.
It's not
I'm
specifying
missing something here. Also,
Go ahead.
I think I'm missing something here. We only need a dome if the sky is a vacuum.
No.
We only need a dome for their fantasy of a sky vacuum to continue to exist outside of the dome.
I'm not talking about fantasy. It's either contained or it's not. So we know there's a barrier.
Well, it needs to be contained, but I don't know about barrier.
Yeah, that's the definition of gas pressure.
Yeah, I understand about that. It needs to be contained.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but that is assuming that there is something on the exterior to this. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
it's because we have gas pressure. That's why.
Well, because to have constant gas pressure, you have to have constant square inches or feet or whatever, square mile up.
I don't deny that.
Yeah, I know. I figured you didn't. No problem. I think we agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
It's
because
no, it came out because the guy said dome.
Let's think for a second. Let's think for a second. We only need a dome if the sky would be a vacuum. Otherwise, there is no need for the dome. Why would we?
No,
because we have gas pressure.
It's because you need. It's because the definition of gas pressure. You don't need. It doesn't have to be a specific kind of container, but the definition of gas pressure has the word container inside the definition. That's why.
But that is assuming that the sky, whatever is up there, is vast and and everything else. That's why the container is going to be required.
No,
if the sky is not vast.
No. Listen. There's waters.
The sky is the container.
Hold on. There's waters above and waters below.
There you go.
So it's contained. So you could call it a bubble. I think that's kind of like if
Yeah,
God,
whatever you want to call it.
hold on, just I'll continue thought for like a couple seconds. So if it is contained, and if the waters were separated, the waters from above and below, what does that indicate? It indicates some kind of a bubble of water inside of water.
Yeah. Yeah, what we would call a vacuum,
So
basically.
no, not a vacuum. Water pressure.
Yeah, yeah, but you know what I'm saying.
That's
If you,
not a.
if you,
That's not
if
a
you
vacuum.
have if you have a glass with water in, yeah, but not full to the top. If you turn the glass upside down,
And
yeah,
it contains
and you
water.
you block the water from not coming out, yeah,
True.
you create a vacuum, basically a space between inside of the glass, yeah, isolated with the glass walls where the air is
I
concentrated.
see what you're saying. I see what
You
you're
know what I'm saying?
I do. So it's a it's a
Because
isolated.
the story that you bring says that God separated the waters from the waters,
Yeah.
and the waters below retracted to one place, revealing the dry land.
Well, it's a separate, seems to be a separate isolated pressure system. That's for sure. So if that's what so inside we have something like a pressure. We really don't know what the pressure is outside of it, right? Because it could be. Now here's a good question: is the pressure outside of it positive, like water pressure pounds per square inch, or is it negative pounds per square inch? Outside of, like, that's a good speculation.
Outside way, Narnia.
I know, outside of, no, we don't know. Yeah, you might as well say outside that place we don't know anything about. So
That's why it's better not to make any claims about the outside, isn't it?
I'm not. I'm just tickling speculation.
My point is this one: by mentioning a dome, it insinuates there is a partition between here and there, that we cannot go to. Yeah.
A dome is a specific shape, so it indicates that we're saying,
and it's a barrier as well, isn't it?
We're saying that it's an arch-shaped dome, like the dome over the sports
Separating
arena.
what? Separating what?
I never
the
say
heavens from the earth.
I don't ever say dome. That was for
Yeah,
me. That's,
I know. Listen, it's just phraseology that we use. Sometimes I also say atmosphere. You know, sometimes we trip on it. I understand.
yeah, that's true. We do, and
It's evolution, man. It's evolution of the wording of things.
and
the
the
wording.
language. Yeah, the language we use to describe it. That's true because it's been hijacked.
Correct, and we are here just sharing information and points of view.
Yeah, it's all very good. That's really cool, actually. That for me, that I can do this with people all across the entire plane of existence here. It's really.
Yeah, but there's not many people that you're going to find willing to talk about this. You know, that's what brings us here. This is a specific place. This is a dear place to me because it's a place that you can come in and talk about this subject. You cannot go to a bar and talk about this.
I know.
No.
I'd for sure be getting in fights. Like I'm too old for that shit. So I don't.
Yeah, even on a barbecue with the family is no good. This subject is no good.
Look, I'm really great at like cutting through all the superfluous, meaningless talk and hit a nerve. Like I'm not called Sunny for no reason. Like I have a beam of light coming out of me. I didn't create this light. It's within me and it will beam out and I will shine and look at people's face and they see that light and it's not my fault. Like I didn't create me, like, but I am the sunny one and I can shine a room and like that causes different reactions with people. I don't mean to do it. I'm just like a jester or something. I don't know what that is about me, but I can provoke people in different ways that could end up not being really good for my physical health. Ow.
Is it body language as well then? Not just words.
Yeah. I think it's my eyes, actually. It shines through. You know how they say the eyes are the windows of the soul, right? Some of us shine really
Yeah,
brightly.
but you know, it's different when you're face to face to somebody else. You know, talking about any subject. You know,
Well, that's
because
what I'm talking about.
you can also read the body language. It's not just the interpretation of whatever the person is saying, but also the body language.
That's true. And there's a whole environment surrounded with that voice, individual voices we have. You know, there's a whole environment for each one of
Bro,
us.
there's people that gonna want to fight you because you have the wrong name. Come on. You're not dealing with just people. You don't possess crazy people out there. So just don't be looking for the fight.
That's correct. That's what I was going to say. These people, there's people go out exactly looking for that.
Yeah, exactly. Because they have no life.
Yeah,
And
they want to cause problems. Whatever the problem is, they're going to cause.
cowards. You know, bullies are usually cowards underneath. So. But we don't have to talk about personality.
Oh, thank you for losing the guy that had a question. But anyways, guys, good one. I'll be listening. Thank you.
Anybody with a question? Go ahead.
No, he's gone. He's a goner. He took the opportunity to run away, but it's all good. Don't worry, guys.
What?
Witz is here. Witz is here. You can talk to
Let
Witz.
him go, man.
Hey, Witsit, how's it going?
Wait a
Oh, what
long
up,
time
bro?
no see, man.
What up? What up?
He says, hey,
Luis joins here because he wants to just sit back a little bit, but I gotta put the spotlight on him. Hi, Luis, you can get away from the spotlight. Good for you.
ow.
Oh, I think I gotta go. Actually.
Come on, man. He needs to create a soccer account in order to come here now.
Yeah.
Let him be.
That's a good idea. Make some agent accounts come in and see if the flat earthers are staying on point. Oh, that's hurting my stomach.
Yeah, I'm gonna step in here in my sock account, start hearing talks about photon. I guess Elijah's not in here, is it? No.
He's not here at the moment, but you can still tell us whatever you want to say. We'll listen to you, bro. Come on, tell us.
I was just gonna tell Eli. I think I may be doing the in-person modern day debate. They have like a debate-a-thon or whatever it's called, like in-person debates. And I think that their winter one is gonna be in New York City, and I may be debating there. So I was gonna tell him he better go.
I'm in Boston. If you swing around there, I might be able to swing by. Possibly, it's a possibility. 4
I'm too
hours
far
from me. I
away.
have to make it there easy.
But it's either I'm gonna be in the fall or winter, maybe, I don't know. But like I know we're moving in August, so I might not be able to do the fall one. So I would just be flying up there for like a couple days, I guess, for the day. But anyway, I'm
What's
trying
the
to get on
forum
Sam
about? Flat
Tripoli's
Earth?
podcast right now. Say again?
What's the forum about? Flat Earth?
Actually, I don't think so. I think it's gonna. I don't know if I should say. I'm supposed to say it, but no, I don't. It may not be. It may be either geocentrism or heliocentrism, or it may be creationism versus atheism, or something like that. Yeah, like the person I'm debating, like
I see.
specializes in hating God. Yeah,
Good luck, man.
thank
Good luck
you.
with that. My goodness.
I think it's good for us flat earthers to publicly debate other topics too, though. Because, like, say someone hears me debate against the Big Bang, and then they're like, wow, that dude just crushed him, bro. And then they go look into me, and I'm like constantly talking about flat Earth. You know what I'm saying? Like, make them like agree with you in a debate and be like, wow, that dude made so many good points. And then force them to find out you're a flat earther later.
Well, you're going to defend the Christian point of view, no?
Well, yeah, of course.
Creation versus yeah. So there you go. You don't need to do much. You just need to follow what creation says.
Yeah, and
It's
just
going to describe us to be flat anyway.
I just have to have a little bit of logic to know that atheism is wrong. So that's pretty easy debate.
Yeah, of course. And any claim that they will do of distances to these stars is going to require a flat plane. It's going to require a radius value. You know, yeah, you're on it. I mean, I understand you want to bring it up as being a flat Earth conversation, but in the end, it's going to lead to it.
Well, it's definitely gonna always lead to the Earth being in the center of everything. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah, I think that's like that's like one of the biggest parts of all of this, right? Like when you find out that the Earth is flat, you find out that it's stationary, then you find out that it's in the center, then you find out someone had to put it there. So,
absolutely, it's fundamental. Yeah, correct. Expose the pseudoscientists. That's it.
Yeah, especially the part about it, the fact that it's not moving. That is a huge indicator. Like it goes against the entire like origin story of the Big Bang. So, you know, because how would it stop moving? You know, so it's not moving, and then you got to ask, how did it get here? And then it's like, it's over. You know.
Well, yeah, where would the Big Bang have happened that would put the Earth in the center anyway, right? Like, moving or not moving. The Big Bang is needed to explain how it's not in the center, basically. Like,
right.
omnidirectional expansion. So, yeah. Like, if you think about it, if you step back and think about it, what does flat Earth really change? You know, people ask, like, what does it matter? Why does it matter? And people are like, you don't want to know where you live, or you don't care if you're lied to, blah, blah. But what really changes when you find out that the Earth's flat? You find out that the Earth is in the center of everything. And then there's maybe a couple more things, right? Like you find out that you can trust your senses, and you find out that there may be more land. Right? So those are like the three things you find out. So arguably the biggest one is that the Earth is in the center. So that's why, like, now when I talk to these, like, professors and astronomers and stuff on my channel, I go straight for geocentrism. I go straight for the heart of the whole thing.
I have a quote for you. To believe that we live in the spinning water ball is to deny physics. Quote, George.
Okay, I'll make sure I give you credit, brother.
But it's not just
but go
black
ahead.
and white, right? No, go ahead. Giving credit.
Does everyone agree that's like the biggest thing though? Like when you find out that the Earth is flat, you find out that someone had to put the Earth in the center of everything that exists that we can see.
You found purpose in life. That's what happened. All of a sudden, life has meaning to you.
But it's more like a positional thing, right? The being aware, the perspective that you're standing above the ground and you're in the medium, and it's not just about what's below you, right? It's not just the awareness of the floor that's below you. And you know, there is a movement, but it's above you, right? The movement is above you, the medium is moving across, you're moving across the earth to do things, right? There's movement. It's just not the type of movement that people think about, like the ground spinning.
Yeah, but the Bible tells us that, isn't it? The lights in the sky
in relation to the Earth.
Yeah, the Bible tells us that the lights in the sky is for calendar and for seasons. The clock is based on it.
So
Our clock is based on it.
Yeah, for times and seasons. So, like, here's the thing. What you're saying is the absoluteness. Like, when you come to this realization about this, like the solidity of this place, and that it is the center, it's the stark realization, like that hits you in the face that there's no more denying anymore. That is profound effects.
Yeah, it becomes
Yeah.
very real. Like even the people that claim they believed in God beforehand, all of a sudden it's not just this thing you say; it's like super real. So that's why it has profound impact on people, even who claim to have believed in the Bible or another book of religion prior to that. When they find out the Earth is flat, they're like, it's not just like a thing you say, like, oh well, if I'm wrong, what happens? But if I didn't believe in God and I was wrong, that'd be terrible. Blah blah blah. It becomes like super real and undeniable. You know what I'm saying? It's like ironically, we say don't look at the sky to prove what the ground is. Let's look at the ground. Let's stay on Earth. And then the most profound truth that comes from doing that is ironically about the sky, and it's how everything moves around us. So it's pretty ironic.
No, we don't do that. We look at the Earth and see the flatness of it, the surface
And then
of water.
but then what that ends up telling us though is that we're in the center and everything in the sky moves around us. So that's the ironic part.
Above us.
Yeah, yep. But that means there's something below us too.
Yeah, the ground.
Well, there's something below that. So like if we're in a magnetic field and we see the top half of it, there has to be a bottom half of it.
Okay.
So yeah, the waters of the deep go somewhere.
Yeah.
But anyway. Dude, I don't think we should do so the three points, right? It's obviously it's motion, convexity or curvature, and then the vacuum. It's like I start with the first one. I now just start with the first one because if you ask any physicist in the world, any professor, anybody, bro, ask them, do you have any exclusive evidence that the Earth moves around the sun? They have literally nothing. And their whole worldview crumbles right there. I don't even got to talk about anything else, man. They can't accept that part of it. They can't even admit that they have a blind belief.
Yeah,
that
but
we
that's too
fly
far
around the
out,
sun.
man. But that is too far out. You know,
Wow.
not around the sun. Can you detect any movement of the Earth at all? The Earth needs to be moving first, on its own axis, in order to, after that, go around the sun. That is 3 steps down the road. First, they need to prove the rotation of the Earth, movement. Yeah, and there is no proof we can do for that. So there is no point in going or to any other orbits of the Earth if you cannot detect that in the first place.
But see, I like that though, because it gets to the very heart of the matter of the solar system itself. Like they don't have any, I think it's great because they don't have any evidence of the Earth actually going around the sun. That would be like, see, we see the sun every day. So it's not like it's some hidden thing. It's like out there every single day.
There is no proof of the Earth going around itself. Axial rotation.
Yeah, but this is the thing, though. A lot of fighters ignore this part, though. Like, we can actually detect sidereal rotation. Like, we can detect it with instruments.
What?
Like, we can use a ring laser gyro, and it detects a sidereal rotation.
Come on.
It does. What do you mean,
You're
come on?
kidding me.
It does. It shows an interference pattern that matches the motion of the sky.
Hold on. What it means is the sky's moving. Sidereal rotation means the sky's moving above us. Yes, we know that.
The movement, the cycles of the sky.
Yeah, because it makes no sense. Because gyros are meant to keep a point of reference. They cannot deviate. They cannot be adrift.
Dude,
You know,
it
there
uses
is-
lasers to make an interference.
What's the purpose? Listen, what's the purpose of a gyro that drifts? Please.
No, it has rigidity in space, and then it uses the lasers to detect the motion, bro.
Keep
like
that
with
rigidity.
interference.
Yeah, not to drift.
Yeah. Are you denying that ring laser gyros detect sidereal rotation?
They don't drift though.
I'm confused here. Like does it detect the 15 degree per hour sidereal rotation or not?
I don't know. You telling me that?
Dude. It absolutely does.
But that I don't know. I don't know nothing about gyros. But one thing that I know about gyros is that they are fixed in its own reference. Is not to drift.
That's the main principle. If you have a gyro drifting, I mean, you have a problem with the gyro. It's not working good. You cannot rely on an instrument that is failing. It's not fit for purpose anymore.
Well, basically, FED will tell you it's a parlor trick, and then 99% of people that hear that
I'm
will
talking
not
about
wake up.
FED. I'm talking about myself.
Brother, why are you interrupting me so much? So 99%
no
of
interruptions.
99% of people that hear that are not going to wake
You
up to flat
decided to
Earth.
bring no one else to the conversation. It's not here.
What, you're talking
Bro.
more than everyone.
Let wait to finish, bro, and then you can reply. Come on.
So
All
I'm
I'm trying to
FED.
say-
Okay, that's fine.
All I'm trying to say is that if we just ignore it, then people are going to be like, oh, flat earthers have to just ignore things. But we don't have to ignore anything because we have the truth. So, I mean, that's all I'm saying. Is like they think that detects the earth moving. It obviously does not, but we don't need to just ignore it.
No, I'm not saying to ignore anything. I'm just saying if a gyro is drifting, it's not fit for purpose anymore. That's not the purpose of a gyro. They're built mechanisms not to drift.
Yeah, you're mixing apples and oranges. You're talking mechanical gyro versus a ring laser gyro, which is based on the Sagnac effect.
Yeah. And it does detect motion, bro. Either it's a huge coincidence that the gyro detects the 15 degrees per hour drift we see in the sky. You want to call it a drift, don't call it a drift, whatever. It's a rotation. Either the earth is moving, we all know it's not, or the sky is moving, and that's what we observe, and that's obviously what happened. The sky does move around the earth. We see that. It moves 15 degrees per hour around the earth. That is for sure a real thing, right? So,
as part of the mechanism that we can observe.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, as part of the mechanism that we can observe in the sundials and those. Do you guys know of this phenomena in New York? There's a street that once a year the sun is gonna set between the buildings. It happened like a few days ago, and it sets between the buildings for 2 minutes, and there's like thousands of people just across those streets to look at that event, right? So you can see though that mechanism in place, and it's like it's designed to be that way. So there's a cause and effect relationship, and the phenomena that you're describing about
Who built them?
gyro.
Who built these buildings?
Whoever built the buildings, right, and based it on the actions of reality, right? It's interesting.
It's the Masons, man. It's the Masons is the word you're looking for. They used to be called stone masons. This is called stone masons, builders.
But the sky is moving, right? The sky is moving. Like we observe it. There's a mechanism to that. The Masons didn't do that. The Masons built the stuff on the ground that is based on
the Masons they designed the plan for the buildings and where to put the buildings. Because they know that at a specific time on a specific day, you're going to see something phenomenal happening between the buildings. Or the building is going to match a certain direction at a certain time. Yeah. It's called art.
We went from gyros to building stuff. Like, why don't we talk about buildings? Like, if plumb lines are curving, then why aren't the sides of buildings curving too?
Good question.
I'm just saying that that movement that it can be detected that you guys are pointing out it's part of a mechanism and is being detected by the gyro. Yeah.
Okay, I have a question. So, how do you isolate the cause of the motion? In other words, if you say the word motion, how do you manipulate the independent variable to understand what is causing the motion?
It's really not.
Good question.
It's quite like an experiment.
How do you falsify it, in other words?
Why do you keep interrupting people? Stop it. So listen, it's kind of a test. So what it is it's using light. And if light is spinning around as if like the light's going from one mirror to another around this circuit of lights that are being bounced or reflected with different mirrors, If you spun that whole apparatus, that would show one or the other, an interference pattern or not an interference pattern. So you have to understand that part of it first. If you don't get any of this. So don't even try guessing. So read up on it, look at videos about Sagnac, about the double slit experiment on upward to all the other experiments, Michelson, Gale, Michelson, all of those. So either it's causing this interference pattern by something moving or it's not. And what he's saying is that they discovered that there's definitely something moving, but it's not Earth. That's what these tests, that's what a lot of this hullabaloo around the turn of the century, 19th to 20th century, that was going on in physics. This is what the argument became. People were finding out. We're doing a bunch of tests with light now, and we're finding out, Earth's not moving at all, but something above Earth is. They went, holy shit. That sucks for our heliocentrism, us being the center, doesn't it? Kind of blows.
Maybe it's a structure. Maybe it's a structure that is as wide as it's high. It's up in the sky. Yeah. Maybe the pyramid of light is causing that movement. I'm making the toroidal causing all that movement. People think because they have taken with the globe, they say, no, there's nothing up there. There's nothing, it's nothingness. But how about there's a lot up there causing this movement and it's being detected? Surprise that the movement of something up there is causing a lot of movement.
So that's why that's so profound, because everybody knows that a sun is moving above us. The stars are moving above us, around us. So they got a big problem with the constellations being the exact same shape they are for even just a short period of time would be miraculous in that system of spinning and wobbling and zigzagging. Like it's ridiculous upon its face.
They need to show rotation of the Earth first. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they need to present any one part of their miserably failed idea. And speaking of failure, they must have known this was going to fail at some point. That's a question that I keep coming around to all the time.
They're going to need the radius for the axial rotation.
No, they don't need that. That's just the obfuscation of the actual obvious thing that you look up and you see the sky moving, and that's the movement right there. And it's causing even the medium that we're in is causing that to move at its own cycles, right? All the effects that it causes down here in between the ground and the medium. And also the movement of the sky causes us to invest energy back into the medium and move and do things. People are out of whack these days.
Yeah, it's always the opposite. Like they always say, like they think the thing that's below us is moving. Actually, no, it's the thing that's above us. They think that everything is curved. Actually, no, there is mostly flat. And then the other one is like there's a vacuum and there's they tell us like, oh, there's this thing called gravity, and then you find out that in order to have gas pressure, you actually need something physical. But I don't know. It's like half
on the realist level.
Yeah.
Oh, good. George, in the triangulation way of doing the navigation, right, based on the luminaries, based on a horizontal or level, straight lines, right? You made these triangles as a reference.
Sorry, man,
It
you're
will give
talking
you
to
the
me, yeah?
position. Yeah.
Sorry, I lost connection. I lost half of what you said. Can you say it again, please?
When you use the movement of the luminaries as a reference and make the triangulation to know your position based on the charts.
Yes.
You can use the sun, the position of the sun, and also the position of Polaris. It's almost like you're using the clock, exactly the clock, to just tell a time, and you're using a time to tell your position, almost. I'm just
That is
inverting the
correct.
clock. Inverting the clock that you told me, basically the same thing, inverted into the sky. You're looking at the clock in the sky.
Correct.
Pretty cool.
Correct. And the lines of latitude and longitude are driven from this clock in the sky, which draws the depiction that we all know, which is a Cartesian system over the flat plane. Circles, basically. Latitude lines are circle lines, and longitude lines are straight lines. It's like a radius line.
Very cool.
Yeah. With Polaris in the center and everything else around.
So I got a call.
Right, man?
I was telling George that because earlier we were sharing talking about the clocks and the design of the clocks based on kind of the Cartesian coordinates, longitudes and latitudes, and you can see the clock and inverted into the sky, and that's what's being used to navigate based on the position of the sun, the North Star, Polaris. It will give you the time and the position. Pretty interesting.
Yep. It's always 12 noon somewhere, isn't it? The sun, some way, it's always above head. It's been mapped out. So the nautical almanac will give you the position of the sun and 60 odd other stars. Not stars, lights in the sky. It gives their position over the ground. So the GP position, that's known as. So if you know the GP position of a star and you observe that star, you can measure an angle to it and find your distance to it.
Exactly.
So once that you pinpoint 3 different stars, you can find your location on the ground because it's called a fix. So to
your
do that, you need you need 3 circles. You need 3 circles of equal altitude.
They have to be equal altitude and so the same elevation. Yeah.
Correct, because they even though you are doing 3 different readings to 3 different stars, you are using the same plane, the same level plane to do so, the same horizontal line. You're using the same horizon. So you have 3 lights in the sky that we can imagine having a zenith line, which is a straight line meeting your horizon line. And they're going to meet the horizon at the 90-degree angle, the 3 of them. They're going to meet the same horizontal plane at the 90-degree angle. Meaning they not only they are parallel to each other, they're also parallel to me. And once that you close that box, you can pinpoint your position on the ground. Mic check, mic check.
Well, hello there, lovely folks. I could hear you, whoever mic checked.
Thank you. I think I lost connection at some point. Did I came through? Or
You're coming through loud and clear, 10-4.
okay. I mean, before that, did you
I'm
guys
sorry.
manage?
I don't know for
Did you
sure.
guys manage to hear me until the end, or was I talking to myself? Probably.
I'm sorry, George. I've got some stuff going on. I was trying to pay attention, but I
We
don't
did hear
know.
some of it, but not all of it. It looks like you lost connection or something. So yeah,
Yeah, I lost. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's what
all
I
good.
thought.
Don't
I
worry.
changed device now. Now we were talking about the elevation angles.
Oh, beautiful elevation angles. I love
Yeah,
it.
celestial
Proves the
navigation.
flat
Yeah,
Earth.
exactly. Yeah, that's a proof of a flat Earth.
In relation to the design of actual clocks that people have been using for who know how long to tell time, or in relation to the movement of the sky, sundials, or people even wrist watches that are modernly
And
used these days.
not only that, the time needs to be referred to Greenwich Mean Time, because the time of what it says in the almanac will be Greenwich time. So every time that it was recorded the sun above head, that time was translated to Greenwich Mean Time. Yeah, not local time. So you need to deduct your local time, or add, depending which part of the world you are, you need to convert to Greenwich Mean Time. Yeah, because the almanac will say at the Greenwich time at 12 noon. Yeah, the sun will be on this position. So yeah, you always need to refer back to Greenwich.
Oh man, George, I'm so sorry. My son was impressing me. You got to give. He's only 4 years old and he's over here doubling numbers as he goes without any help. He's just doing it. He's going from 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 um to 32. There you go.
That's amazing. Well done.
64. That's right. 120. Good job, Booger. 256. He's so good. Oh, I'm sorry. He's impressing me. How does he know this? Anyways, my bad.
Supernatural, isn't it?
Yeah, he's only 4, and he's just like
Yeah.
he impresses me all the time. Like I don't even think that I ever thought to know how to double numbers like in a sequence like that. And he's just doing it. He's doing the thing.
Equal 6 plus 12 is 6 plus 12.
Do you know?
6 plus 12.
Bugger, come on now. Sorry, guys. Please forgive me. It's always a math lesson.
Well, I'm still selling my 200 hectares of farmland in Mars. If someone is interested to buy, please contact me.
Donald C. is not certain of anything. Enjoy the show and get your ass in the server. Discord.gg/flat earth. Thank you.
Gotcha, bitch. You don't know that you're on a planet? Oh my god!
I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any that left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. Hey, you do understand that the success rate for spacewalks like exponentially increased once they started training in the neutral buoyancy pool.
Oh boy, story time.
It's not a story.
Yes. Story time. How many spacewalks have you been successful?
How many what?
Spacewalks have you successfully completed?
It's irrelevant.
Oh.
They have been done.
Welcome back. Okay, well, how many have you done?
It's irrelevant. They have been done.
Well, how do you know that? Have you done any?
Well, I've seen video.
Oh, you've seen video. Would you say that movies are video?
You've seen video.
Movies are
Come on, man.
But yes, they are.
Right. Okay, so how do you tell the difference?
Well, when I see something live streamed, then I kind of think it's not fiction.
Okay, so how do you verify that it's actually a live stream?
Oh shucks. Well, because I mean that was the only way to do it back in the 60s.
Okay.
Back in the
All right,
60s.
so
Are you sure about that?
Wait. What? In the 60s?
69.
Right.
Yes, that's when we went to the moon. It was in 1962.
Spacewalks.
How sure are you about that?
Wait, well,
Pretty
hold
fucking
on.
sure.
So
100%?
I don't accept certainty.
so he's not sure.
Wait. What is? I don't accept certainty. What does that mean?
It means that uncertainty is the thing that has been measured in the universe. Uncertainty is the thing that exists.
Okay, so you just threw
There has
everything
never been a
before that
measure of
into the
certainty.
bus.
There has
Yeah,
never
you're not
been a,
certain.
hang on.
Yeah,
There has-
you don't know.
hang on. There
Yeah,
has
that's
never.
why I said it
hang
was
on.
story time with Donald. That's why I
One
said
sentence.
that.
One sentence. There has never been a measure of certainty.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap.
Wait a second. Can I ask Donald a question about that? Donald, you said there's never been a measure of certainty, right?
Yeah.
Are you certain about that?
Uncertainty is the thing that we measure.
Are you certain about that?
Uncertainty is the thing that we measure.
What's your level of certainty about that?
Uncertainty is Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is the thing that describes uncertainty.
Oh my gosh.
How certain are you of that?
Uncertainty is the thing that is measured in the universe.
What a train wreck.
But wait, there's more.
Okay, so we have photos from a Chinese satellite that orbits the moon of the landing sites for all of the Apollo missions. Yes.
Really? Are you certain of that?
Yeah. Well, I mean...
oh, you are? Oh, so there are certainties.
Yeah.
Okay, satellites.
Are you certain or uncertain about that?
I do not require certainty.
Oh, so you're not certain of that?
Exactly.
Okay.
Bruh.
So
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I personally have spoken to a person that crashed something into the moon.
Wow, that's a crazy story. Are you certain that they did that, Donald?
Oh my God, that's a dumbass question.
Really? That's so dumb. How dumb is it, Donald?
I don't require certainty. Heisenberg and Schrodinger, those are the two most important equations in physics.
Shut up, bitch.
Facts do not require certainty.
So you're not certain of your facts, quote unquote.
Well, no, facts do not require certainty is the thing.
Okay, so you're not certain of the facts that you're claiming.
Facts do not require certainty.
So you're claiming a bunch of facts that you're not certain of.
Hell no.
Facts do not require certainty. Why is that so hard for you to understand? What? Flat Earth is dangerous. Flat Earth is dangerous.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Name a single certain fact.
What a retard.
Oh, that Donald Duck is uncertain of everything that he alleges to be fact.
Fictional.
Because every single time I ask him, he knows that that's true.
Fictional.
Well, I can't be completely
Fictional. Fictional.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
So, subjective things have certainty.
Oh.
Are you?
Oh my God!
Are you like?
So subjects can be objects.
Like, are you like
like we have subjective objectivity? Are we going there?
No, subjective and objective are different things.
So you've got subjective, objective, certainty.
Sounds like a valley girl.
Subjective things can have like math. Math is subjective only, so it can have certainty.
So you're certain of
That's
that.
why we have proof.
What? He's certain about the subjectivity of math.
That's not how it works.
So,
Talk
are
about
you certain of that, or is this just like a
Is he talking about math magic here? I think that's what he's talking about. Math magic.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
So subjectively or objectively certain?
There is no such thing as subjective objective. They're very different
well,
things.
Why are you?
Okay, then
Just contradicted yourself, asshole.
Didn't know. Not even a little. It's y'all who are contradicted. Just so you know.
This guy doesn't
I've been listening to you talk the whole fucking time. And yeah, how many times has he contradicted himself? I can't count it on.
Not a single time. Not even a little bit.
we can rewind the tape to where you talked about subjective certainty, Donald.
Only subjective things can have certainty.
no. How about you say it again? Say it again.
Only subjective things possess certainty.
Say it one more time.
What the hell?
Oh my god. Only subjective things possess certainty.
I got it. So subjectively, you're certain.
I said it.
Well, if it's not subjective only, it cannot.
Wait, no, just answer the question. Are you subjectively certain?
So only subjective things can possess certainty.
Are you subjectively certain?
Only subjective things possess certainty.
So that means no.
Okay, are you a subjective thing?
No, I'm very objective.
Are you on acid?
Oh, you're objective. Are you certain of that? Or would you be a subject who's just
I don't require certainty.
I ain't judging. I've done acid myself.
Okay.
I'm not on acid. Now, I'm a little drunk, but not bad.
So only subjective things can be
I'm
certain.
super drunk, but I really am following the conversation.
Only subjective things possess certainty.
I want to know if subjectively he's certain of what he just said, or if he's certain of anything subjectively.
Only subjective things have certainty. There is no certainty in objective reality. Uncertainty is the thing that we measure with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Okay, would that be an objective fact?
Yes, because it's math.
Oh.
There is no such thing as not physical.
What apparatus did you?
Numbers aren't physical, are they?
They are subjective. That doesn't make them not physical.
Yeah, no. I promise to God, I'll swear before God, I'll bow before the throne and say numbers are not physical reality. I mean, it's part of our
physical. So numbers,
letters, notes. I mean, numbers are not physical.
And I speak. So numbers exist inside your mind. That still means they exist.
Okay, physically. So the abstract thoughts inside your mind are physical entities.
Yes, they are related to brain state.
Okay, so can you give me a thought and paint it yellow?
I can predict what someone is going to say with an fMRI.
What the fuck does that have to do with what I just asked you?
Well, I can predict what someone is going to say with an fMRI means that I can understand what a person's thoughts are.
Well, that's just a stupid non sequitur response, because what I asked you is a physical thought in physical
How is it a non sequitur?
You know what trips me out about
Because what I asked you is if you could give me a physical thought in physical reality.
And fMRI scans physical things.
Yeah, that's a stupid non sequitur. Hand me a thought and paint it yellow.
Insulting me, so guess what? You lose.
Okay, I guess you have to declare that because you can't get a win.
Well, hey, and nobody's trying to win or lose here. We're just trying to figure out what the fuck you're talking about, Donald. Man, come on, man.
Hey, are you sure? Are you sure that I lost, or would that just be your own subjective thoughts on the matter?
fMRIs can only scan physical things. fMRIs can predict speech up to 17 seconds.
Good job. And then
okay,
what?
so did you show me a thought yet in physical reality? I'm still waiting for you to hand me a thought. Could you mail me a thought? I'll give you my mailing address. You can mail me a thought.
The sentence is thought.
Hey, usually,
my
like
sentence is a thought. Can you tell me with 100% certainty that you're not a psychopath?
Well, I have a certificate. Does that count?
A certificate that says you're not a psychopath? Because that would be a negative certificate, right?
It says I'm sane.
Stop the cap.
Okay, so you went through that process. That's a red flag.
So, yeah, it's just like I went through a program and they certified me not insane.
A certificate of non-psychopath.
And I got a certificate.
I can predict what someone's going to say before they say it. But this dude has come up with some crazy shit that I didn't predict that he would say tonight. That's fucking,
yeah.
He says some crazy shit.
Yeah.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Rah!
That was cool.
I hope you didn't mind me interacting. Just I couldn't resist, man. Hope I wasn't too loud, but hilarious. Bro, what the hell was that? That was a train wreck. Like a burning freaking train wreck. Yeah. Great stuff. I like who put
I'm
that
going to
together?
prove to you scientifically that there are no proofs.
Who put that together? Hold on. Let me take a look. Let me let's see something here. I'll investigate.
That's proof for new species.
Who put those together? That one. That was excellent. Sounded like a valley girl. It is because it is, like because it is, yeah, because it is, yeah, like How about you don't know? No, shut up, bitch. Sorry. Okay, now resuming our regular programming. So what's a happening? What's a happening? I'm not a perfect person. I didn't mean to do those things to you. That last clip had had Miggy all over it, but I'm wondering if that's Indio making these clips. Or is that just 24/7 flat Earth in the wild? Captured for the audio archives. Why are you guys so quiet anyway? I don't get it. Nobody has anything to say.
What's up, Sonny? I was loving it.
Hey, Flatsy.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I've had some troubles, but I'm hanging in there. I'm about to go on my bicycle.
I did that already today. I took a ride on mine.
Good job. I like to hear that.
It was vigorous too.
So don't mind the background. I have my still going, and it has some water running into a plate, and it makes this nice, like, kind of Chinese garden.
Yeah, I can hear it dripping nice and sweetly.
Oh, good. Okay, good.
Yeah, I've got cheering in the background here, so no worries.
And I have a buzz from my AC that actually bounces the floor, but I feel this building move. Like, I feel it moving.
Sonny, buildings don't move.
I'm telling you, no. I'm talking about like wobbling back and forth.
I'm just playing with you. I meant like, the Earth is stationary.
No, it freaks me out because then I start thinking, am I feeling it move? Is that real, or is it just me? Like, almost like at points losing my balance because it moved like a couple of millimeters from left to right. I mean, almost imperceptible, or am I just making all that shit up? So we'll know soon which one it is.
You're silly.
Yeah. No, I'm batshit crazy. Absolutely.
A bike ride will clear your head. Man, it did mine. It made me feel a lot better.
What's that say again?
A bike ride makes you feel better. Like, if
yeah.
you have frustrations, pin up anything, just take a nice, vigorous bike ride. Get that exercise. It feels good.
So it's all good.
And my husband got me a pull-up bar, so I've been working on doing pull-ups and, advancing to where I can do a pull-up, just one, but I can do one many times. It's just when you're up there and you come down and go up to do another, that's where I'm having trouble. I can kind of do a second one. So progress, always progress in the right direction.
No, I got this like pulled muscle away up in my cranium. Like it needs to pop in the right place and it's stuck out of position. And so it causes my left shoulder, which I had a surgery so I can feel where the nerve, if that shoulder, because my curvature in my spine.
Get you an exercise ball and do bridges on your exercise ball.
Yeah, I need to do that, but I've cleared everything out, so I have no soft place to lay.
Yeah, exactly. Exercise ball is the best. Like Chuck Norris. You know, when Chuck Norris does push-ups, yeah, he's not actually pushing himself up. He's pushing the earth down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exercise ball, or if you can do handstands against the wall and just distribute the weight in your back and your body the other way, will do wonders. Wonders, man. Joints and everything.
That's a weird thing. No, I feel like I have this bump now on my below my skull in the back. Like there's a bump there. But I've got multiple problems that I choose to ignore because honestly, I have teeth that have literally completely fallen apart, and I feel no pain because I use coconut oil all the time. So they just like ones that were like failed root canals a long time ago, many years ago, that have just failed. The top fell off. The empty root was sitting there still, and it slowly just dissolved by itself with no pain. So I think I've transcended any kind of like pain, but I want to make sure like I was in the hospital for a long time, and I think my biggest problem personally is that muscle atrophy because of the time I was on liquid diet for about a month. Right? I was very ill. So trying to gain the weight back and getting the like after muscle atrophy in certain parts of my back, rebuilding that back, muscle back has been very painful for me. Like excruciating.
Just keep working it because it only gets better if you keep working it.
Well, one thing I notice is I keep busy, hella busy, and then it keeps my mind off of any of that stuff. Yeah. So right now I'm just taking a break, but I'm going to go to the store on the bike, on the flat plane. The bike doesn't
real quick, Sonny. If I do you have a second?
Yeah.
Okay. So a couple of weeks ago, you were talking to this guy who was thinking that he had some flat Earth proof that was going to be give him a Nobel Peace Prize. Do you remember?
What was that? No, what? Just give me a brief reminder.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If you remember that at all, talking to a guy who was talking about that.
Not really specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like well, he's from help key your mind real quick. He's Australian. He started off the conversation real polite and everything, and people are.
That's right.
Okay, you remember now?
I thought he was British.
Yeah, maybe he was British. Okay, because we were talking. You were AFK for a while, like you were gone for a week or so.
Yeah,
and we were talking about some of the biggest numpties who've come in here. And I said, Sonny probably has a good story for you. I was listening. I wasn't point on that, but he was talking to this British Australian guy who had all this flat Earth proof, but couldn't share any of it because we'd steal his Nobel Peace Prize or his Nobel Prize and all that.
That's some weird stuff. I mean, because sometimes when I'm active on here, I stay on for many, many hours. Like, there's a lot of conversations that kind of cloud my memory. Like, I don't remember all of it. Plus, personally, I've had a lot happen in a very short period of time. It's been chaotic. So now things are getting more settled where I have everything perfectly settled and clean. Everything's perfectly clean. I can see almost from corner to corner. I can get to every single corner because that's just the way I prefer to live. So I don't know what I'm saying, but even in old age like me, I haven't gone through everything I've gone through. You can still change up the way I see things. I can still change it up, and I can make things different that are more suitable to my evolving self. And I think that's a correct word of evolving, the correct usage of that word. My personality, my character can develop. You could call that.
We call it growing.
Evolving. But evolving never occurs like whatever they say, the Evo nuts say. Anyway, I digress.
You can call it growing, maturity. There's many words for it.
Or a breaking down and a rebuilding up. It's like from the ashes over and over again. Like I have to be I don't know how the rest of you feel. Like I've been sacrificed over and over again. I've been burnt down to the ground where I had nothing left. And looking up at the darkness at night in the sky and asking, why? Why am I here? What am I doing here? Who am I? Could you give me a clue? And then something comes out of the darkness to help me continue on.
What's the answer to those questions?
I don't know if there's any answer to it because it's like a individual personal struggle. Like some, I don't know about you, but I personally believe that some of us
but
have much more
you need
harder.
to have your own answers to that question.
Exactly. Well, that's the whole point. Exactly. Yep, I agree. See, we agree again. But I think it's in transcending that all these things are overcome. Like if I can, because it's said somewhere, the birds and the bees aren't worried about basically their existence. Aren't we as free as the birds? Aren't we provided for as the birds and the bees? I know it said that somewhere. I read it.
Yeah, I saw a really good meme where it says like, water falls from the sky, food grows out of the ground. Like, what the fuck y'all beefing about?
And we're actually provided for somehow.
Yeah, but they are saying now that plants and animals are more sentient than we thought. They want to tell us that they also have feelings and they can communicate. But this is what they say now.
How would they know? How would they know more about animals than we already do?
Come in, Elijah. Come in. Come in.
Well, whatever.
I thought I heard an Eli. I did. I did.
There he is.
Honestly, sometimes it's hard to get away from you guys too. I have to admit that. I'm here to, as a witness, to testify. But anyway, still having that problem. Watching my water boil. More water. You know, when I ride out in the open, just change subject real quick. When I ride out in the open and it's like cold at night, I think I obtain so much water, like literally, it starts running out of my eyes and nose. Literally, like moisture just starts pouring because of my breathing, right? Like there's very little, like there's a lot we could do with like even like condensation of water moving through different pressure areas, like let's say from dry to wet climates, stormy climates.
Now we're talking about weather manipulation.
No, I'm talking about, no, I'm not. I'm talking about using the weather that's already happening. Because there's pressure differences that you can condensate water vapor.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's different ways of making water from the air. Mm-hmm. And so one of these technologies is like out in the desert, there's a way to make a hole under the ground, and you put like a plastic thing with a stone in it, and underneath it gathers the vapor coming off the surface, and it drips down into a cup.
Yeah, back in the 70s, they wanted. Back in the 70s, they invented this water machine. And nowadays, we call it dehumidifiers. It collects water from its surroundings, from the air mainly.
Yep.
Yeah, dehumidifier. So that was one of the solutions of providing water in deserts.
Right. You can also do this out at sea, which is a survival. If you ever like lost at sea, that's how you make water with plastic or a tarp.
Yeah, correct. The same way, it's the reverse of the technology that they use in submarines, that they convert from water into oxygen.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
Yeah, water's pretty amazing. Think about salt water. It's almost
there's lots. There's lots of it, not water, but you know what I mean, condensation in the air.
Exactly. Most of the gases are released at the ocean surface. It's one thing I was going to mention earlier today. Bunch of swirling gases.
Yeah, obviously. The oceans are the main cause of CO2. They produce lots of CO2. But that's not a bad thing. That's plant food. You know, without that moist in the air, you know, there is no circle.
It's just the way this place was made.
There is no water cycle, if you know what I mean. So that cycle needs to exist in order for the world as we know to work. You need to have that water cycle. Water needs to condensate, it needs to evaporate, it needs to go up into the air, it needs to condensate again, you know, and come down.
Exactly.
In order to bring water to vegetation and so on. It's part of the cycle. And the amazing part is that there's fresh water, mainly underneath our feet. I mean, you can dig in certain places and find water, drinkable water.
Awkward silence.
Who said that?
Try to guess.
Oh, Alex. Okay, I gotcha. I couldn't tell if you were a female or a young boy.
I'm like trolling to be a man on like another server, so. But I'm a woman.
That's cool. I like women.
Good.
Yeah, it was a joke. But I do like women.
Am I convincing as a man?
As a young boy, possibly. Like was said. But women are actually one of the most beautiful things ever created.
Ah, that's nice. Men are good as well.
A man's about 6 inches.
Huh? What did you say?
A man's about 6 inches.
I don't care for that.
You said, what did you ask? Do you qualify?
Men are good as well.
How did you get VC verified, Alex?
Well, I was once in like a debate with Mayhem, so he gave me it.
Well, that's awesome. Miggy's one of our good friends here on the server.
He is very nice and welcoming.
Yeah. We only get agitated or like get more like firm when it's like clear that someone is not really wanting to learn, but is actually being deceitful and not being honest. So that irks us sometimes. Like when you hear people freaking out, it's because they probably had a conversation with someone where the person has just done this a couple times. Even after when pointed out, look, you're using a logical fallacy. Can you like reassess that and then come back with something different? And they just keep repeating the same thing and evading the question, change it to another topic, all the different tactics. You have to call it tactics and sophistry. That's why I say that's why I say, yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
I gotta sign off for a little while. I'll talk to you guys in a while.
Have a good bike ride.
Cheers, man.
send in the clowns.
It's a UFE Fight Night 7, flat versus globe. Spoiler, flat wins.
Don't you all speak at once?
Right?
We need a moderator, please. It's too quiet in the house.
Well, that's not me, but I like to fill the void sometimes.
Yeah, someone needs to be moderating the room. Bring up conversation all the time, whatever nonsense it is. It doesn't matter. Action. But if someone has any claims to make, yeah, feel free. This is the time and opportunity for it.
I'm kind
We
of
are
in the
all a
lobby.
bit shy, maybe.
Oh, there we go. George and Alex, you guys should have a little chat. I'm in the lobby.
Ooh.
Maybe Bra has some globe proof that's worth taking to the mic for.
Alex, which part of which side of the fence are you? What do you think about the origin of our reality? You think we live on a plane? You think we live on a globe? Do you have any thoughts about it?
Globe.
Globe.
And I'm Muslim. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair enough. After all, we all went through the school system. We all learned the globe. Yeah, that's why we are all here. We question the globe.
Yeah, I get that.
You get that?
Yeah.
Do you know anyone who ever measured curvature of the Earth?
No, I don't.
Don't you see a problem there?
Yeah. But still, like, I feel like it's a stupid thing to lie about.
That's correct. I couldn't agree more. It's a stupid thing to lie about because it's so obvious. It's so in our face, the reality for what it presents itself, flat and stationary, that it's. I don't want to insinuate anything. I don't want to offend you to any shape or form. But for anyone listening, it's almost ludicrous to think otherwise. That would be to deny all the laws of physics to believe that we live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum of space.
I want to do my own research, but I find it too boring. Like, my attention span
Yeah, obviously. Obviously, yeah, it's this research takes time and dedication to if you want to do the due diligence to do it for yourself. Obviously, we try to make it easy. We've done the homework for you.
Yeah, I don't even know where to begin.
Well, you should start from the beginning, isn't it? Curvature of the Earth should be one of the primordial things, isn't it? For a sphere to exist, it needs to curve, isn't it? Don't you agree with that?
Yeah.
And the problem is that this curvature is not measurable, is not detectable in any way, shape, or form.
I have to research that.
Okay, fair enough. So up until then, what we have is just a belief. If you come with a measurement and you don't know where it comes from, you only believe that someone, sometime, somewhere measured it for you. If the teachers are saying, obviously it's true, no?
But it's still like, why lie about that? What will you win by lying about it?
Forget about that. People lie for many reasons. We cannot define other people's thoughts and ideas as to why they do things. But that is not in the question here. Question here is this sphere that people think that live on is no way, shape, or form detectable. It's not measured. It actually measures to be flat and stationary. It's the way we use it for navigation.
Yeah, who knows what it is? For me, it's like globe.
Well, anywhere you travel, north, south, east, and west, those Cartesian positions, they are horizontal position, horizontal vectors. Anywhere you go, anywhere you travel towards the horizon, and anywhere you go.
I have to do my own research on that.
What? That you travel towards the horizon all the time?
I have no idea.
You don't know that you travel towards the horizon all the time. Oh, I see.
I found this stuff boring.
You found this stuff boring. Well, yeah. I understand. Maybe you're not ready for the reality. Maybe too young.
I'm 20, actually.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, there are no ages. There is no time limits for when you're ready for the red pill. Do you know the red pill, blue pill analogy? Yeah. Do you know the red pill, blue pill analogy?
No.
No.
I'm not involved with that. Both of them.
That's an analogy from a movie, The Matrix.
Oh yeah, I watched The Matrix, but still.
You watched The Matrix.
I don't get it. Yeah.
You don't get the analogy, no? Well, not everyone is ready for the truth, If you're not ready for it, I mean, just take the blue pill. It can go in your life. It's fine, man. There is no hard feelings if you're not ready for it. That's why you find it boring, because you're not ready for it.
Or maybe I don't have the attention span.
You need to be aware of one thing.
That is like scientific.
Yeah, but one thing you need to be aware of is that once you know, you cannot undo that. You cannot undo and learn what you've learned. So if you decide to go down that rabbit hole, down that rabbit hole, just strap in and be open-minded. And the truth will reveal itself to you. There's only one truth.
What is your truth?
My truth that I can prove to you is that we live in a flat and stationary plane. I can prove to you many other things, but that is a good start. That's what we're here for. So let's base ourselves on that. Flat and stationary plane versus a sphere.
Okay, my charger is on 3. I need to leave.
Oh, I see. That's all right.
Okay,
like
bye.
I said, feel free to come in anytime once you're ready, okay? I don't want you to feel bored in here.
Yeah, sure.
No worries. Take care. Pleasure talking to you.
You too.
Bye now. It went all right.
I guess.
Did she say that she thought the whole thing was boring?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, she mentioned twice that the subject is boring to her. That's why she's not researching or anything. But in the meantime, she doesn't want to listen to, so she's not ready. She's in the wrong place, wrong time.
I find everything else boring now. Like the opposite.
Who bring her here? If it's a she, because at some point I question if it's a she. Sometimes it sounds to me like a young boy.
Yeah, but who doesn't matter if she or he. Who bring her here?
No idea. No idea. Who voice verified it?
No, I'm saying who put her here. Or she came on.
She said she talked to Mayhem. She said she talked to Mayhem not that long ago, I believe.
She did mention the short attention span, which is quite normal these days.
Because
for young.
This is my logic. I was in a circus, and it was boring in that circus. Then I then I went home, and I was living my life. Then I went to the circus, the same circus, and I told them again, this is boring to come here and to be here.
Entertain me.
Yeah. And I will come third time in the circus, and I will tell you that it's boring to be in circus.
Yeah, but if you're expecting to laugh on the circus, you need to wait for the clown show to start. No one is laughing while they do the trapeze,
Yeah, and you need to know
the drum is too much. Yeah.
What is the program? Yeah.
You need to wait for the clown show to start. So when you can actually quote them, or you can play a recording of these clowns, what the things that they say, the double speak when you point that out. That is when the clown show starts. That's where the laugh starts. When you have solid gases and bendy horizontals and, and uncontained gases. And these imaginary forces. That's when the clown show starts.
Yeah, that's another circus. I was saying, imagine this is like a cooking server, and we are speaking about how to cook food, and which kind of food, which kind of ingredients, and everything. And then some person come who was here, and you start to speak about cooking, and that person said, "This is boring to be here."
Right.
Are you stuck on that?
Yeah, that's like that's my like a.
Sounds fair.
Who pushed you here? Who is that? put you here?
I mean, sure.
Right, like she's a victim of choosing
Who
a server
twisted your
she didn't
arm
like
and
or
brought you
something.
here?
Yeah, like I don't want to watch movies what is boring, you know. Especially not again.
You guys are twisting my arm. You forced me to come here.
Yeah, that's the point.
I wonder what's not boring to her, like finding out everything's wrong and completely different, and learning about where you live. Like,
or you can start with that normal logical question. If you are in some new place and then you ask in that new place what's about, you know.
Oh, maybe the penny's dropped. She said, I'm not going to end up good in here. Let me get out of here while I still can.
I mean,
Yeah,
majority
true.
of people around that age are not questioning about things, to be honest. Just living the lives with it, you know.
Well,
social media and whatnot, mostly hanging out with friends, wasting time. That's what they usually do around that age. Until they find a purpose. So yeah, it's different journeys for people whenever it starts.
Meanwhile, the time is gone. The song is over. I thought I had something more to say. Really? No Pink Floyders in the house?
No.
The answer was no. In that case, I suggest you to go right now and listen to the song Time from Pink Floyd.
You have a Globe Earther agreeing with you in chat.
Elijah's back. Better mic, can I hold Elijah?
Anybody got any good star videos? It's the thing I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around. I feel like I've watched them all, but I just need to rewatch them.
What do you mean star videos?
What are you looking at star videos for?
Like Southern Star. I'm just trying to wrap my head around like how the Southern Stars work and
how you gonna do that?
The rotation of them, and I guess the
how you gonna do that?
Listen to people who have spent more time thinking about it. Tell me what their thoughts are.
Haven't heard anyone like that. I've been around pretty long time.
Gotcha.
What about it?
What about it? So the star trails they make, right? They make them in the south. They make them in the north, and they look a little bit different. They spin one way, but they really just go east to west, as far as we can tell, right?
Yeah.
The rotation of the stars or movement.
Yeah.
And then they make an appearance of sort of reverse rotation. And does that glass dome? You know, people use that little glass dome.
Reverse rotation. What do you mean about that? What do you mean reverse rotation?
Well, they go east to west, right? So it's just perspective looking one way or the other way, right? So one's counterclockwise, one's clockwise, but it's really the same way. It's just from where you're standing. Okay. That's correct, right?
Mm.
And then, so like, why does it turn into circles at each sort of like the extreme at the north and the south ends?
What do you mean?
And then people take this little glass dome and they move it around, right, to show sort of lens refraction.
That's obviously not real. Go back to the sky. Well, they make circles, so it's like, what's wrong with that?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with it. I'm looking for why that happens.
Well,
like, is it?
It does happen, but like, it does happen. It's like, what do you mean why?
Well, okay, so it does happen as far as we can see it. Is there a light moving out
I
there in
I
a
guess
circle?
what I mean is, you know what epistemology is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
It's a way to knowledge, your method of inquiry. So what kind of method would anyone on earth have to have an absolute conclusion where you can look it up in a video and go, that's what's happening? Or do you just want something that feels comfortable and feels good to think about?
Well, I guess here's what it comes down to is, right, you have what the accepted thing is, right, that there's a bottom of a ball and the top of a ball, and the bottom looks different than the top, and
So that's
part
the
of a pole,
comfy
right?
feeling that I was telling you about. Like, people feel comfortable thinking about that. Yeah. But like I said, what method would any human on earth have to know for absolute certain what's going on that they could then put in a YouTube video to tell you about, that you could feel comfortable about?
I don't know. I guess that's why I'd be watching the videos to see if someone has that.
Start there,
that
because
method
you
that I
could end
don't
up in another belief system. That's how it happens, right? Okay, so let's toss the last belief system. Quick, someone tell me something that makes sense. Well, first of all, what
Well, it's a lot of times for me, it's like
you
but even the
have
model
to
doesn't make sense.
you have to first figure out if someone has the means to do, like, because when most people say, oh, the reason that we don't have this or that is because they won't let us, I don't know. We don't even know that. I don't know that. Now, I do know that we're, not capable of doing certain things, but if we were, how do I know that on the other side of that, I would be able to figure it out? So we got to always start there. How do you prove a premise? What epistemology are you going with? Is it sound? Does it, is it reasonable? And then it's like, okay, let's move forward with our thinking.
Gotcha. So maybe what I'm looking for is that it's possible to look like that without the currently accepted bullshit model, right? So is there any other explanation?
It already looks like that. There is no model of Earth. Like, there are people who try to look at the Earth a certain way. Reification, right? Misplaced idea of reality for some model or for some invention of the mind is reification. So the only reason something wouldn't make sense is if you're trying to work backwards from a conclusion to make it make sense. So if you didn't have an idea about flat Earth as a model or a complete idea of something, you wouldn't have this problem of, well, how do the stars work then? Because they just look how they
I see what you're
look.
saying. Right.
And that's how they get us. It's that very tempting apple.
Also, it's worth it to point out that there is no globe model.
Well, they have an explanation, right? They say this is because of this.
Is an explanation a model?
Like, that's pretty clear. This is because.
Is an explanation a model?
It's not.
Right. So when you explain something, I could explain how I'm white even though I'm black. Imagine majority of the people believe me when I said that. What truth value does that have, though?
God, we're almost
other
there.
than my explanation.
Yeah.
So anybody can have an explanation about something, especially when they've created an entire, story. But at the end of the day, like, how do you justify any of it? Because literally, we're not moving, but they've explained how we are moving and why we don't know it. So how about I just say, well, I'm actually invisible, but let me explain how you can see me. That, for one, the example I gave is obviously ridiculous, but for the other, some reason there's a cognitive block that doesn't allow you to see, not you, but people to see that it's the same exact kind of deal. It's just a different example. It's a parallel metaphor. It's analogous.
Right. I think I use a similar, like, use a similar statement to people when they start talking about gravity. I'm like, well, invisible gnomes pull everything down in 9.8 meters per second squared, and that explains it, right? It explains it, and you can't disprove me, so therefore it must be true.
Yep.
You can just say whatever you want that explains something that you're observing. I think that's what you're getting at, but it doesn't make.
Can I just bring it back to the?
Yeah.
Can I just bring it back to the star rotation for a second, please? Because the so-called not existent model, concept, whatever you want to call, or explanation, tell us that the northern part of the sphere spins one way and the southern part of the sphere spins a different way. So it's the doublespeak even within the concept itself. So within the model, the so-called model non-existent, and that is something, it's ridiculous to claim that. Sorry, sorry to interrupt. You can continue, sorry.
Right. Now you're saying it's just one of those things where I start looking at something and I'm like, okay, I'm trying to figure it out, right? Like I don't want to just say I'll never be able to. I think about it, so I'm like, and I know other people are the same. And maybe this is more for a speculation Sunday type of thing. I think that's where Elijah's trying to
I'm not
lead me a little bit, like speculating now.
I'm not leading you there. I'm not telling you can't, ask the questions that you're asking or think the things you're thinking. I'm giving you warning for yourself.
Right.
Because no one else is going to tell you 5 years down the line, you have this perfectly knit idea of something and someone throws a curveball and it's like, you can't accept it because you've now built on this thing. And it's all based on a foundation of a premise that you have yet to be proven 5 years into the future. And it's like, that would sting. Just like finding out it's not a globe stings. I'm not saying, hey, people shouldn't go, oh, we should figure it out. But, there's a reason that certain history texts have warned against that kind of thinking. Like on one hand, people say, well, we can know more for sure. But when you start trying to work backwards from a conclusion because of some phenomena that you've seen, that's dangerous territory. Because it's honest and innocent at first. But when you're 10 steps down the line because shit makes sense, I mean, I could have went super crazy ham about my whole sun is a laser theory. Could have, but I was like, I don't know any more than the phenomena that I've seen, so it ends there. It does no one good to. What good would it do you to know that the sun is a laser? Even if you did know, and it still works the exact same. What good would it do you?
It may allow you to make another prediction that ends up being correct, but yeah, I don't know.
I mean, look, we already have lasers. Bingo. Check. Already did that, right? Already have light. Already have different ways to propagate it. Yep. So God said, let there be light. And then, we've also created many lights. Mission accomplished. What else could we do?
Right. And then, we have all these. I think what you're getting at also is if you're going to look to some people on YouTube videos that have probably got their ideas from another person with a YouTube video, and then that starts piling up on YouTube videos, and then you kind of looks like more evidence, and then that kind of solidifies something in your head that may have not been right in the first place and was just caught traction.
And then you find out later. People who resonate with the same ideas. And all of a sudden, you have a culture now, or in short, a cult, or in short,
confirmation
a religion. Now, I'm not. I mean, religion is to each their own. I'm religious about things. We're all religious about things. I just don't like people getting into religions unwittingly. I think that's the problem here. If they had explained, the globe as some sort of conceptual idea, I think that we would actually appreciate it a lot more. We would appreciate it. As a matter of fact, I know we would, because that's exactly the kinds of words that Newton said. Or who was it? I don't know. Somebody somewhere where they were saying that, I don't know if it was gravity or the globe or something was like a conceptual model, and it makes sense. It works for certain. It works to explain certain phenomena, but would be ridiculous to mistake that for absolute truth. I think Newton did say something like that. So even he understood what I'm trying to say right now. Okay, you've seen something out in the world. It's weird. You want to know what's going on. Yeah, we're all human. We all have those ideas. But let's not kid ourselves on the things that we can know and can't know. If you're going to claim that you can know something, well, first examine your epistemology, because that's our method to all knowledge. There's a method to all knowledge. So if you don't even have a method or way to explain how you're going to garner that knowledge, that's a red flag. We're just going to the best of our ability. We're just trying to figure stuff out. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like Michio Kaku. Oh, science, we don't deal with the scientific method. We just leaps, bounds, the seat of our pants. It just sounds like they're further along with the same logic that people are beginning to start the same process over with. Oh, we figured it out. They were like, it's this. No, it's this instead. Let's just take half of this because all of it ain't wrong. Let's just go ahead and, let's continue to build. Fam, I love you all, but be careful.
Right. And they got to start plugging holes with particles and strings and all kinds of weird ideas instead of throwing the whole thing out. Yeah, that statement he said they took like educated leaps of logic and never the scientific method.
And that's exactly what people are doing right now. Like I've done it. We all want to do it. But again, with a little more wisdom and people, making this mistake, we should, at least I would advise against it. People could do whatever they want, but 10 years down the line, when they're saying, well, it's an intellectual framework, it's a way to think about things that make beautiful language, but to me, it's the same as Michio Kaku saying it.
All right, guys, have a good night, everyone.
All right, George.
Take it easy.
You too, George.
So I'm trying to be kind. I'm trying to, because we've gone from the Mandela effect and so many other things, and it's like I can't say what's right and what's wrong. I would just say that for those who I don't want to beat a dead horse. I guess I've made the point.
Yeah, and I hear you. Really, like that's what I've noticed about you around here. Like you rein people in when they start going offline. You remind them it's appreciated.
Yeah, I'm the guy.
It's needed.
That brought up rainbows. Again, I guess someone had brought it up before me, but didn't really take it that far. But like my whole obsession about rainbows. Okay, I'll try to make it really quick. Because of some phenomena I saw with the sun, so everybody knows what this is. Some people call it the second sun. Dave and I have the same opinion about the sun, actually, that what we're looking at is not the actual source of the sun. So let's just put that on the table right there. That's where we're at. Now, because of the phenomena that I've seen, I'm like, oh, okay. It's something. What is it? Then boom, I came across the information about rainbows, and I'm like, oh snap. Well, I found this thing called conical refraction. Flat earthers talk about, globe earthers talk about refraction all the time. They don't talk about conical refraction. It's like through, a crystal, you shine culminated light, aka a laser, and it spreads out. If you look at the images online, it looks like a rainbow. So I say that to say, what if I were running around, representing you guys in a sense, saying, oh, we know that it's, I'm not saying it's a laser, but we know it's a laser because look at the phenomena. We're just trying to think about it in a way that makes sense, because you have this phenomena over here with the second sun. And then let's throw Rahu and Ketu in here because we know there are other bodies up there that aren't visible to certain periods of time. And then you also have these rainbows over here and the sunspots. And next thing you know, I'm religious and I got people following me down a fucking dead end. So I didn't do that because I didn't think that would be responsible. But it is interesting to know about rainbows and about the sun phenomena. Very interesting. Start telling people what's what. That's scary.
Yeah, that's another good point. Like doing it on this server, like there needs to be some standard held here, especially if it's being broadcast over YouTube, which is pretty easy to forget about. When you're talking to someone on here for a while. And be careful about claims you make. Anybody got anything cool going on for the weekend?
Nah, not me, man.
Yeah, it's like stuck here watching my girlfriend's dog. She's in Yellowstone for like a week, so I gotta make sure her dog eats and pees outside. Like, that's all I got.
Good evening, Flatsy. I saw you tried to say something a little earlier.
Good evening, Elijah. I'm sitting here kind of researching all the natural laws and Brownian motion and stuff.
Nice, nice.
I hope you're doing well too, Elijah, up there in that big old city.
Yeah, things have cleared out. It's just the regular old dirty air now.
Yeah, I get you. I'm about to cook dinner soon, but waiting on my husband to get back. He's leaving right now.
Awesome. Man, I gotta go food shopping. How you doing? I see you down there too, Eat the Grist. I don't know if you've opened your mic today. Things are kind of slow. Unfortunately, I'm not the moderator that sets the bot up and sets you guys up with something interesting here, because I don't know how to do that. So, yeah.
It's not easy, especially since I'm on here just kind of here to talk here and there, but really I learned a lot from you guys alone, but I wanted to, keep myself sharp on on a bunch of like the natural laws and stuff.
Yeah.
Also teaching my son math at the same time.
Guess it's gonna be a Call of Duty mobile night unless someone's got like a movie idea or a show idea. Animes, biopics, whatever it is that you found interesting. Anything but YouTube tonight, please, guys.
Have you ever watched Homeland?
I don't think I have. What's that?
It's like a CIA thing. It's got Claire Danes.
Is it a movie?
No, it's like I think it's 7 or 8 seasons.
Okay.
TV show on Showtime.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was real good. I thought like most of the time I think finales suck, but I thought this was the best finale of any TV show I've ever seen. But you're gonna watch the whole 8 seasons in a row. Would like the first 3 seasons are kind of like a book, and then it's sort of like a different book every year after that. I don't know. I thought it was real good. Some people don't like it, but
no, I'll sit and watch something. I have like very peculiar taste. Once I start watching it, I gotta finish it. I don't care if it's like, boring or whatever for a season or two.
Yeah,
I just finished
that's what I mean. Like
catching up to From. From is so good. You guys, I heard some of the guys talking about it, and I watched From, and I was like, yeah, this is good. Now I need something else.
What is that on?
I don't know, because I watch everything for free.
You got like a modded
a movie
Roku or something?
No, I got the movie websites and stuff. I'm never sitting stationary to watch my TV. Like, it's like, ooh, even when I'm home, I'm like, oh, that thing is so prehistoric. I like watching stuff on my phone screen. But that's
like
just
Prime Wire or something like that.
What well, first I used the Brave app because it blocks all ads, so that you don't have those annoying pop-ups when you go to those seedy websites. I just watch a movie.
What is Brave? It's an app, or is it a?
It's a browser, web browser.
Sorry.
You can even get
Okay.
set up
So you
for
don't have
the
to get like
VPN.
ad block Plus, which sucks.
Yeah, no, it's all included.
So like when you watch sports?
No,
Or no?
can't lie and say that I do. I watch sports when I have a girlfriend who watches sports.
Right. Yeah, like I watch it like depending on what team, if it's any particular teams or if it's playoffs or something. So like I have an app for that. Or like UFC does the same thing, but then you have like 90, like you're talking about those pop-ups when you try and click on the screen to watch it. It just keeps popping up over and over and over.
That's why I haven't figured out how to stop the pop-ups. Or I'm just old, man. I'm just, like when you said the whole Roku thing. I'm sure people have like Fire Sticks and they watch stuff free. I don't know how to do that stuff. I'm just like whatever.
Well, it takes jailbreak. You have to jailbreak it, and that. I mean, if you know how to do that, I've had one that was done to before. I had a jailbroke a Wii before.
Oh yeah, I have done that. That's an amazing tool. First and foremost, Wii is so. I don't know if Wii is beyond its time or all of our hardware is beyond its time. They just put like restrictions that don't allow us to use this technology to its full potential. I think that's what it really is, because when you unlock the Wii, oh my God, you can play anything. Wasn't it even a Blu-ray?
Yeah, you could do that. You could you know how they have certain consoles for certain regions of the world. No matter what kind of game that you bought, you could play it. If it was supposed to be for the like Japanese made Wiis, you could buy their games and play it in your Wii if you jailbroke it. It would not have any restrictions. But then again, you could also put a bunch of Nintendo games on like a hard drive and just plug it in.
Yep.
And
That's
you
what
could,
I did.
yeah, me too. And play like a bunch of those fun old Nintendo games on there.
Even with the games, how I used to hack World at War. I mean, no, Cold War, whatever it was, COD Mobile. Oh, that Wii is the first console I played any Call of Duty game on it, and I was like amazed at the ability to point the joystick at the screen and shoot people. I fell in love with that, and then I moved away from that when I started playing on when I started playing Modern Warfare on the PlayStation, and I was like, whoa, the graphic, like this is basically real. Like I can't stop playing this. But then they put the game on a mobile app. And then I found out that I could use the gyroscope on the phone to point where I want to shoot. And I'm invincible now, so I can't stop playing.
Yeah, my husband is all about Call of Duty. He's got the PlayStation 5. And now he's got this PC. So we have to... Sometimes I'll get on it when he's not on it, but he's been playing Diablo on PC.
If they could put the gyro function into the controllers and have that as an option to turn on and use the controller movement, like moving it in 3D space to point and shoot, to aid in aiming like I do with the phone. Because I use the button and I use the thumb pads and I use the gyro simultaneously. So if I could do that with a controller, oh man, then I would never leave my TV probably.
Well, for your sake, I'm glad they don't do that so you can leave your TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the most part, what I normally do is I just turn you guys on my phone, put an earbud in, cook, and do all my things that I'm doing while I'm just listening, or maybe I'll pop up if I can. But for the most part, though, if I can get on this PC, I can really engage. But when I'm on here, I don't really have a bunch of people trying to talk.
That's probably why I don't really deal with like the text chat and all of that stuff. Because it's like on the phone for me, it's like, why? Plus, I've done that on Facebook, so it's like to deal with Discord trolls. Nah, I'm good.
Well, my husband's back, so he's probably going to jump on this. So it was good talking to you and all of you, but now you're the only one left, so.
Yeah. All right. Well, you guys enjoy your dinner and have a good night.
You too. I might hop on later.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm just here watching one of the latest Flat Earth Dave interviews with Aaron, Dave, Whitsitt, and Jaron. It's like 34 minutes in with the fallacies, and I'm like, oh man, with the begging the question of the atmosphere is like just and that's what I was the point that I was making earlier is they've brought this belief so far into their minds that they can't understand a simple statement as simple of a statement as gas pressure requires containment, because now they have all these explanations as to why you don't need containment. It's like, well, where's the evidence for that? Oh, look, here's this phenomena. Well, that's just a fallacy. Especially when they're like, oh, the horizon, that only works on a globe, it doesn't work on a flat earth. Well, no, that's just an affirming the consequent fallacy. What's an affirming the consequent fallacy? Well, a confusion of necessity and sufficiency. It's a formal fallacy of taking a true conditional statement and invalidly inferring its converse, even though that statement may not be true. So we can take the statement conditionally that if the Earth were a sphere, then we would have a horizon, a physical horizon. But then to conclude that therefore that the flat Earth would not have a horizon is definitely an affirming the consequent fallacy. So there's that. Let's see, Homeland. What's this about?
Test, mic check. What's allowed? Playing the bot, any objections?
Discord.gg/flatearth.
Open people's minds up. It just allows them to be more open.
If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna just invite a new person that's joined our group right now. Just real quick.
Go right ahead.
All right, we got Donald C that just joined our group. Donald C, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Are you there?
Oh my. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're coming in.
Yes. I'm here.
So
hello.
Just real quick, Donald, and we like to introduce new people to our forum. What brings you by? Like, what link did you click on that you found here? How did you find us? And then tell us what your position is on the topic that we have with the server, the shape of the Earth.
Well, I think the Earth is an oblate spheroid. Also, I heard about you guys from FTFE and MC Tune and the other debunkers and stuff.
Ah, excellent. And we also, in case you, just before you engage or whatever, if you want to know, we have a debate forum here called The Arena. And if you ever want to do that, you could schedule. We already have one scheduled, debate scheduled between Kosho and Jim Waterworld. So if you do want to have a debate that's scheduled, let us know with any one of us in here that are a part of the server, and we'll oblige. But that being the case, I just want to open up the floor to any questions that you might want to ask, and then maybe perhaps some conversation we want to engage with you on. So go ahead, Donald.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't really have any questions. I'm just curious about what's going on in the server. I mean, I see the debates online on YouTube between you guys and the debunkers and stuff, but I've never actually been in engaged. I'm curious.
Well, welcome to the fray. And so may God have mercy on your soul.
I'm an atheist too.
So okay, that's a wallop. Is anybody, because I don't know. I guess from the standpoint of it being an oblate spheroid, if you don't have any questions, we do have some for you. How about that?
Sure. I'll see what I can do about answering some of those questions.
Sounds great. Okay, so what evidence do you have to provide that the Earth is an oblate spheroid?
I've personally measured the circumference of the planet.
Sounds great. I'm going to give you some rolls here before you continue. I'm going to give you Globe Earth roll, if that's fine.
Yeah, fine.
And I'm also going to give you Link's permission. So in the live stream voice text, which you can probably now see, make sure that you post all relevant information there so that we can address you in that text channel.
Sure.
I give you Link's permission. So now you can go ahead and post any relevant information there. And also we're going to post relevant information there as well. So oblate spheroid, you're going to put some demonstrations up because you said you've actually measured it.
Yeah, it was like 20 years ago, but I don't have any it was 20 years ago. I don't have anything left from that.
You don't have any information to post in live stream voice text?
Well, not about me personally measuring the circumference, no.
But you just finished saying you did, right? Didn't you just say
20 years? Yeah, 20 years ago.
Could you tell us what you did?
Did you forget the method? Like you don't know what you did?
No, I did the same thing as Eratosthenes.
Oh, and run us through real quick exactly what locations we're talking about, so we can just kind of get a gist of what you did.
Well, my first measurement I took from around DFW area in Texas, and then I had a buddy from Oklahoma who did a measurement from his latitude.
Where was your buddy at?
Oklahoma City.
So Oklahoma City to what was the other place in Texas?
DFW, Texas.
DFW. Mm-hmm. Okay. And what did you guys get from that shadow measurement there?
I got within 8% of the claimed radius, and he got within 10%.
Okay.
So you got the wrong answer then, and you saw you got the right answer.
I didn't get the exact answer because I was using large margin for error equipment.
Equipment.
It's a stick and a shadow.
What type of equipment were you using, Donald?
A stick and a shadow, and taking an angle.
What was he using?
Same thing. We did it the same way as Eratosthenes did.
Okay.
But he didn't actually measure curve, though, did he? He assumed it.
Well, he only had the one measurement. We had two. Once you have two, it makes it much more clear.
Yeah, go ahead, Wolfgang, if you want to take point.
No, sorry. Well, maybe you go on. Unless you want me to.
Okay, so if anybody wants to take point of this convo, and if not, I'll go ahead and continue.
I took measurements about 20 years. I took measurements about a year ago, and I assumed presuppositions, reverse engineered, Texas sharpshooter, that we lived on a stationary plane, and I did sticks and shadows too, and I got the exact same thing as that Greek guy 2,300 years ago, if he even lived. So I got measurements very close to you, and I went in assuming that we lived on a stationary plane, but you went in thinking we were on a spinning space ball. Is that correct?
I didn't make any assumptions. I just took an angle to the sun and measured it, and my buddy took an angle from the sun and measured it, and then we compared, and it came up with a curve.
And if I have a close and local sun, I will get the exact same measurements as you did.
Not on a flat plane. Doesn't matter where the sun is.
I know. On a close and local sun, just as the Greek guy 2,300 years ago that somehow by camel made it to his buddy 500 miles away. If I have a close and local sun on a stationary plane, I get the exact same measurements. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, sure. Whenever you measure anything on
Asthenes measured could be explained by a flat Earth.
just if you only have the one measurement, but we took two.
I took two. I doubled.
Hang on, I was just responding to the recording thing. I wanted to say the other thing too. Shit. Now, whoever played the thing made me forget what the question was that you asked. I apologize.
You don't want to hear that he has a.
Assumption. The flat. Okay, so with the
only one break. You don't want to hear that he repeated also 2-3 times. That doesn't matter.
No, I remembered. I don't need anybody to repeat anything. I remembered.
But that doesn't matter.
Okay.
No, just let him get his thing out.
Okay, doesn't matter.
On a flat plane, if you take an angle to the sun and then you move a distance away, it will not have the same angle as if you were on a globe and took an angle measurement and then moved a distance away and took another angle measurement.
Have you ever tried to do that, assuming a stationary plane and not assuming a ball?
I didn't make any assumptions. I just made the measurements. But yes, I did it both ways. Whenever I plotted it out, I did it on a flat plane and on a curved surface.
20 years ago, when you and your buddy, one in DFW and the other one in Oklahoma City, did your little test.
You can call him Jason if you want. That's
Jason. When you went into the test, Donald, with Jason, did you have any assumptions that you lived on a spinning space ball?
Well, no. I just took an angle measurement to the sun. That's all I did.
Now be honest now. 20 years ago, you may have been, 15, 20, 25, 30 years old, something like that?
I was 20.
Okay, so you would have had 15 years of indoctrination since kindergarten. When you walked in, you saw a tilted spinning ball by your teacher's desk, and she or he would never lie to you. So
I don't accept that education is indoctrination.
So okay, that's a subject for another day. That's a really now remember that, everybody. He doesn't consider schooling indoctrination. So
education. I don't consider education indoctrination.
Okay. What's the difference between schooling?
Well, obviously, they're different words, right? It depends on what school you go to, what kind of education you get. So schooling is like you can go to a Christian school and get a Christian education, or you can go to a secular school and get a secular education.
And
you can go to atheist school. Atheist education.
I can only understand one person at a time.
Let's keep it to the earth.
Yeah, you literally just contradicted yourself, but that's okay. Let's move on, dude. Because if it has some qualifier, Christian school, atheist school, whatever school, obviously they're teaching. So they're teaching. We call it secular, whatever. They're teaching a certain perspective. That is indoctrination.
Well, I mean, at the Christian school, if they teach anything other than what science is, what accepted science says, then that would be indoctrination.
Oh, so if you just teach just science, that's not indoctrination.
Stuff they have
because that's some higher form of knowledge, right? That's just immune from everything else, right?
Stuff that you have evidence and demonstrations and experiments and
okay. So let's go with your evidence. So I have some questions about your angle measurements. Where did you measure the angle from? Where's your zero?
Well, what's
the origin of the coordinates for your angle measurements?
Zero would be straight up. That'd be that's your 90 degrees.
So you're measuring down.
No, you measure up.
Well, from where?
From the ground.
From the horizon?
No, from the ground.
What do you mean from the ground? What are you talking about?
The thing that you're standing on top of.
Oh, so you're measuring from directly under your feet. So you had a plumb line or something?
From the ground.
Yeah.
Yes, I had a plumb line. Yes, I had a plumb line. I had a tripod with a plumb line.
You got a tripod with a plumb line. Don't you mean a bubble level?
I don't remember if I had both, but it doesn't matter.
You don't even know what you did you? Yeah, it does matter because how do you measure an angle off of a curved surface?
I used my quadrant.
Yeah, how do you measure an angle from a curved surface?
It's called a quadrant.
Yeah, fantastic. So, but you're down, right? You're down. You're measuring off a horizontal.
You know how to use a quadrant?
Dude, it's irrelevant. You're measuring off of a curved surface. You cannot take an angle off of a curved surface. What don't you understand?
It's called a tangent. You can. It's called a tangent.
Okay, so where's the tangent?
There are an infinite number of tangent points along every...
Which one are you using?
The one that was directly beneath me.
Okay, so how did you measure that? How did you get that value?
You said it, a plumb line.
So isn't a tangent a straight line?
Yes, tangent is...
Okay, so like I said, how do you measure off of a curved surface?
I used my quadrant.
Yeah, but you don't have it. You said a tangent, which is a straight line.
Sure.
So you measured from an imaginary straight line.
It's a straight line from a curved surface.
Yeah, so you measured off an imaginary straight line that's touching an imaginary curved surface. You didn't actually measure from the curved surface. You measured off of a straight line.
I measured from the angle of the shadow to the sun. I measured from the end of the shadow. I'm sorry, I apologize. I measured from the end of the shadow to the angle of the sun. Off with my quadrant.
So you did Eratosthenes. What are you talking about?
That's what I said from the beginning. That's what I said from the beginning.
This is what we're talking about, Eratosthenes? Jesus Christ. I thought you were talking about...
That's what I said from the beginning.
Okay, I missed that part. I thought you were talking about like something else, like degrees per latitude or something. This is even worse.
We're
on Eratosthenes. Like, this is even worse, bro.
Well, I was 20. I was a kid.
Well, what makes you think rays of light are parallel?
Because I understand how light rays work. Photons travel in straight lines.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I do.
Okay,
No,
so
you don't.
So photons travel in straight lines. So when we see, 50 miles too far, what does that mean? So they're not
vacuum, dude. In a vacuum, they travel in straight lines.
Donald, your buddies who argue this, your anti-flat Earth friends, are gonna.
I gotta get my cookies over here.
They're gonna tell you you're wrong on this. They don't say that they're coming. They say that the light rays are coming in nearly parallel. They don't say they're coming in parallel like you just stated.
I never said that they came in parallel.
They're gonna correct you. Yes, you did.
I said that light travels in straight lines through space-time.
That's not what they're saying. That's not what they're saying.
That's exactly what physics says.
No, it's not.
I've been studying physics for 30 years. This is what physics says about photons.
So when they hit you up in the DMs, they're gonna correct you on this because they're not saying that when they come in here. None of them are. They already know they've been debunked on that.
I never said that they traveled parallel. Y'all said that they traveled parallel. What I said was they traveled straight lines. What I said
they have to be parallel, though. They have to be parallel.
They're nearly parallel. They're nearly parallel, just like this dude said.
How close to parallel are they?
Less than like 0.00001 degrees or some shit.
Yeah. So who measured that, dude?
I mean, we can measure single photons. Science does it all the time.
Yeah, cool. That has nothing to do with it. It's a red herring.
How is that a red herring? You asked me.
Because it has nothing to do with a measurement of the divergence of race. Has nothing to do with it. But you can measure a single photon or not.
There's nothing to do with measuring light rays.
Yeah, we want to know what the direction they're coming from. We don't care about their existence.
What are light rays made of? What are light rays made of?
Okay, there's no such thing as light rays. That's a model. And a photon is a description based upon the dual properties of light, right? Particle and wave nature of light.
That's also a model. The dual
properties. Yeah, you're right. They're also a light, and you're trying to deflect from the divergence of the rays. How is the divergence of the rays measured?
We can measure single photons, so we measure two single photons. Would you let me?
And we can measure the angle of arrival because that's what we're. Listen, dude, you're not going to do it, dude. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. But listen, you know you fucked up, and you're trying to talk over me. You're not going to do it. It's not going to happen. I'm telling you right now. Kick you the fuck out. I don't care. You're either going to be honest or you're going to leave.
To answer the question you asked me.
Dude,
I'd really love to.
How do we measure the angle of arrival?
Did somebody mute me while I was talking?
Yes, I muted you because you're talking over me.
You interrupted me, buddy.
Dude, I'm asking you a question. You're not answering it. You're trying to give some.
I was trying to answer it. I was trying to answer the question.
So here's your chance.
You interrupted me.
Arrival. How?
This is how we measure the angle of light. We take two separate photons because we can measure individual photons. And we measure where they are in space and time, and then we compare them, and we take the angle, and that's how we find out the angle.
Okay, what device did we do that with?
You can do it with anything that detects photons.
Yeah, I love it when you guys just make something up, dude. Who did this? When was it done with? What equipment was it done with? How was it done? Where was it done?
Film. You can do it with physical film.
Yeah, I want when someone actually did do it, not some theoretical notion in your head.
All the time. There is this thing called the SDSS, or yeah, I think that's what it is. Anyway, but it's a telescope that is continually mapping every star in the sky.
Okay, wait a second. So here we go. Now we're talking about stars and not the sun. We're talking about the sun. Try to focus. Try to focus, dude. Are they mapping the sun? Is this device mapping the sun? Is it taking the angle of arrival of photons from the sun? Yes or no?
We're not focusing on the sun.
Yes or no?
I said no. We're not focusing on the sun.
Okay, then yeah, we are because we want.
Oh my God! Would it be possible for me to finish a single
No, you're not going to spew a fucking goddamn narrative, dude. No, we're going to stay on the topic, bro. We're going to stay on your experiment. We're going to stay.
Any of the sentences I'm trying to say, or are you just going to continue to interrupt me every time I try to speak?
I'm going to keep interrupting you till you get back on topic. Your experiment, your claim that the angles to the sun are parallel. What's the evidence for that? It's really fucking simple. Give us the evidence for it. Device, how it was measured, what it was done, because I have evidence to the contrary. So I want to see yours first, and then I'll show you mine. Come on, Donald. Don't fucking cower. Told you it wasn't going to happen.
I'm curious, what are your measurement devices?
Range.
No, you can. I'll tell you. I'll even tell him. But he wants to spin a narrative. He don't want to actually put up. He wants to talk. We don't care about claims here. We want evidence for the claims. So he can talk about some future thing that's going to happen or could happen or would happen or should happen. We want what did happen. Right? What did happen in reality. So he claimed that first he tried to deflect this, just say, we can measure a photon. We don't care about their existence. We want to know properties of it. The properties we want to know is, what's the divergence of the angle of arrival from the sun?
Exactly. Donald,
he knows what I'm saying. He doesn't want to answer because he doesn't have that information. He knows goddamn well it's an assumption. He knows goddamn well his sticks in the fucking ground don't mean jack shit. He knows this. Because he did it when he was 20 years old. That was years ago. Eratosthenes has been frickin' ran over, trampled, stomped on, thrown under the bus, and every other goddamn thing in the last 5 years. To even come in here with that is almost an insult.
The same phenomenon Eratosthenes measured could be explained by a flat Earth.
He's replying with an off-topic thing. You are on. He's making a claim.
from his idea, and then you're reading from his book saying, okay, where is your evidence? He's saying, no, let's talk about these else. Let's talk about something else. He's not on the same page as you, India, for some reason. Is it a language barrier?
You know exactly what I'm talking about, Don. You're playing stupid.
I've never actually gotten to finish a single sentence yet, so you guys don't even know what the hell I have to say. So
listen, Donald, you gotta be honest. Donald,
my 2-year-old students.
Donald, shut the fuck up.
And just
you
let
honest,
you
or you get
knock
booted.
yourselves out.
No, just India.
We can hear you lying. You're a lying motherfucker, and we can all hear it. Now you either be honest
I
or you
didn't
get
want
the
to call him
fuck
that.
out.
Doesn't even know
Just
how he
India.
measured.
Yeah, let's see if we can get Donald and Indio to discuss.
Yeah, listen, I'm just asking questions, Donald. It's your experiment. You should be able to explain it. Why should we reach the conclusions that you reach? Right? You should be able to elucidate. You should be able to elucidate to us all the parts of it. Right?
I would be
all
very
all the
doing that if I could finish a single sentence, but I have yet to be able to finish many sentences.
Because we're still on the question I asked you.
No, you haven't let me answer it. That's why we're still on it. Because you just keep interrupting me. Because you don't want to hear what I have to say.
Okay, because you don't have anything. Yeah.
You don't know what I have because you haven't.
The only sentence you're saying is I can't say a sentence. That's the only sentence you're fucking saying.
Hold on.
You just
guys,
keep
let's do
repeating.
this. Indio, you re-ask your question, and then Donald, you answer the question. Yeah? Let's do that.
Okay. Two Sticks and Shadows, Eratosthenes, has a presupposition. That is that the rays of the sun are parallel. Photons are parallel. They arrive in parallel to within whatever you said, 0.00001%, which is theoretical value. It's never been measured. I asked you how they measured that. So, how was that measured?
Okay.
Not how it can be measured, how it was measured. Thank you.
So what you do is you take any device that detects photons and you measure two different photons in space and time and you compare the angles at which they hit the device. And that's how you get the angle of impact for the photon.
Okay,
quick moderation here.
Oh, go ahead, Shibi.
No, I'm just not sure. Donald just wanted to make sure you got the question. We're looking for how it was done.
That's how
appreciate
it's
you
done.
kind of telling us how you could do it. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Looking for
how it
was
is done. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
Okay,
That's how,
so
that's how
who did
everybody
that?
does it.
Oh, how everybody does it. Who did that?
Anytime photons have been detected from the sun, that's how it's done.
Okay, so who did that? Who measured the angle of Orion for the sun? Where's that data?
Are you serious?
Oh man, I got total evidence for my claim. Jesus Christ!
That's valid, Donald. If someone did it, so there must be a paper.
It's not common knowledge. If I
It's
Google
common
it,
knowledge that there are devices that detect photons. Yes.
yes, that is fine, Donald. Right? That's fine, Donald. Right? We don't care about a device that detects the existence of photons.
Not the existence of.
That's what a photon detector does. It detects the existence of a photon.
Spectroscopy is.
Yes, I understand what spectroscopy is. This is another red herring that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Spectroscopy has nothing to do with photons. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Dude,
no.
That's it. Every time you try to rephrase my question, a strong man inevitably follows. You've done it like 9 times now. That's why you're getting a bad attitude.
Do you think that the light from the sun is photons?
What the fuck?
Donald.
Listen, we can call light photons. That's not a problem.
We can call light photons? Okay.
We can call light photons, yeah.
So whenever we detect light, we're detecting photons, correct?
Sometimes you can detect light using other devices. So, yeah, you can use it as detecting photons.
No. I said whenever we are detecting light, we are detecting photons, correct?
Sometimes they're not detecting photons directly. Sometimes that's not the mechanism. There's lots of devices out there, Donald. I know you have like a 10th grade education, but there are lots of devices.
Asking about light. I'm specifically asking about
Yeah, there's
light.
lots of ways to detect light, Donald.
And I wasn't asking about any specific way. I was asking about every time we detect light, are we detecting photons?
No.
Then you're wrong. I'm sorry.
No, because there's something called near field radiation. You're just ignorant. So stop.
But
that's photons too. Radiation is
no,
photons
they're
too.
near field radiation is not photons, but because they're not
it's not
transverse.
light either. It's not light either. Light
you don't even know what near field radiation is. You don't even know what it is.
I do.
Okay, tell me what near field radiation is.
Radiation
near field radiation. I said very specifically near field radiation. What is that?
Is it a field of radiation that's quite near you?
Oh, Jesus. I just said you don't know what it is. You said, yes, you do. And now you're asking me a question. Okay, that's fine. You don't know everything. You're just saying what you know, but you're at your limit.
Everything.
Okay, I'm telling you. Real simple. We know photons can be detected. We know there's photon detectors. We know we can detect it. Technically, they're called singlets, right? When you detect a single photon, it's called a singlet. So that's what they call it in physics. I know you don't know none of this. Stop trying to pretend that you know shit and we don't. You don't. Okay? You're underwater here.
You don't know. You don't know what I do and don't know.
You're telling me by you talking. That's what you're. That's what you're doing. I'm discerning what you know by you talking.
5 minutes. We've been speaking for 5 minutes.
Look, okay, this is just off topic, but this is just a fucking dumpster fire. I only want to know one thing: how did they detect? Right? What's the evidence that they measured an angle of the sun? Where's the data? What was the device that you used? I don't want to know how they could do it.
NASA as a source.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Give me the data. I don't want to claim. I don't want you parroting somebody else's claim. I want the actual data because I want to know what the devices were used. I want to know how they were calibrated. What was done? Because I know something you don't. It's never been done. And you know it's never been done. That's why you're gish galloping all over the place.
I'm not gish galloping, dude. I'm trying
It's okay, Donald. If you don't have that,
and you
just
just
say
you are
You know what
a very
gish gallop is?
hard person to talk to. You are a very hard person to talk to.
Of course, because I'm not going to be steamrolled by you.
Where's the live chat? That's voice.
Right above the voice channel that you're in.
Taurus Dawkins.
Paste. All right, there you go.
Oh, don't fucking post shit like that, Bearded Dora, man.
Sorry.
It's just because the algorithm and shit.
So
there's no data. There's no data in here.
There's no
data in here. Yeah, there's no data in here.
There's no data in here. Chapter 4. This seems like a textbook.
You're just randomly Googling shit.
Yeah, I did. That's how you find shit. It's by Google.
No, you don't do that after your claim, though. You do that before you make the claim.
I don't know what claims were going to be. I didn't know what claims I needed to defend.
He's
yet.
randomly Googling on the fly, Indio. He doesn't know.
But it's the source that's important. It's the source that's important. Google doesn't matter. Google is just how you find the source. NASA is the source.
Oh my goodness.
I asked you if NASA was
what you're missing, sir. Oh, go ahead,
doesn't have
guys.
the citation.
So what you're missing is that you're just copy pasting a link. You don't know what it says. You don't know how it works. You don't know the methodology, the cause and effect relationships of what you don't even know if it's there. You just
you didn't even read this. It doesn't even do what you. It doesn't even do what you thought it.
No, I didn't read it. I just Googled angle of this.
There you go.
So you're going to tell us. So Donald, do you realize that you're trying to tell us something you believe, but you don't know
all about how the angle of this. This is all about it, man. Are you kidding me? This is a textbook page about how we figured out how this the angle of the photons comes in the way it does. This is what this is.
No, they're measuring the sun's in an actual different position. The sun's in an actual different position, so this is different in time. So to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees.
It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees, son? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you, how do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
You never measured the angles of the sun. And you know what? So we have the evidence that they're not. I'm going to just skip over this because we have the evidence that the angles of the sun are not parallel. And you know who did that? Yeah, we do. You can claim we don't, but we
Put it
do.
in the chat. Put it in the chat. I want to look at it.
Okay. Yeah, okay, hold on a sec. So, ever see that YouTube video? I proved the earth is round with my bike and 2 sticks. Ever seen that video?
I'm just waiting for the evidence in the chat.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, have you ever seen that video?
This is your evidence? Is
Wait a second. Wait, no. Yeah, that's my evidence. You know why?
I don't accept YouTube videos as evidence.
So what?
You need a credible, peer-reviewed source for me, just like I gave you.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, NASA is a peer-reviewed, credible source.
Dude, now you're just fucking lying.
That you don't accept. It does not.
You obviously don't know what peer review is.
I do.
Oh, you do. So what journal and who were the reviewers of NASA's information? Who peer reviewed that?
Well,
tell me.
NASA has 30,000 employees that peer review.
Okay, they peer reviewed themselves. That's not peer review. Peer review is when a peer reviews your shit, not when you review your own shit.
The people who did the peer review are not the same people who did the experiments.
Okay, so who was that?
It was
Donald. You're just digging a hole. You hit rock bottom. Now you're just digging and digging, dude. You're just making shit. I'll let you answer, but you're just lying at this point.
You're interrupting me again.
Yeah, because you're not spewing a narrative, dude. That's right. Now you're going to complain. Now you're the victim again. Okay. So here's the evidence the sun rays are not parallel. You see this? You see these 2 sticks? They did the same test you did. These sticks are 3 feet apart and the shadow lengths are different. How'd that happen? They're 3 feet apart in the video. But you have different shadow lengths. How'd that happen?
Donald's fucked right now.
Hey, Donald, you said a few minutes ago that there was 15 degrees latitude difference between Oklahoma City and Dallas-Fort Worth. Is that correct? Donald, you said there was 15-degree difference latitude between DFW and Oklahoma City a few minutes ago. Is that correct? Okay. I just want everybody to know that the difference in latitude between Oklahoma City and Dallas is 2.75 degrees. So he said 15, it's 2.75. He was off by 12.25 degrees. No big deal though, right?
It doesn't matter when you just make stuff up.
Yeah.
Donald, you're on mute if you didn't realize.
You can tell Donald is a disciple of Loon McToon and Weird FTFE. You can just tell.
No. Well, I mean, yeah, probably, but I can just tell that he's here to spin a narrative. He just isn't good at it. Because we've been through this before. We go through this all the time. The gish gallop, the red herring, the straw man, that nonsense, dude. Dude. If your so-called heroes on YouTube can't come in here and prevail, what chance does someone like you that is just a lackey to these people? What chance do you have?
You got
no zero chance, bro.
I knew Indio. I knew we had him in light rays being parallel. I knew we had him right there. We didn't even have to go any farther.
All right. So would it be possible for me to actually finish this
on that one point? You have been, dumbass.
I've been interrupted every time I've been asked a question to answer. Every time I've tried to answer the question,
you have been having interrupted. You have been having the time to say whatever you wanted to say. You have not been interrupted. It's just been you and Indio.
Hey, let me ask you a question. How many times have you said, "Can I not be interrupted"? At least 40 times. Somehow you got that out.
I'm the victim.
He jetted.
He left.
I know.